For my wife, Joanna Fuchs, a proud cancer survivor who inspires me and gives me strength every day. C. S. F. For my extraordinary mother, Ruth Reuben Gluck, who lost her war far too young, in 1999, but remains with me always. A. R. G. Explore book giveaways, sneak peeks, deals, and more. Tap here to learn more. Introduction. A New Deal for Cancer. Charles S. Fuchs, Abby R. Gluck, and Eugene Rusin. When President Richard Nixon entered the White House State Dining Room just before noon on December 23, 1971, he was greeted by some 137 assembled guests hailing from the most powerful precincts of government, science, industry, and advocacy. They were there to witness the signing of the landmark National Cancer Act, the product of feverish debate and political jockeying extending over decades of committed advocacy. While what would later be called the War on Cancer Act was not the parlance of the day, Nixon set forth a national commitment for the conquest of cancer, and reflected that we may look back on this day and this action as being the most significant action taken during this administration. According to a report submitted to Congress in 1970 by a group of experts tasked with studying the issue, cancer was the #1 health concern of the American people at the time, a facet of American life that remained unchanged even in a 2016 survey conducted by the Mayo Clinic. And yet, as of 1969, the U.S. spent only $0.889 per person in America on cancer research. This has since risen to $20 per person. An important Senate committee report issued shortly before the act was signed into law opined, there seems to be a consensus among cancer researchers that they are within striking distance of achieving the basic understanding of cancer cells which has eluded the most brilliant medical minds in the world. The prescription for government action was clear. The development of a comprehensive national program for the conquest of cancer is now essential. Such a program will require three major ingredients that are not present today: effective administration with clearly defined authority and responsibility, a comprehensive national plan, and necessary financial resources. Looking back today on the 50th anniversary of the war, its achievements are clear in the enormous strides that have been made. Although the cancer death rate in the U.S. continued to rise in the 20 years that followed passage of the bill, cancer mortality rates have declined 29% since 1991, translating into an estimated 2.9 million fewer cancer deaths than would have occurred if peak rates had persisted. Efforts in cancer prevention, most notably reduction in the use of tobacco products, account for much of the mortality reductions, though recent advances in cancer therapeutics are now also contributing. While we celebrate these achievements, we must also recognize the shortfalls. Cancer was not cured by 1976. The mission statement was too simple. And the 1971 law did not go far enough. Senator Ted Kennedy, standing mere feet from Nixon during the signing ceremony, was the chief sponsor of a more ambitious bill that would have created a national cancer authority, an independent agency responsible for cancer research, alongside a major expansion in federal funding for research itself. Championed and in many ways crafted by famed cancer advocate Mary Lasker, Kennedy's conquest of cancer was inspired by the Apollo 11 moon landing. The renowned December 1969 New York Times full-page ad, "Mr. Nixon, you can cure cancer," quoted Harvard's Sidney Farber as saying, "We lack only the will and the kind of money and comprehensive planning that went into putting a man on the moon. Why don't we try to conquer cancer by America's 200th birthday?" The vision was for cancer to have its own NASA. The first cancer moonshot had arrived, at least as an idea. But that idea fell short in the House, which forced the compromise legislation enacted in 1971 that expanded the authority of the National Cancer Institute, NCI, but left it under the National Institutes of Health, NIH. The final version of the act was still intended to meet a towering 5-year goal, which of course was not met: curing cancer by the nation's bicentennial in 1976. But the war on cancer might also have gotten ahead of itself. Experts worried at the time that the science of cancer was not sufficiently well understood to even come close to the goals set by the Nixon administration. As Sol Spiegelman, director of Columbia University's Institute of Cancer Research, pointedly noted, an all-out effort at this time would be like trying to land a man on the moon without knowing Newton's laws of gravity. Today, we recognize that cancer is not a single illness to be conquered, but hundreds of different, complex diseases requiring a deep understanding of each entity's unique biology, genetics, clinical characteristics, susceptibility to treatment, and ability to rapidly develop therapeutic resistance. Additionally, the notion of a truly comprehensive nationally run strategy for cancer was never fully realized. The 1971 Act envisioned a key role for the federal government, one in which it had to play a central, perhaps the central, role in confronting cancer in America. This would require not just the power of the purse, through funding and appropriations, but all the might of the federal government, bringing to bear public organization, agency action, and presidential leadership. But subsequent decades of slow, albeit persistent, progress and fragmented policies underscore a simple truth: we still do not have a clear and unified federal government-led approach that fully harnesses and focuses the vast talent and resources of this nation to tackle the panoply of challenges and steps needed to eliminate cancer, that is, a program that truly lands a man on the moon. The mission as conceived was not ambitious enough while also being too narrow in critical ways. The idea that a scientific cure was the only goal, the only barrier to eradicating the scourge of the disease, did not predict the enormous range of cancer as an institution, as Siddhartha Mukherjee so aptly puts it in these pages, and the obligation of any government response to think about the world cancer inhabits more broadly so as to properly address it. The war was not against a single enemy but countless adversaries, and not just in the vast number of unique cancer subtypes we understand to exist today. On the battlefield are also the business and economics of cancer, the fragmented and often costly and inefficient regulatory landscape, intolerable problems of health justice and equity, crushing pressures on the everyday practice of cancer medicine, and lack of prevention and attention to public health, all alongside enduring questions about the proper role of our state and federal governments. This book aims to tackle those issues and open a broader lens onto the war on cancer. We seek to shift the metaphor, to advance a New Deal for cancer, that places the federal government at the center of a whole-of-nation response that recognizes the need to make progress not just on the science of cures but also with respect to the people and institutions that make up the system. The book's goal is to explore everything beyond the science, but of course the science appears on every page because, fundamentally, the project of addressing cancer is about how policy on all levels, economic, social, medical, and regulatory, should interact with, support, and spread scientific developments. We aim to fill a gap that we quickly discovered there was great hunger to fill, to examine the ways in which policy, politics, and law can and should advance our New Deal for cancer and how obstacles they have helped to construct can be dismantled. Today, national cancer costs are on track to reach $246 billion by 2030, having already hit $183 billion in 2015. The cost of cancer care has been growing considerably faster than the overall cost of health care, with the former expected to rise 34% by 2030 compared to 20% for the latter. It has emerged as a chronic condition, with 22.1 million cancer survivors anticipated in 2030 and a 5-year survival rate greater than 70%. We pay too much for it, and the economic structures of our cancer institutions are not rational. Cancer patients receive many high-value essential services, such as palliative care, that are under-reimbursed, driving health care providers to rely on highly reimbursed goods and services to make up for the shortfall, particularly pharmaceuticals. This phenomenon of what Ed Benz in this book aptly calls cross-subsidization creates perverse incentives for patients and providers, heavily skewing care towards some procedures and testing while undermining other key forms of medical intervention. Smaller cancer providers face pressure to consolidate, pricing structures remain uneven and non-transparent. Inadequate access to health insurance is still a primary driver of cancer outcomes, and there are also intolerably persistent disparities in cancer outcomes and treatment across racial groups. Prevention, despite years of evidence about its promise, remains underfunded and undervalued. New breakthroughs that are cause for celebration also create new challenges. Physicians are under enormous pressure to absorb new therapeutic and technological innovations, adapt to electronic medical records, and tackle new problems, such as survivorship. Our legal and regulatory regimes have not yet caught up with precision medicine and the largely unfulfilled opportunity to fully mine the treasure trove of patient clinical and genomic data toward the next generation of transformative discoveries. For future research to flourish, genomic and clinical outcome data must be shared on a much larger scale than is currently taking place. This will require overcoming perceived privacy risks by modernizing the laws that govern the space and ensuring that there are robust legal protections against identifying patients whose data resides in de-identified registries. Research and development, R&D, remains costly, often ineffective, and marked by redundancy while needing to change to meet the challenge of precision medicine, a targeted approach to cancer that results in therapies that apply to fewer people. Fragmentation remains an enormous problem. The main government agencies of cancer are siloed from one another and often create inefficiencies rather than accelerating progress. Our healthcare system remains fragmented both in terms of the provision of insurance and in the differences across the 50 states in how cancer is prevented and treated. Data sharing and other collaborations across government, academic institutions, and the private sector have been identified by most experts as key, and yet we have not found ways to break down existing silos and truly bring all sectors of the nation together to join forces. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a wake-up call of sorts for cancer. It shows what the federal government can accomplish in short order when it harnesses all its power. As President Joseph Biden has put it, a whole-of-government approach that includes the private and public sectors, forces collaboration, breaks down inefficiencies, targets equity and access, and is coordinated from the top. This modern vision of a New Deal, one that also recognizes the federal government's critical role but insists that it cannot solve the problem alone, is what the authors in this book chart for the next 50 years. Pulitzer Prize-winning author Siddhartha Mukherjee's opening chapter sets the stage by capturing our present moment, one in which the extraordinary breakthroughs of the past 50 years have begun to pose new challenges of their own. This includes the pervasive feeling, thanks to advances in cancer surveillance, that we are all, in a sense, citizens of Cancerland. Mukherjee urges an approach to the next 50 years in which the balance between curative therapies and the condition of being mortal wins out over anxiety about impending risk. We then survey the landscape of cancer care, where it is delivered and who pays for it, including how the business has changed over the past half-century. Randall A. Oyer and Erin O. Akis detail the benefits of expanded access that have accrued from the dispersion of cancer care from academic medical centers to community practices. At the same time, they raise more recent concerns about the risks of excessive industry consolidation for the future availability of cancer care nested within local communities, a theme echoed later by others. K. Robin Yabroff looks at finance from the patient side, describing a health insurance system that has greatly improved, but remains fragmented and incomplete. Health insurance coverage, she notes, is one of the strongest predictors of access to cancer care and health cancer outcomes, explaining why the continuing epidemic of undercoverage plays a central role in cancer disparities. Yabroff's theme of fragmentation reappears throughout the book. We see inefficiencies, costly redundancies, and obstacles caused by fragmentation across virtually every aspect of the cancer space. Edward J. Benz Jr. takes us into an area rarely explored in writings about cancer policy, the business of cancer institutions, and how financial incentives and disincentives are misaligned to encourage overutilization of costly procedures while discouraging lower-cost interventions as well as research. As noted, he emphasizes the phenomenon of cross-subsidization, pointing out that many high-value and essential services for cancer patients, including research, are paid for by over-reimbursed goods and services. The policy implications of recognizing this situation are profound. Cutting drug prices as well as the cost of other cancer services cannot be achieved successfully without considering broader reforms to avoid the unintended consequences of losing under-reimbursed services we care deeply about. Whereas Ben's comes from the perspective of large cancer institutions, Barbara McAneny offers us a perspective from the physician-owned practice side, an area of cancer care at risk of disappearing thanks to the steamroller of consolidation. She argues that our health care system is stacked against community practices in many ways, including reimbursement models that favor large hospitals and cancer centers over smaller practices. Part 2 opens with the broader lens demanded by our conception of a New Deal, looking at how cancer policy affects different communities and the role of patients in policy. Matt K. Nguyen and Otis W. Brawley reject the flawed view that biological factors constitute a key driver of racial disparities in cancer, and instead target what they view as the root causes of cancer disparities, namely structural barriers to high-quality prevention, screening, diagnosis, and treatment among populations of color. Like Yabroff, they highlight access to health insurance as a driver of disparities along with socioeconomic disparities that have not been linked to cancer as often as they should, pointing out, for example, the proven link between lack of access to education and cancer outcomes. These themes are picked up by Blase N. Polite and Lindsay F. Wiley, who offer concrete examples of state and local governments that have developed strategies to address cancer disparities, from proper screenings, to tackling financial burdens, to promoting concrete steps that support healthier living. They argue that it is a moral obligation of governments to address these inequities and work to dismantle the pillars of structural racism in the U.S. health care system. Health inequities and poor cancer outcomes have been deepened by a failure to invest in public health, as Melinda L. Irwin, Abigail S. Friedman, Nicole C. Desil, and Linda M. Nicolai detail. Looking at identifying modifiable risk factors that public health interventions can address and that are critical to cancer prevention, the authors use tobacco, obesity, environmental carcinogens, and human papillomavirus, HPV, as examples where we underperform because we do not equally invest in prevention alongside the scientific research. In his address at the signing of the National Cancer Act, Nixon emphasized that a total national commitment means more than government. It means all the voluntary activities must also continue. Nancy Goodman and Sherry Lansing offer a pair of chapters about the groundbreaking work as cancer advocates, a space both moved into after deeply personal cancer losses. Goodman's focus has been on childhood cancers, working to pass new laws through Congress that help incentivize pediatric cancer R&D despite the financial disincentives and other hurdles that have prevented adequate progress in that field. Lansing, a noted entertainment executive, co-founded Stand Up to Cancer, which uses its platform to harness the private sector to break down silos and fragmentation that impede R&D. For instance, the organization funds grants that explicitly require recipients to work across institutions. New science brings new challenges for regulators and physicians alike. In Part 3, Afrothiti J. Hanrahan, Gershon S. Gill, and David B. Solid discuss the paradigm shift in cancer drug development toward targeted and immune-based therapies. These groundbreaking treatments are most effective in molecularly defined subsets of patients, with therapy selection increasingly guided by real-time testing for the genetic mutations or other molecular changes responsible for cancer development in individual patients. This approach, referred to as precision oncology, requires innovative clinical trial designs and regulatory flexibility to facilitate the testing of more personalized targeted, immune-based, and cellular therapies. And because drugs will be effective in only small subsets of cancer patients or even in a single individual, ensuring affordability while addressing the expenses of developing tailored treatments will be a pressing challenge in coming years. For practicing physicians, all the developments discussed above have revolutionized the nature of clinical practice. Neil J. Meripol and Eric P. Weiner describe the sea change practitioners have experienced in recent decades. Whereas a cancer diagnosis was once a death sentence, oncology today is more multifaceted, with new emphases on shared decision-making between doctors and patients, the growing importance of survivorship, and the development of multimodal teams. New pressures have also emerged, including consolidation, the challenges of incorporating new innovations and technologies at a rapid clip, and the burdens placed on practicing doctors of having to implement even ultimately beneficial practices, such as electronic health records. On the research side, Cynthia Jung, Kenna Shaw, Arjun Modi, Barrett J. Rollins, and Charles L. Sawyers offer a deep look into new legal and regulatory challenges posed for research by precision oncology. Widespread adoption of tumor sequencing into current clinical oncology practice has provided the opportunity to create linked registries, but this has not happened at the scale and pace needed to power precision medicine. Fragmentation re-emerges as a theme, with vital data currently scattered among the public, academic, and private sectors. Future reforms must meet the need to reinvent data and privacy protections to guard patients while still allowing clinical genomic data collection that spans all relevant sectors, from the public through the academic and private. Finally, Carey Gross, Stacy B. Dusadzina, and Ezekiel J. Emanuel diagnose a slew of problems with how we pay for cancer, what we pay, and what we pay for. They highlight several vital areas, including underperformance in the prevention space, overly aggressive care and screening, conflicts of interest in clinical care, and the need to reshape the way we pay for drugs. Part 4 returns to where the war on cancer began, with the government. Gideon Blumenthal details the evolution of cancer R&D, highlighting pressing issues regarding costs and redundancy in drug development. Blumenthal looks ahead to new efforts from the Biden administration to fund high-risk, high-reward projects that aim to work with a variety of groups, including venture capitalists, academic researchers, and drug manufacturers to de-risk investments in future cures that might otherwise not be prioritized. He also calls for a further reduction in red tape within the clinical trials enterprise, including cutting out needless measures that add to burdens on patients and investigators while slowing down the development process. Turning beyond the FDA to a broader view of the sweeping federal bureaucracy, Sheila Foster, Shimir Sherwood, and Richard L. Shilsky identify overlaps, silos, and fragmentation across the key U.S. federal agencies engaged with cancer. They find that the large number of federal agencies involved in cancer research and treatment can present barriers to advancing cancer care by imposing regulatory roadblocks, engaging in uncoordinated efforts, or failing to keep pace with the breakneck speed at which cancer research is advancing. They argue that the first 50 years since the passage of the National Cancer Act saw the U.S. build an expansive infrastructure to support cancer care and research, but that the next 50 should address how best to harness all its power. Carey Gross and Deborah Schrag widen the lens even further, reminding us of the importance of state governments and the state regulatory landscape for cancer. States play a central role in areas ranging from insurance regulation to public health, and are given wide latitude to set cancer control priorities according to local needs, resources, and culture. This makes the states potentially powerful innovators for cancer policy, but it also raises concerns about profound inequity across the country depending on which state one resides in. Congress, of course, remains a central player. As Congresswoman Rosa L. DeLauro and Abby R. Gluck detail, federal legislation touches almost every aspect of cancer, from expanding insurance access, to protecting patient data privacy, to incentivizing the development of potentially life-saving drugs. Congress makes big choices in this space, whether it's a choice to fund one specific cancer over another or to fund basic research over translational. And, perhaps most critically, Congress holds the purse strings. What Congress decides to fund, and what it decides to underfund, such as prevention, sets the programmatic priorities and signals to the nation what is most important. But even as Congress engages with nearly all aspects of the cancer space, the authors argue that they must be viewed more holistically rather than as separate efforts, a 360-degree approach that views equity, prevention, access to insurance and the social safety net, R&D, pricing, and more as part of a single, coherent problem. Finally, Greg Simon and Alison Rabkin Golden take us to another moonshot, the Obama-Biden administration's cancer moonshot, while looking ahead to President Biden's renewed efforts to address cancer today. The 2016 moonshot was not one rocket aimed at a single destination, or even an effort envisioned as driven by the federal government. Instead, the Obama-Biden moonshot sought to harness the unique platform of the presidency to address fragmentation and lack of collaboration and data sharing, and convince actors from across the government and beyond to work together and share their efforts as never before. Looking ahead, Simon and Rabkin Golden see the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic as a powerful example of what government can do, quickly and well, when agencies are coordinated and government uses its power to remove barriers to the rapid development and testing of new therapies. They argue that continuing to expand on that effort in the service of cancer is essential, with presidential leadership vital to the effort. But they also argue, as does virtually every chapter of the book more broadly, that today's vision for the future of cancer policy must be wider and more ambitious. It should take into account not only the government, but also the private sector, and not only cancer science, but also the importance of socio-economic factors as well as the pressing work of dismantling health inequities root and branch so that we may truly achieve what we set out to do. Everyone WHO is born holds dual citizenship, Susan Sontag famously wrote, in the kingdom of the well and in the kingdom of the sick. We did not win the war on cancer, but the breakthroughs of the past 50 years have been extraordinary. We recognize the accomplishments in cancer biology, prevention, and treatment since passage of the National Cancer Act, but we remain a long way from declaring mission accomplished. With the great advances in the prevention and therapy of heart disease witnessed in the 20th century, cancer is now the leading cause of mortality among Americans under the age of 80. Our continuing commitment to scientific progress requires a parallel commitment to progress when it comes to people, institutions, providers, and regulators of cancer. It requires attention to public health and prevention, the economics for patients and providers alike, racial justice and health equity, fragmentation and siloing, and inefficiencies, redundancies, and waste. In his 1962 speech on the original moonshot, President John F. Kennedy stated, "We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained, and new rights to be won, and they must be won and used for the progress of all people." Cancer is among the greatest medical challenges of the 21st century, and both its challenges and solutions reflect the larger, fundamental need to accelerate innovation and novel approaches across the gamut of biomedical research, while at the same time pushing us to think beyond the science to the myriad other structures and institutions that deliver those innovations to the sick. It calls for a New Deal, all-hands-on-deck approach to a multimodal problem that reinvests in the nation for the general welfare of all its people. Charles S. Fuchs is the Senior Vice President and Global Head of Product Development for Oncology and Hematology at Roche and Genentech, former Director of Yale Cancer Center. Abby R. Gluck is the Alfred M. Rankin Professor of Law and the founding Faculty Director of the Solomon Center for Health Law and Policy at Yale Law School. She is also Professor of Medicine at Yale School of Medicine. Eugene Rusin is a Senior Fellow, Solomon Center for Health Law and Policy, and Lecturer in Law at Yale Law School. Notes. 1. U.S. Congress, Senate, Committee on Labor and Public Welfare, A National Program for the Conquest of Cancer, Report, 91st Congress, 2nd Sess, 1970, S. Rep. 91-1402. 2. Rebecca L. Siegel, Kimberly D. Miller, and Armeden Gemal, Cancer Statistics, 2020, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 70, No. 1, 2020, 7-30. Wiley.com. 3. American Cancer Society, Cancer Treatment and Survivorship Facts and Figures 2019-2021, Atlanta, American Cancer Society, 2019. Cancer.org. SHIP Facts and Figures 2019-2021.pdf. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, Guiding Cancer Control, A Path to Transformation, eds. Michael M. E. Johns al. Washington, D.C., National Academies Press, 2019. doi.org. 4. Susan Sontag, Illness as Metaphor, New York Review of Books, January 26, 1978. nibooks.com. Part 1. Cancer Care Today, Where We Are and WHO Pays. Chapter 1. The New Borders of Cancerland. Siddhartha Mukherjee. I was trained as an oncologist and cancer biologist in the 2000s. As that decade began, newspapers echoed the language of the early 1970s in articles about treatment advances. Cancer's Achilles heel would be found as surely as we could create a magic bullet for cancer itself. And some of those magic bullet medicines have, indeed, arrived. For certain forms of breast cancer, for prostate cancer, some blood cancers, we are inhabiting a new era of medical therapy. But here, rather than concentrate on therapies alone, I want to turn to a different question. Cancer is appropriately perceived as a disease of risk, genetic or heritable risks, lifestyle risks, and the unknown risks of chance. How does this view of cancer as a looming risk alter our medical and cultural relationship with disease? What effect does a risk-based culture create? The oncologist David Skadden called his book Cancerland. Borrowing that word from popular culture, see, for instance, Barbara Ehrenreich's essay, Welcome to Cancerland. It is a word that patients use as they countenance the diagnosis and all the medical, cultural, and social contours that change with the diagnosis. Most of the chapters in this book think about how to reform the system, the structures of cancer access, research, and treatment. That is critical work, but we, the patients, policymakers, and providers reading this book, must also keep in mind how the system shapes us. As we begin this next 50 years of the war on cancer, we have begun to quantify risks for patients, even before they get cancer. The borders of Cancerland have begun to feel all-encompassing. In the past, entry into Cancerland was reserved for those with the diagnosis of cancer. But as we move to a risk mitigation and risk assessment model of cancer, we are all becoming citizens with permanent passports. The shifting borders of this new land hinge on this language of risk, minimizing it, identifying it, managing it. Everyone, in one way or another, slowly becomes a citizen. Yet as we all become cancer patients, how do we exist in a world defined by surveillance, identification of risk, and early detection? Charting these frontiers leads to an old insight supported by new research. A wealth of data gathered over the past 20 years points to the fact that there are multiple levels of cancer control. One of the major problems we confront is determining how to harmonize them in a way that is more coordinated and integrated than what we know today. Identifying the levels of cancer control also allows us to create a funneled assessment of and response to cancer. This involves lessening harmful exposures and extends to the identification of those at risk. It includes our ability to detect cancer as early as possible while minimizing overdiagnosis. A funneled approach would then consider whether someone's cancer is more likely to progress based on an understanding of host characteristics and the interaction between the host and the tumor. Lastly, where treatment is needed, the aim becomes finding the least toxic therapies. By this point, funneling would hopefully have allowed us to conserve resources best used for those who require the most effective and least toxic treatments. As we enter this experiment, as we try to create road maps and models for ourselves and for our patients, we must remember the cultural impact of welcoming ourselves and others into Cancerland will outlast and outlive us. Cancer, our genes, and the anxiety of risk-based medicine. In the summer of 2005, I met a woman, Laura M., whose life had been overturned by cancer. But she was disease-free, it was the anxiety of cancer in the future that haunted her. Laura had been diagnosed with a primary tumor in her breast that was small and localized. She had had surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy, a standard treatment protocol, and had then come to see me, an oncologist, to help manage her future care. I suggested doing nothing. Everything about her case suggested a good prognosis. We all agreed that she had likely been cured. But in the wake of her treatment, she became obsessed by the possibility of a relapse. She scoured her family history and discovered a distant aunt who had died of breast cancer at age 70. Her own mother had died at a young age from a car accident, but Laura became convinced that had her mother lived, she would have been diagnosed with breast cancer. Laura's visits to the clinic were punctuated by her sense of doom. She often came in with sheaves of papers that she had printed from the internet about occult metastasis, which had been found in patients who, like her, were thought to be at low risk. She repeatedly asked me to confirm that she had been given the most aggressive chemo regimen that could be given. She had, in fact, been treated with the appropriate regimen recommended for her case. We checked her for genetic susceptibilities, such as inherited mutations in the BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes that increase cancer risk, but found none. Nonetheless, she asked if she and her daughter could undergo the most intensive form of cancer surveillance to detect early cancers in her body. Laura's story highlights a new anxiety about illness that is permeating our culture. It is the anxiety of being under constant diagnostic surveillance, of inhabiting a state of vigilant watchfulness for illnesses before they can take root in one's body. It is the state, as one patient described it, of feeling under siege from the future. Emblematic of this anxiety is the concept of a proviver, a strange new term invented to describe a person who is a survivor of an illness that she is predisposed toward, but has yet to have. For Laura, these states were contiguous. Her survivorship from one breast cancer had turned overnight, it seemed, into provivorship for another breast cancer. As I write this, two kinds of technologies are radically altering the landscape of cancer risk and screening. The first involves what we might call genetic surveillance, an attempt to quantify an individual's inherited predisposition for cancer, that is, you should be surveyed for the disease because of the higher risk conferred by your genes. The second, in contrast, involves chemical surveillance, an attempt to detect chemical markers of incipient cancers in blood, i.e., you should be surveyed because there is a sign of early cancer circulating in your blood. The two technologies converge to increase the supply of those who are forced to enter the domain of surveillance and screening. Both, in short, encourage people without current cancer, but with the prospect of future cancer, to become citizens or permanent residents of what Susan Sontag once described as the kingdom of the ill. Cancer screening and cancer risk. For decades, perhaps centuries, we have known of families where some form of cancer, usually the same type, breast or pancreatic, is manifest in multiple individuals across multiple generations. Not every family member is affected, but the risk of cancer in such a family clearly lies beyond the average risk of cancer in the population. Until recently, our capacity to identify the culprit genes in such families, or, more actionably, to identify the members of the family who carried the heightened risk, was limited to inherited single-gene mutations. These included mutations in such genes as BRCA1, BRCA2, and MLH1 that, if inherited from parents, increase the likelihood of breast, colon, and other cancers by several-fold over normal individuals. But many human traits, including cancer risk, might not track with single-gene mutations. Take human height as an example. Height is highly heritable. We know that tall parents tend to produce tall children, and shorter parents bear shorter children, yet early attempts to pin down the variation in human height to single gene variations or mutations revealed only a smattering of candidate genes. For this chapter, I use the terms variation and mutation interchangeably, although there are subtle differences. Geneticists describe this conundrum, famously, as the missing heritability of height. We could infer from the pattern of inheritance that height-determining genes must exist in the human genome, but the precise identity and number remained unknown. By similar logic, the inherited risk of cancer might be carried by mutations or variations not in one but in multiple genes, each of which acts together to increase an individual's risk of the disease. In the 1990s, some breast cancer patients began to refer to the next, as yet unidentified conglomerate of genes for breast cancer as BRCA3. That name carried both a sardonic and a hopeful edge. Unlike patients with definite BRCA1 and BRCA2 mutations, patients with potential BRCA3 mutations remained suspended in an anxious limbo. We could not diagnose a woman with this genetic syndrome yet because we had no idea what these genes might be. A few additional single gene mutations that increased breast cancer risk were identified in the 2000s, but most patients with breast cancer continued to lack a single gene explanation. A BRCA3 patient's experience of her terrifying family history and dread of future disease were just as acute as those of a patient with known cancer risk mutations, but the genes that precipitated the former patient's fate were hidden from our view. As doctors, we would acknowledge the risk that these patients carried, with their family histories scarred by breast cancer, but we were unable to offer a more tangible description of their susceptibility to the disease. This state of suspension for polygenic, aka multigene, diseases is finally being relieved. The combinations of gene mutations responsible for such genetically complex diseases are now being identified by powerful computational technologies. Deep learning algorithms, in particular, have been unleashed on human genomes. By scanning millions of fully sequenced genomes, these algorithms learn to dissect how variations in thousands of genes, each exerting a small effect, might ultimately add up to the heightened risk of an illness, a problem of such mind-boggling permutational complexity that ordinary algorithms had failed to capture it. One machine learning algorithm has learned to predict human height as the consequence of variations in 1,000-odd genes. Take a moment to digest this startling fact. Such an algorithm might soon predict your actual height, or the future height of your unborn child, based on your genetic sequence alone. Another deep learning program is learning to predict the risk of cardiovascular disease, again, likely the consequence of hundreds of gene mutations or variations. With such advances, it is likely that an algorithm might identify those of us at highest genetic risk for future cancers. Of course, for many cancers, even ones that run in families, there is still a powerful influence of chance and the environment. A woman with a BRCA1 mutation might increase her risk for breast cancer through certain exposures, by virtue of inheriting other, modifier, genes or by chance alone. These additional variables are not yet part of the deep learning landscape but could become incorporated into computational algorithms in the future. This technology, then, could serve as a portal of entry into the world of cancer for potentially millions of men and women who seek to be annotated for future cancer risk and potentially surveyed for cancer. Advancements in cancer detection. While computers seek out patients who have an inherited susceptibility to cancer, other machines are seeking to identify chemicals that might currently be in our blood or other organs that signal cancer risk. Termed liquid biopsy, or liquid surveillance, these methods attempt to discover minuscule amounts of the products shed or spilled by cancer cells, DNA, proteins, and other substances, into the blood or other circulating tissues. Once such trace signs of an incipient cancer are found, the logic runs, cancer will be detected in its earliest stages and can be attacked with more effective therapies. We will scour the body to find ovarian, lung, and prostate cancers, for instance, before these become clinically manifest, thereby enabling better treatments. These liquid biopsies run the risk of overdiagnosing patients. However, what if someone is found to carry a liquid marker for ovarian cancer, say, but that ovarian cancer never takes root in her body? Cancer cells, we now know, can exist in a body, or a site within the body, without becoming manifest as clinical disease or a detectable metastasis. Most likely, this is because the soil of a particular organ does not allow the seed of a cancer to sprout? Or what if some of the markers turn out to overlap with benign diseases, as was the case with earlier liquid surveillance markers, such as the prostate-specific antigen test for prostate cancer, thereby increasing the risk of false positive results? Nonetheless, enthusiasm for the liquid surveillance of cancer seems to grow exponentially each day. One private company that hopes to advance this technology goes by the name Grail, emblematic of the near-religious fervor with which some advocates describe the power of liquid biopsies. Many patients in my cancer clinic now come to their appointments armed with brochures about liquid biopsies, wondering whether their tumors might have been detected earlier had such biopsies been performed. These technologies represent a second portal of entry into the world of cancer. By identifying men and women who might be bearing the first markers of cancer, these methods increase the pool of those who must be surveyed and further screened for the illness. Identifying whether cancer is likely to progress. Once a cancer is diagnosed, whether early or not, our capacity to understand which patient is most likely to progress becomes central. Our understanding of how a cancer might progress in a person has evolved in recent years, hinging on host characteristics as well as the interaction between the host and the tumor. Breast cancer provides one example of how recent insights have come to bear. An improved understanding of tumor signatures allowed us to decrease the use of chemotherapy for certain women who we knew were unlikely to have high-risk disease. We also began to better understand the complex collaboration between cancer and its microenvironment. This could more deeply explain why some cancers are likely to progress, whereas others are not. It also leads to a new set of concerns centered on our understanding of the patient's microenvironment. Are there, for instance, aspects of a specific human body's environment that might restrict metastatic spread? An affirmative answer would mean that we would survey an individual's exposures and genetics while also trying to understand what their immune function is like, the nature of their work, and the many elements that define how a host interacts with a tumor. This could allow us to get some sense of whether a person is likely to have progressive disease, local relapse, or metastatic relapse in contrast to someone else who would be better off receiving no intervention beyond a certain point. A major project initially based at the Wellcome Sanger Institute in Cambridge, England, has been seeking to identify, first in animals and then in humans, the components of an organism's microenvironment that might restrict metastatic spread. One of the early findings to emerge from this project suggests that many of the early genetic determinants happen to be in immune cells, particularly cells of the innate immune system. Approximately 30 genes have been identified by these studies, with only about 15 to 20% having been ascribed simple functions. The other approximately 85% are of unknown function, manifesting in animal models as well as in certain human data as restrictors of metastatic spread. Better understanding the microenvironment and its relationship to whether and how a tumor might develop, more clearly charting the relationship between seed and soil, could also impact how cancer is treated. Finding the right treatment. Having followed our roadmap this far, identifying those at risk of cancer while potentially reducing risk, detecting cancer early, and determining those whose cancer is more likely to progress, how should we think about treatment when it is needed? Finding the least toxic therapies is key. Immunological therapy was not available when I was in training but has subsequently emerged as an effective treatment for several cancers. I once made a personal bet that I did not think that during my lifetime we would ever find an effective treatment for smoking-related lung cancer. The fact that that has happened, at least in some cases of this form of cancer, is a testament to how little we knew back then of other forms of controlling cancer cells as well as of the biology of cancer in general. There are signs of other intriguing treatment avenues ahead. Take the CANTOS trial as an example. The primary focus of the trial was to try to decrease the risk of cardiovascular disease. The researchers were attempting to test whether there was an inflammatory component to cardiovascular disease caused by inflammatory cells that were ultimately depositing plaque. As a side study, the researchers analyzed data for patients at higher risk for lung cancer. For that cohort, a question was whether a sophisticated anti-inflammatory approach was at play. Results from that study have been used in subsequent research trying to understand whether risk of death from lung cancer or the development of lung cancer can be decreased based on the use of an anti-inflammatory strategy that targets the microenvironment. There are also new approaches that are much more bespoke, and much more expensive, for certain cancers. Chimeric antigen receptor T-cell, CAR-T, therapy, which is a type of human immune engineering, provides one example. Here, T cells are extracted from a patient's body. They are then genetically modified to make them attack her tumor cells before being reinfused back into her body. This is a complex and expensive technology, one that has proven to be successful in a small number of cases by re-engineering the immune system to target cancer cells in particular. Considering these treatments opens onto deeper, as yet unresolved, questions. While we know immune cells contribute to the microenvironment, what other cells play a meaningful part? Widening out even further, what metabolic pathways are Achilles' heels for human cancers? Another insight that has emerged over the past decade addresses microenvironmental failure in cancer, the role of inflammation, immune cell control, and checkpoint deregulation. Could we imagine augmenting immunological strategies with metabolic and other strategies to more effectively treat cancer? Cancer as a total institution. What are we to make of these advances, and how will early detection and risk assessment in particular impact the future of cancer as experienced by those who have it and those who fear getting it? My aim is to neither exaggerate nor minimize the transformative potential of these technologies, although it is worth emphasizing this at the outset. The capacity to identify humans with an increased genetic risk for cancer, coupled with the possibility of detecting cancer at its earliest stages using a liquid biopsy, might radically change how we prevent, detect, and treat cancer. But my concern is the effect that such surveillance might have on our bodies and societies. In the 1950s, the sociologist Irving Goffman wrote a remarkable article about the concept of a total institution, an idea that he expanded in subsequent work. A total institution, Goffman explained in his 1961 book Asylums, is one where a great number of similarly situated people, cut off from the wider community for a considerable time, together lead an enclosed, formally administered round of life. Total institutions, such as mental hospitals, prisons, and even boarding schools, have rituals of entry and exit. They inculcate belonging. They invent their own vocabulary and codes of behavior. They have an internal logic, impenetrable to others. They encourage surveillance and create anxiety. Members are united by a common sense of purpose, by the feeling of being chosen or marked. Those who are expelled may feel a sense of betrayal, while those who remain can be consumed by the guilt of survivorship. Cancer, too, runs the risk of becoming a total institution. A patient, once diagnosed, may be whisked away into a cancer ward, dressed in a patient's smock, a tragicomically cruel costume, no less blighting than a prisoner's jumpsuit, as I wrote in The Emperor of All Maladies, and stripped of his identity. When I once asked a woman with a rare sarcoma about her life outside the hospital, she observed, "I am in the hospital even when I am outside the hospital." In this new era of cancer treatment, I wonder whether we are unwittingly, but insidiously, intensifying the totality of the cancer institution for patients. For people like Laura M., cancer has certainly become a total institution, or a cancer world. They are in either treatment, remission, surveillance, maintenance, or resurveillance. Mavens of early detection are also working on deep learning algorithms that will pick up cancerous lesions on patients' imaging results and classify them as malignant, using criteria that seem to defy even the most acute human eye. In an April 2017 article in The New Yorker, I wrote about one of the pioneers of this idea, the German computer scientist Sebastian Thrun. Thrun imagines a world in which even the daily instruments of our normal lives are morphed into weapons of diagnostic surveillance, a bathtub that scans your body to detect abnormal masses that might require investigation, a mirror that could check your body for precancerous moles, a computer program that, with your consent, would scour your Instagram or Facebook page while you slept at night, evaluating changes in your photographs that might signal signs of cancer. Then there's the question of treatment and cost. If an additional tumor, clinically undetectable, but discovered by these novel methods, were detected in Laura M.'s case and the primary lesion removed, what criteria would we use to determine whether we should use some form of adjuvant, extra, medicine, such as cell-killing chemotherapy or targeted therapy, after the initial surgical removal, as is often done for most cancers? The costs of such surveillance and treatment, an astronomical amount if every human had to be genetically annotated, subjected to surveillance, and treated if a tumor was found, would overwhelm current projections of medical costs, although in the most optimistic scenario, the benefits would also be amplified in lives saved via early diagnosis. Thorny issues of overdiagnosis and overtreatment would have to be addressed. We would have to devise careful guidelines about when not to act and whom not to treat. For Laura M., the answer to each of these questions carries immense consequences. She has entered a strange new world, one of constant diagnostic surveillance, of dealing with the anxiety of relapse and maintenance, of that peculiar desolation of the shuttle from clinical trial to clinical trial, and from hospital to hospital, as she tries to keep one step ahead in this chess game against cancer, and of watching doctors pit their will, wit, and imagination against a formidable enemy that keeps changing its shape. This world has created its own internal vocabulary. A haircut party is a celebration thrown in honor of a person about to enter the cancer world as a sign of solidarity, even if the patient is spared hair loss-inducing chemo. No exit chemo, as a patient of mine put it, describes the fact that a unique personalized chemo regimen for a patient produces unique toxicities. The phrase, no exit, borrowed from the Jean-Paul Sartre play in which every human being is assigned his or her own personal hell. A world in which cancer is normalized as a manageable chronic condition would be a wonderful thing, medical historian Stephen Shapin wrote in a 2010 review of The Emperor of All Maladies. But a risk factor world in which we all think of ourselves as precancerous would not, he continued. It might decrease the incidence of some forms of malignancy while hugely increasing the numbers of healthy people under medical treatment. It would be a strange victory in which the price to be paid for checking the spread of cancer through the body is its uncontrolled spread through the culture. One could argue that Shapin ignores how routine surveillance for other formerly fatal conditions has become woven into our lives to little or no ill consequence. No scientist bemoans the cultural and medical surveillance of, for the sake of argument, cardiac disease. We do not suffer overmuch from automobile safety having dramatically altered our driving habits either. Yet perhaps precisely because cancer encompasses so many different cancers, the cultural shift feels totalizing, unstoppable. The very title of this volume hints at the difference. We are in a total war, a century war, with cancer. The metaphor is telling. Total war does not care for its cultural or psychological consequences, but only for vanquishing the enemy. Perhaps the true battle of the next 50 years is to envision ourselves not at war, but at the precipice of a great cultural shift, mediated by cancer, in how Americans collectively conceive of illness and health. The shape of that shift, its borders, to turn back to Cancerland, will depend on how we orient the next 50 years. What shape will the surveillance of cancer take? Will it be a great civil project in which all Americans partake, a project of justice? Or will the most vulnerable among us see their health insurance curtailed as we increase genomic surveillance and curtail privacy laws, all while the elites bemoan the inability of disadvantaged populations to curtail their smoking or overeating? Will we allow anxiety to dominate our cultural attitude toward risk, or will we find a balance between curative therapies and the condition of being mortal? To date, Laura M. has not suffered from a relapse of breast cancer. Nor, fortunately, has she had a new cancer anywhere in her body. But the strange victory over her body has not spared her mind. She remains haunted by the future prospect of illness. When Sontag wrote of a passport between the kingdom of the well and the kingdom of the ill, she imagined a bidirectional passage. Men and women might pass into illness, but some would return to wellness. In inventing cancer's new surveillance culture, I fear that we have closed the borders of the kingdoms. I fear that we now possess one-way passports into the realm of illness. What we will find there in these next 50 years is up to us. Siddhartha Mukherjee is Assistant Professor of Medicine at Columbia University Medical Center and Pulitzer Prize-winning author of The Emperor of All Maladies. Notes. Portions of this chapter were previously published in Health Affairs. Siddhartha Mukherjee, Cancer, Our Genes, and the Anxiety of Risk-Based Medicine, Health Affairs 37, No. 5, 2018, 817-820. doi.org. 1. David Skadden, Cancerland, A Medical Memoir, New York, Thomas Dunn Books, 2018. 2. Barbara Ehrenreich, Welcome to Cancerland, Harper's Magazine, November 2001, 43-53. 3. Susan Sontag, Illness as Metaphor, New York Review of Books, January 26, 1978. nybooks.com. 4. Irving Goffman, Asylums, Essays on the Social Situation of Mental Patients and Other Inmates, New York, Anchor Books, 1961, 13. 5. Siddhartha Mukherjee, The Emperor of All Maladies, A Biography of Cancer, New York, Simon & Schuster, 2011, 4. 6. Siddhartha Mukherjee, AI versus MD, What Happens When Diagnosis is Automated. New Yorker, March 27, 2017. NewYorker.com. 7. Stephen Shapin, Cancer World, The Making of a Modern Disease, New Yorker, November 8, 2010. Chapter 2. A View from the Ground. The Changing Landscape of Cancer Care. Randall A. Oyer and Erin O. Akis. The following are two people, Michael, with a common cancer, and Lisa, with a rare cancer. Michael is 53 years old, with colon cancer identified during a routine colonoscopy. Michael is able to access surgery followed by preventative chemotherapy in his home community. However, his family history of cancer, as well as pathology findings, indicate the need for cancer genetics counselor services not available locally. Genetics consultation, accessed via telemedicine with an academic medical center, identifies Lynch hereditary cancer syndrome, providing an opportunity to prevent colon cancer in his first-degree relatives, all of whom would be at 50% risk of having the same inherited cancer risk gene mutation. Lisa is 47 years old and notices a lump in her left neck. The patient has a strong family history of cancer, but has not had prior medical problems. Outpatient biopsy in the local hospital yields unusual results requiring pathology consultation at a distant academic medical center that identifies a rare sarcoma. Lisa then requires multidisciplinary consultation, staging, preoperative chemotherapy, proton radiation, and complex multi-organ surgery with reconstruction available only at an academic medical center. Her sarcoma and family history are recognized as Li-Fraumeni syndrome, a high-penetrance hereditary cancer predisposition with profound family implications for multiple types of cancer in children and adults, typically cared for in the academic setting. Where these patients received cancer care ultimately differed based on the type of cancer identified. Michael, having a common cancer, can stay in the community for the majority of cancer care. However, Lisa, having a rare type of cancer, requires academic specialty consultation and complex care. While the type of cancer is not the only factor influencing where someone receives care, Michael and Lisa's different experiences of cancer in the United States provide a jumping-off point for a larger discussion. Here, we, two oncologists working in different settings, one in community and academic practices since 1986, one in academic and government, Veterans Administration, VA, practices since 2016, pass out the often indistinct boundaries between academic and community-based oncology services, as well as government providers. As practicing oncologists, we have been present, on the ground, to witness how the entanglement of these 4 care locations has its roots in the origins of cancer care in the United States. Cancer care in the U.S. took form during an era of transformation in both scientific advancement and health care policy. Although federal investment established the National Cancer Institute, NCI, in 1937, chemotherapy did not find success until the 1950s. In subsequent decades, newly discovered cancer drugs remained inaccessible to most Americans. The 1971 National Cancer Act infused $100 million into cancer research, resulting in the establishment of 15 federally funded research programs, i.e., NCI-designated cancer centers, across the country. This expansion brought increased capacity to conduct cancer clinical trials and to train cancer specialists providing care from coast to coast. Staffed by increasing numbers of academically trained cancer specialists, community-based oncology programs took hold in the 1980s. In this early phase of medical oncology, most patients received chemotherapy infusions while admitted to a hospital. However, medical advancement and changes in healthcare reimbursement policy would soon facilitate a transition of chemotherapy to the outpatient setting. In the early 1980s, revisions to Medicare allowed cancer centers to receive reimbursement for outpatient visits, which, along with cancer care improvements, such as infusion pumps and effective anti-nausea medications, largely shifted chemotherapy administration from the hospital to an outpatient setting. Declining revenue for inpatient stays led hospital-based oncology units to consolidate or close. Similarly, as outpatient reimbursement has declined, more than 50% of oncology practices that were independent in 2007 were integrated with hospitals by 2017. The workforce of oncology has also changed dramatically since the 1990s. In U.S. cancer care, it comprises medical oncologists, surgeons, pathologists, radiologists, allied health professionals, clinical nurse specialists, and multidisciplinary team coordinators. From the 1990s to 2017, the number of cancer specialists per capita in the U.S. more than doubled, increasing from 1.8 to 4.8 medical oncologists per 100,000 Americans. However, while oncology practices are decreasing, the number of oncologists working per practice grows. In 2017, more than 80% of U.S. oncology practices were supported by advanced practitioners, including physician assistants (PA) and nurse practitioners (NPs). This is notable, as it demonstrates major shifts in where cancer treatment is provided, from small to large practices, and who provides it, from physicians to advanced practitioners. Whereas most cancer care provided in the community setting is not experimental, community-based oncologists maintain strong connections with academic centers and ongoing clinical research through national societies and research networks. To support these alliances and to increase participation in clinical research outside the academic setting, the NCI launched a series of initiatives: the Community Clinical Oncology Program, 1983, the NCI Community Cancer Centers Program, NCCCP, 2007, and the NCI Community Oncology Research Program, 2014. Today, integration of academic and community oncology care continues to enhance patient access to specialized providers and technologies. Figure 2.1. Trajectory of cancer care over time. Figure 2.1 depicts a timeline of medical advances in parallel with legislation and national programs that provided structural support for the expansion of cancer care from academia to the community. Relationship between cancer care and geography. Where cancer centers are located throughout the United States is driven largely by supply and demand. For example, the southern U.S., which has the largest proportion, 38%, of newly diagnosed cancer patients, likewise has the largest concentration of cancer practices, 33%, Phi. I. G. U. R. E. 2. Closing parenthesis. Despite this grossly proportional regional distribution of oncologists, many cancer patients reside in geographic areas that remain underserved. In 2017, only 7% of oncologists worked in rural areas, where 19.3% of U.S. citizens reside. The majority of oncology specialists are located in major cities or close suburbs. The geographic distribution of the oncology workforce is influenced largely by both professional aspirations, research versus patient care, and salary. This distribution likely contributes to disparities in access to cancer care. Although the percentage of oncologists in rural areas rose from 5.5% in 2014 to 7.4% in 2019, rural locations are still less likely to have even a single oncologist. Rural hospitals have closed at a greater rate than have metropolitan hospitals, and the oncologist per population ratio has fallen still lower. 20% of rural Americans live more than 60 minutes from an oncologist. Figure 2.2. Geographic distribution of oncologists. Electronic health records. Technology also plays a significant role in cancer care administration. Regardless of where cancer care is provided, the electronic health record, EHR, serves as a billing tool and as a record of care. However, due to lack of integration across institutions, the EHR is underutilized as a tool for care delivery or care improvement. Important information remains trapped in unstructured data because point-of-care natural language processing tools are not readily available. Learning across sites of care is limited to the current status of bioinformatics and health care delivery research. This chapter reviews the unique features, capabilities, and challenges characteristic of these four settings: academic research centers, community practices, small private oncology practices, and government providers. Through this careful comparison, we are able to recommend policy measures for the next 50 years of equitable, comprehensive, coordinated cancer care. Academic research centers. The three-part mission of academic research centers, driven by the National Cancer Act of 1971, includes research, education, and patient care. In 1971, 15 NCI-designated cancer centers across the country received federal funding to establish state-of-the-art centers for research, clinical care, and cancer control. Today, 51 NCI-designated centers, most of which exist within an academic institution, support clinical and translational research, transdisciplinary disease expertise, and a spectrum of specialty training programs in cancer care. Modern oncology care began in academic medical centers, which continue to yield discoveries that inform the cancer care provided across all other settings. Academic medical centers provide care services unavailable in other settings, develop and lead trials of new therapeutics, and communicate new best practices and guidelines. Scope of services. Academic medical centers provide a range of services often unavailable in other settings, including access to subspecialty care. Subspecialties in cancer care include, but are not limited to, medical, surgical, radiation, gynecologic, and pediatric oncology. While subspecialists in these areas may practice in the community, academic cancer centers are set up to support narrowly disease-focused multidisciplinary teams that provide patients with complex, coordinated, and high-quality treatment plans. Academic centers provide high-risk treatments, such as stem cell transplantation, which require expertise in execution as well as complex care coordination for survivors. Also, academic research centers are distinguished from community providers in their ability to devote resources to the study and treatment of rare diseases and disease subtypes, e.g., sarcomas or cancers caused by rare genetic syndromes. For instance, Lisa, with a rare sarcoma, benefits from the expertise and experience of an academic team of medical, radiation, and surgical oncologists who focus entirely on this rare disease. Research. A central mission of academic research centers is to bring scientific discoveries from the laboratory into practice through clinical trials. Whereas community practices are increasingly involved in clinical research, many early-phase trials require close collaboration between practicing academic oncologists who have framed clinical questions that need to be solved in the laboratory. To safely execute investigations, Academic centers employ integrated research teams that include laboratory-based and clinical physician scientists, regulatory experts, statisticians, trial coordinators, and bioethicists. Academic centers receive substantial financial support from government institutions, industry sponsors, and charitable foundations to conduct such research. Accessibility and economic challenges. Cancer care networks are one solution to extend accessibility of the specialized cancer care provided at academic centers. Increasingly, academic cancer centers form alliances with community oncology practices through acquisition or affiliation agreements. Ideally, these networks facilitate cancer patients receiving benefits of both academic and community care on an as-needed basis, decreasing inequalities in certain areas. For example, Michael, discussed earlier, could receive coordinated follow-up with a cancer geneticist based at a distant academic center while receiving routine surgery and chemotherapy in his community. Through this hub-and-spoke model of cancer care, community-based professionals benefit from the expertise of academic institutions while providing patient-centered care in diverse geographic areas. In turn, academic institutions benefit through catchment expansion. Academic research centers provide high-level consultations at the request of patients, families, and community oncologists despite the time and resources necessary for records review and the consultation itself, which are not economically supported unless the consultations lead to treatment, surgery, radiation, chemotherapy. This may put academic physicians and their practices in competition with referring physicians and their practices. Such competition can directly affect a patient such as Lisa, who may be encouraged to receive all future cancer evaluation and care that exceeds the scope of the request posed or needed by the referring community oncologist in the academic medical center, rather than in the community. Community practices. About 63% of U.S. cancer patients are treated in the community setting every year through care delivery, cancer screening, treatment, and clinical research. Scope of services. Community oncologists range from generalists who see all cancers and blood disorders to those, mostly in larger group settings, who subspecialize in one or several cancer types. Owing to a strong mission to provide evidence-based and high-quality cancer care across all cancer types, community oncologists maintain broad competency in various cancer types via self-directed continuing education, multidisciplinary prospective treatment planning meetings, and through regular use of electronically available evidence-based guidelines. For select complex and recurrent cancers, community-based practitioners often collaborate with academic institutions that provide advanced treatments or services. As illustrated earlier, the community hospital where Michael received treatment is not unusual in its practice to refer to an academic medical center for genetic counseling and testing. Many community hospitals would not be able to provide the subspecialization and multidisciplinary teams required for Lisa and her family. Research. Research in this setting is relevant but challenging due to financial barriers for the majority of community-based cancer programs. Recognizing the need to share research benefits with patients receiving care in the community, the NCI has promoted clinical research in the community setting through the Community Clinical Oncology Program, CCOP, and its successor, the NCI Community Oncology Research Program, NCORP. In past years, CCOP contributed 1/3 of NCI clinical treatment enrollment and nearly all cancer prevention and control enrollment. However, the cost of doing research through NCI cooperative groups can be prohibitive for community practices. The case reimbursement rate for cooperative group trials is approximately $2,000, compared to the actual case cost of approximately $6,000. Inadequate funding has been cited by practices as a factor that limits their participation in cooperative group trials. Other community-based research groups, including Private Practice US Oncology, the Sarah Cannon Research Institute, and the nonprofit Hoosier Cancer Research Network, conduct innovative cancer research in a combination of community and academic sites. Community-based cancer research programs typically have a mixed trials portfolio that includes not only cooperative group trials, but also innovative industry-sponsored trials that have a more sustainable funding model. Accessibility and economic challenges. Across the U.S., a community oncology practice is within an hour's drive for 90% of cancer patients, providing crucial accessibility and convenience. By comparison, nearly 30% would have to drive more than 1 hour to reach an academic research center. Additionally, time to treatment initiation, defined as the number of days from diagnosis to first treatment, is shorter in the community center compared to academic centers. This may be due to a number of factors including limited capacity as well as the actual time involved in planning and coordinating complex care for the types of cancers requiring care in the academic compared to the community setting. In addition to higher accessibility, cancer care in the community setting is typically less expensive than in the academic setting. The mean monthly cost to the patient for cancer care in the community outpatient clinic setting has been reported at $12,548, compared with $20,060 in a hospital-owned practice. Perhaps due to a lack of transparency, it is unclear whether patient preferences are influenced by these differences in costs. Practices that provide cancer care in the community face economic challenges that include increasing operational costs, rising costs of drug procurement, unreimbursed investments in the EHR, and time and expense due to insurance prior authorization and denials. The American Society of Clinical Oncology, ASCO, has reported annual decreases in the total number of active practices as well as increase in practice size, noting that hospital acquisition of oncology practices is more prevalent and increasing at a faster rate in oncology than in other medical specialties. In 2018, the Community Oncology Alliance reported closure of 423 oncology clinics and acquisition of 658 practices over a 2-year period. Medical oncology practices of all types are challenged by costly, complex, and unreimbursed holistic services required under alternative payment models, such as the patient-centered medical home (PCMH) model and the oncology care model (OCM). Due to extra services and time provided, the PCMH can successfully reduce emergency room visits by 15 to 50% and inpatient admissions by 10 to 40%. Savings to the payer in such models may not translate to an economic benefit equal to additional care coordination expenses incurred by the community practice, however, calling into question the economic sustainability of this approach in all settings. Small private oncology practices. The success of small private oncology practices, fewer than 6 providers, is dependent upon accessibility and strong physician-patient relationships. In 2017, most oncology practices were small and employed somewhere between 1 and 5 oncologists. However, in recent years, mergers, acquisitions, and closures have prompted fewer oncologists to open or maintain these types of practices. Scope of services. In contrast to academic medical centers or larger community practices, small private oncology practices comprise general hematologist oncologists providing broad expertise in all types of cancer and blood disorders. Providers in small oncology practices are limited in the type of multidisciplinary care they may have in-house to treat and support complex cases. For example, the majority of services other than chemotherapy, e.g., surgical and radiation oncology, received by both Michael and Lisa would not be available within a small medical oncology office and would require referral to other practices. Research. Although small private oncology practices are not financially structured to support clinical trials, the medical oncologists that work there strive to provide innovative care. Despite financial strain on the practice, small practice providers often join cooperative groups, such as CCOPs, or contract with industry for late-stage testing of drugs or devices as part of outpatient care. Indeed, one of us, Drive Oya, joined such a group in 1986, so as to bring new drugs and trials to patients. Economic challenges. The rise and fall of small private oncology practices has been powerfully driven by cancer drug reimbursement. In 2004, drug reimbursement was based on the average sales price, ASP, plus 22% to cover overhead costs. However, after Medicare reform in 2003, a new payment system was instituted that decreased reimbursement to ASP plus 6%. In 2012, a federal budget sequestration, which continues even now, further cut reimbursement to ASP plus 4.3%. This narrowing of the drug margin for cancer drugs created competitive disadvantage for small oncology practices as compared to larger ones that benefit from volume or hospital-based discounts. Due to these changes, the percentage of oncologists in small practices fell from 45.8% to 18.7%, as private practices have been driven to consolidate into larger groups or to join hospital-based groups. Government providers. Government institutions provide access to cancer care for select populations. The following sections examine the characteristics of the government providers of sufficient scale to treat large numbers of cancer patients, to illustrate how they contribute to cancer care in the United States. Federally Qualified Health Centers, FQHC. Federally Qualified Health Centers, FQHCs, are a key component of the health care safety net in the U.S. and provide primary care, as well as cancer prevention and control, annually for 20 million people who are underserved, uninsured, or underrepresented. Despite a lack of resources and their struggle to maintain a sufficient workforce, FQHCs are recognized for cancer prevention services, particularly screening efficiency. FQHCs perform cancer screening and facilitate referrals to cancer specialists but do not provide cancer treatment. The Indian Health Service, IHS. The IHS, with urban Indian health programs, provides care to over 2.56 million Americans who are members of 556 federally recognized tribes of American Indians and Alaska Natives, AI, and they have the poorest rate of cancer survival. Currently, cancer is the leading cause of death for women in the AI and population and the second leading cause of death for AI and men. Despite the impact of cancer on the AI and population, the IHS has been significantly underfunded overall. In addition to chronic comorbidities, lack of access to services is known to be a contributing factor to the prevalence of cancer for the AI and populations. Finally, one of the many challenges of the IHS can be the distance beneficiaries must travel for care. Veterans Health Administration, VHA. The VHA, a component of the executive branch of the federal government, is the nation's largest health system and makes about 3% of all cancer diagnoses every year. The VHA often partners with academic institutions to provide health care with the support of academic faculty and medical trainees. As a result, the majority, 70%, of all practicing physicians in the United States trained, at least in part, in VHA hospitals through affiliations with 90% of U.S. medical schools. Cancer care in the VHA system varies in nature based on the availability of subspecialty resources accessible through these academic partnerships. VHA scope of services. VHA hospitals with strong academic affiliations may have access to advanced cancer therapies, technologies, clinical trials, and disease-focused specialists. However, many rural VHA hospitals operate similarly to community-based oncology programs. Despite reports of long wait times for veterans seeking care, research suggests that as a population, veterans receive better cancer screening and more evidence-based cancer treatment than do non-veterans. Guideline concordant care in the veterans system is mandated by a national formulary program, which restricts cancer drug use to evidence-based indications. The VHA also has a National Oncology Program Office that provides centralized quality improvement leadership and research support to oncologists across the country. The VHA supports developing models of cancer care delivery. The VHA was among the first to provide chemotherapy to remote populations using telehealth. Also unique to the VHA is a concurrent care model of palliative and end-of-life care. Whereas non-veterans receive home hospice support only when foregoing all life-sustaining care, veterans with advanced cancer can enroll in hospice care while continuing to receive cancer-directed therapies. VHA Research. VHA Research, developed in alliance with academic medical centers, focuses on population health management and health services, e.g., lung cancer screening, as well as basic and clinical research. In 2018, the NCI and the VHA collaborated to increase veterans' access to therapeutic cancer clinical trials by strengthening clinical research infrastructure. Federal entities including the NCI, Department of Defense, and the VHA often collaborate in cancer research efforts. VHA Access and Economics. As noted earlier, veteran access to comprehensive cancer care depends on the resources available to a particular VA hospital, which vary greatly. Two major laws increased veterans' access to cancer care services. In response to reports of long wait times, the Veterans' Choice Act of 2014 and the VA Mission Act of 2018 created pathways for veterans to receive care outside the VA network, expanding cancer care access to veterans who were geographically underserved. The VHA system benefits economically from being a single-payer national health service. Additionally, the VA is able to buy drugs at discounted prices by statutory mandate, which it can further negotiate due to its national formulary. Out-of-pocket costs for veterans with cancer are modest. Veterans incur no out-of-pocket cost for cancer drug infusions. All prescriptions for veterans, including cancer drugs, have the same copay, $8. They do pay per visit copays, but that fee operates on a sliding scale. The economies of scale the VA is able to accomplish are used as a benchmark for other government purchases. Future directions. The 1971 War on Cancer Act, PL 92-218, strengthened the research mission of the NCI by establishing a National Cancer Program, NCP, that was intended to interact enough with the established cancer care delivery system through planning and coordination to improve the delivery of patient care. But the goals of the 1971 Act could not be met. When the War on Cancer Act was recodified, the scope of the program was redefined to include only the NCI. 50 years later, we believe that Congress and the NCI should recommit to the sweeping vision of 1971. To do so, the nation must establish a national cancer program that divides the country into a number of hub-and-spoke delivery regions. Established comprehensive cancer centers, CCCs, would act as regional hubs charged with disseminating knowledge, providing complex cancer care, and continuing all phases of cancer research. Each regional CCC hub would seamlessly connect with a variety of care locations, including community cancer centers, government providers, and private practice oncology locations. Establishing a hub-and-spoke national cancer program would require substantial resources and rigorous national and state policy. Moreover, to function effectively, such a system would require a common air system across all care locations. Such an air would need to contain critical data elements, including social determinants of health, point-of-care pathways, and telemedicine platforms. This expansive hub-and-spoke system is reflective of the recommendations of national organizations, such as the Association of Community Cancer Centers, which recommend that access, equity, precision medicine, holistic care, and clinical trials be available to all cancer patients and families, no matter where, nor what type of institution provides their care. It is imperative that complex cancer care can be delivered across multiple care settings, as growing demand at NCI and academic medical centers may exceed their capacity to provide timely treatment. Many patients, such as Michael, are well cared for across all settings, highlighting the value of a setting that provides the most efficient and accessible care. Other patients, such as Lisa, need a higher level of care, demonstrating the need for academic medical centers. The concrete policy suggestions we make below lay out plans for enacting a hub-and-spoke regional model, reflecting the need for all cancer care locations to communicate effectively and clearly across care settings. Managed care and consolidations. Until the past few decades, physicians controlled both the medical marketplace and medical knowledge, allowing them the freedom to care for and refer patients wherever they chose. In response to rising health care costs in the early 1990s, a mixture of market and regulatory solutions, notably managed care plans, were implemented. Combined with an oversupply of hospital beds and some medical specialists, this led to a shift of power away from physicians toward insurers. Physicians' autonomy was sharply curtailed, and insurers could now dictate where patients received care. The passage of the Affordable Care Act in 2010 expanded the number of Americans covered by health insurance but led to a decrease in the quality of existing coverage through narrowed networks, and an increase in low-quality, high-deductible plans on the market. Superimposed consolidation trends resulted in a decline in small private practices, increased employment of physicians by hospitals, the creation of large physician groups, and vertical integration. Large-scale, non-physician-owned practices remain free to dictate referral patterns and exploit a pricing system that rewards market power. For example, hospital-based physicians make referrals at twice the rate of office-based physicians. Consolidation, both vertical and horizontal, has increased inequities in payment and resources at the community level. Top-tier hospitals with the most market power negotiate significantly higher reimbursement rates than smaller hospitals, especially those caring for poorer populations. Additionally, healthcare prices vary from one geographic region to another, further exacerbating disparities in access and quality of cancer care and other health care services. The future of the oncology workforce. Along with expansion, the capacity of the oncology workforce presents its own challenges. ASCO predicted that from 2012 to 2025, the demand for cancer care would increase by 40%, but that the supply of oncologists would not be able to rise to meet it. This is due to a growing demographic of individuals aged 65 and older who are at an increased risk of developing cancer, a growing number of oncologists in the same age range who are retiring, and the complexity of oncology care with individual patients needing more services. These challenges in the labor supply, coupled with the need for oncologists in rural and underserved communities, will undoubtedly shape where cancer care is provided in the near and long-term future. Underrepresentation of minority groups in the oncology physician workforce is also striking and may exacerbate geographic and racial inequities in access to cancer care. While at least 33.2% of the U.S. population identifies as Black, Hispanic, Latinx, or AI, and only 7.8% of practicing U.S. oncologists are from these groups. With the increasing volume of care both available and needed, as well as improved rates of survival, every patient will require more care over longer periods of time. Improving cancer care equity in the future will require significant expansion and diversification of the oncology workforce with investment in pipeline programs and training in the care of underserved populations. The promise of telemedicine. Changes during the COVID-19 pandemic include trends toward patient-centered care, with patients expecting safety and personalized care, as well as increased home infusions. With this decentralization of care away from medical centers, the entire healthcare system has become interested in telemedicine as an effective way to address geographic barriers to access. However, 22% of U.S. citizens do not own a desktop computer or laptop and 25% do not own a smartphone or other type of wireless handheld computer. It is uncertain whether increasing use of telemedicine will ameliorate or exacerbate disparities in cancer care driven by geographic and socio-demographic factors. A recent study in primary care reported that older patients and non-English-speaking patients had lower rates of telemedicine use generally, and that older patients and Black, Latinx, and poorer patients had less video use. Technology toward a unified future. Use of EHRs. To ensure cancer care equity, quality, and value across care settings, transformative use of EHRs can and must be implemented to collect relevant clinical data sets, including characteristics that affect both treatment and outcome. We suggest that Congress mandate interoperability using Minimum Common Oncology Data Elements, MCODE, developed by ASCO and collaborators. Regardless of where care is received, Every cancer patient's data can and must be subjected to analytics informed by rigorous methods to furnish real-time, evidence-based, individualized decision support for clinicians in all care settings. Such computational support will enable clinicians with variable expertise and resources to provide state-of-the-art cancer care regardless of their practice setting. As new cancer treatments and technologies become widely available across the U.S., the boundaries between types of cancer care delivery institutions can and must be broken down. As a specialty, oncology's commitment to cancer care and health equity requires cancer experts to continue researching and advancing not only the scientific understanding of cancer, but also the distribution, economics, and politics of cancer. Randall A. Oyer is medical director of the oncology program at Lancaster General Hospital. Erin O. Akis is medical director, Penn Medicine and B. Barshinger Cancer Institute. Notes. 1. A 2020 review of the 10 top cancers, representing over 4 million cases in the National Cancer Database, looked at a narrow subset of these categories. The review showed that between 2007 and 2016, the case distribution across hospital type was 49% community, 23% academic, 14% NCI, and 14% integrated network hospitals. Zachary A. K. Frosch et al., Association of Hospital Type and Patient Volume Growth with Timely Cancer Treatment, Journal of Clinical Oncology 38, No. 15, 2020, S2022. doi.org. ASCO reports that 21% of cancer practices are academic practices, 37% health system owned. Megan Kirkwood et al., The State of Oncology Practice in America, 2018, Results of the ASCO Practice Census Survey, Journal of Oncology Practice 14, No. 7, 2018, E412 E419. doi.org. 2. Sire S. Nickpay, Michael R. Richards, and David Penson, Hospital Physician Consolidation Accelerated in the Past Decade in Cardiology, Oncology, Health Affairs 37, No. 7, 2018, 1123-1127. doi.org. 3. American Society of Clinical Oncology, The State of Cancer Care in America, 2017, a report by the American Society of Clinical Oncology, Journal of Oncology Practice 13, No. 4, 2017, E353-E394. doi.org. Status of the Medical Oncology Workforce, Journal of Clinical Oncology 14, No. 9, 1996, 2612-2621. doi.org. 4. Suanna S. Bruinuge et al., Understanding the Role of Advanced Practice Providers in Oncology in the United States, Journal of Oncology Practice 14, No. 9, 2018, E518 E532. doi.org. 5. Kirkwood et al., The State of Oncology Practice. 6. Physician Compare National Downloadable File, healthdata.gov, cms.gov. 7. Christopher E. Desch and Douglas W. Blaney, Making the Choice Between Academic Oncology and Community Practice, The Big Picture and Details About Each Career, Journal of Oncology Practice 2, No. 3, 2006, 132-136. doi.org. 8. Nancy J. O. Berkmeyer et al., The cancer centers designated by the National Cancer Institute have better surgical outcomes. Cancer 103, No. 3, 2005, 435-441. doi.org. Brian Park et al., Health Equity and the Tripartite Mission, Moving from Academic Health Centers to Academic Community Health Systems, Academic Medicine 94, No. 9, 2019, 1276-82. doi.org. 9. Frosch et al., Association of Hospital Type and Patient Volume Growth. 10. Laurie M. Manazian et al., Translating Research into Evidence-Based Practice, the National Cancer Institute Community Clinical Oncology Program, Cancer 116, No. 19, 2010, 4440-4449. doi.org. 11. Allison R. Bear al. Challenges to National Cancer Institute-supported cooperative group clinical trial participation. An ASCO survey of cooperative group sites, Journal of Oncology Practice 6, No. 3, 2010, 114-117. doi.org. 12. Gabrielle B. Roque al. Impact of travel time on health care costs and resource use by phase of care for older patients with cancer, Journal of Clinical Oncology 37, No. 22, 2019, 1935-1945. doi.org. 13. Alok A. Khurana al. Time to initial cancer treatment in the United States and association with survival over time, an observational study, PLOS 114, No. 3, 2019, E02132009. doi.org. 14. Lucio Gordon, The Value of Community Oncology, Site of Care Cost Analysis, Community Oncology Alliance, September 25, 2017. CommunityOncology.org. 15. Jeffrey D. Clough, Michaela A. Dinan, and Kevin A. Schulman, Trends in Hospital Physician Integration in Medical Oncology, American Journal of Managed Care 23, No. 10, 2017, 624-627. EuropePMC.org. 16. Practice Impact Reports, Community Oncology Alliance, accessed March 28, 2021. CommunityOncology.org. 17. Mark W. Friedberg al. Association between participation in a multi-payer medical home intervention and changes in quality, utilization, and costs of care, JAMA 311, No. 8, 2014, 815-825. doi.org. 18. Physician Compare National Downloadable File, healthdata.gov, cms.gov. 19. Wayne Kusner, ASP plus 6% will fall by the wayside, but what are the alternatives? American Health and Drug Benefits 8, No Special Issue, 2015, 31. NE.gov. 20. Murray Jacobson al. How Medicare's payment cuts for cancer chemotherapy drugs changed patterns of treatment, Health Affairs 29, No. 7. 2010, 1391-1399. doi.org. 21. Ronald E. Myers, Low Rates of Diagnostic Colonoscopy in Federally Qualified Health Centers, a persistent problem that must be addressed to achieve the promise of colorectal cancer screening, Cancer 125, No. 23, 2019, 4134-4135. doi.org. U.S. Health Resources and Services Administration, accessed March 28, 2021. HRSA.gov. 22. B. Ashley Guadagnolo, Daniel G. Peteriot, and C. Norman Coleman, Cancer Care Access and Outcomes for American Indian Populations in the United States, Challenges and Models for Progress, Seminars in Radiation Oncology 27, No. 2, 2017, 143-149. doi.org. Jen Lukens, Reducing Cancer Among Native Populations, Models for Research, Prevention, and Treatment, Rural Monitor, May 1, 2019. ruralhealthinfo.org. 23. Lukens, Reducing Cancer Among Native Populations. 24. Folasade P. May, Christine Yu, and Jonathan Konitz, High Quality of Cancer Care in the Department of Veterans Affairs, VA, American Journal of Cancer Research 8, No. 4. 2018, 761-762. NE.gov. 25. Folasade al. High Quality of Cancer Care. 26. National Oncology Program Office, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, accessed March 28, 2021. va.gov. 27. Vida Almerio Passero al. Creation of a virtual cancer care network for remote oncology treatment, Journal of Clinical Oncology 37, number 15, 2019, S6546. doi.org. 28. Leah M. Haverhalls al. The experience of providing hospice care concurrent with cancer treatment in the VA, Supportive Care in Cancer 27, No. 4. 2019, 1263-1270. doi.org. 29. NCI and VA collaborate to boost veterans' access to cancer clinical trials, National Cancer Institute, July 10, 2018. Cancer.gov. 30. Anthony P. Albanese al. The VA Mission Act of 2018, a potential game changer for rural GME expansion and veteran health care, Journal of Rural Health 36, No. 1. 2020, 133-136. doi.org. 31. Frosch al. Association of Hospital Type and Patient Volume Growth. 32. P. Star, The Social Transformation of American Medicine, New York. Basic Books, 1982, 450-493. 33. Anne S. O'Malley, Amelia M. Bond, and Robert A. Berenson, Rising Hospital Employment of Physicians, Better Quality, Higher Costs. Center for Studying Health System Change Issue Brief, No. 136, 2011, 1-4. NE.gov. 34. Paul B. Ginsberg, Wide Variation in Hospital and Physician Payment Rates Evidence of Provider Market Power, Research Brief No. 16, 2010, 1-11. NE.gov. 35. O'Malley, Bond, and Berenson, Rising Hospital Employment of Physicians. 36. Kirkwood al. The State of Oncology Practice. 37. Kirtland DeVille al. Diversity by Race, Hispanic Ethnicity, and Sex of the United States Medical Oncology Physician Workforce over the Past Quarter Century, Journal of Oncology Practice 10, No. 5, 2014, E328 E334. doi.org. 38. Amy I. Lachlan al. Accelerating the Delivery of Cancer Care at Home During the COVID-19 Pandemic, Catalyst, Commentary, July 7, 2020. Name.org. 39. Camille Ryan, Computer and Internet Use in the United States, 2016, American Community Survey Reports, Census.gov, August 2018. Census.gov. 14. Chapter 3. The Health Insurance Landscape and Cancer Care. K. Robin Yabroff. Among high-income countries, health care in the United States is unique, in ways that affect cancer care and outcomes. Americans do not have universal access to health insurance or affordable care. At the same time, the U.S. adopts innovative new cancer therapies at a rapid pace relative to the rest of the world, offering state-of-the-art care to those who can afford it. Novel therapies, such as chimeric antigen receptor T-cell, CAR-T, therapy or immunotherapy, can transform cancer outcomes. But such innovations are expensive. Even more routine parts of cancer care, including lengthy inpatient hospitalizations, advanced imaging, and supportive care, contribute to cancers being one of the most expensive medical conditions to treat. Overall, per capita health care spending is nearly twice as high in the U.S. compared to other high-income countries. Cancer care is overrepresented in that spending. National spending on cancer-related care is projected to increase from $183 billion in 2015 to $246 billion by 2030, based only on population aging and growth. Much of this spending occurs in cancer survivors. Survivors experience a higher prevalence of chronic conditions and subsequent cancers due to underlying risk factors, e.g., tobacco use, obesity, as well as late and lasting effects of treatment, than do their counterparts without a cancer history, even many years after a cancer diagnosis. Spending projections incorporating expensive innovations in cancer treatment following diagnosis and at the end of life suggest even greater growth. Yet many health outcomes, including cancer outcomes, are not substantially better in the US. For example, life expectancy is worse in the US than in other countries with lower health care expenditures. Further, health outcomes and life expectancy in the US vary substantially between populations defined by race, ethnicity, socioeconomic position, and geographic area of residence. Overall, disparities between the most advantaged and least advantaged populations in the US are among the greatest in the world. Cancers that have effective screening modalities and/or treatments show the greatest disparity in outcomes across populations. Such marked inequity in outcomes highlights the central importance of affordable and adequate health insurance coverage. Health insurance coverage is one of the strongest predictors of access to care and health outcomes. Lack of coverage plays a central role in disparities in cancer care and outcomes for historically disadvantaged populations, with large variation in incidence, survival, and mortality by state. Cancer mortality rates have been and continue to be higher among uninsured populations, with some evidence for widening disparities. Socioeconomically disadvantaged populations are the most likely to be uninsured, but uninsurance is associated with worse outcomes regardless of socioeconomic status. This chapter summarizes evidence for the association between health insurance coverage and access to and receipt of a broad spectrum of cancer-related care, discusses models of cancer care delivery, and highlights key issues in the evolving landscape of health insurance coverage that affect cancer care and outcomes. Overview of health care delivery and health insurance coverage in the United States. Health care delivery in the United States is deeply fragmented, with multiple private insurance companies operating independently of one another as well as from public programs at the federal and state levels. In 2020, there were hundreds of health insurance companies. Some of those companies offer multiple types of health plans, with varying benefits, premiums, and cost-sharing structures. Health care is not explicitly coordinated across multiple insurers, plans, hospitals, and practices. Worse, patient medical records reside in multiple places in different formats without linkage, integration, or interoperability, which limits research and comparisons of care delivery and health outcomes, including cancer outcomes, across insurance types and models of care. The federal Medicare program provides insurance coverage for more than 96% of Americans aged 65 years and older and for some adults younger than 65 with certain conditions, e.g., end-stage renal disease or disabilities. It is the largest payer for cancer care in the U.S., largely because the majority of cancer patients and survivors are aged 65 years and older. The state and federal Medicaid programs provide coverage for low-income populations, including about 10% of adults aged 65 years and older and 24% of adults younger than 65 years. About two-thirds of working-age adults, aged 18 to 64 years, have some form of private health insurance coverage, which is mainly employer-based. Adults without employer-based health insurance coverage options can purchase private policies individually. Prior to implementation of the Affordable Care Act, ACA, individual policies could restrict coverage for treatment of pre-existing conditions, such as cancer, or deny coverage altogether. In 2010, prior to the ACA, 17.8% of people in the U.S., 46.5 million people, did not have health insurance coverage. Health insurance coverage and access to cancer care. Effective interventions across the cancer control continuum, see Figure 3.1, including cancer prevention, screening, treatment, and survivorship care, can reduce cancer mortality. Cancer prevention, such as ending tobacco use, increasing healthy eating, and increasing exercise, can reduce the risk of developing many types of cancers. Moreover, asymptomatic cancer screening and timely follow-up of abnormal test results can lead to early detection for some cancer, when treatment is more effective. Timely access to effective cancer treatment and palliative care is associated with improved survival and better outcomes, including health-related quality of life. However, uninsured people are less likely to receive high-quality care across the cancer control continuum, C5. I, G, U, R, E, 3, 2, than are their counterparts with health insurance coverage. Figure 3.1. Healthcare delivery across the cancer control continuum. Figure 3.2. Lack of health insurance coverage and potential breakdowns in care across the cancer control continuum. Lack of health insurance coverage and limitations in access to and receipt of cancer care. Uninsured people are less likely to have a usual source of health care, and are less likely to receive preventative cancer care, such as cancer risk assessment or help with smoking cessation, diet, weight, or physical activity, than are their counterparts with insurance coverage. These cancer prevention activities typically take place within the primary care setting. Lack of insurance coverage is associated with lack of a usual source of primary care. Both are associated with disparities in age-appropriate breast, cervical, colorectal, and lung cancer screening. Among those who do receive cancer screenings and have abnormal test findings, uninsured people are less likely to receive timely, if any, follow-up diagnostic testing. Having health insurance and a usual source of primary care is strongly associated with receipt of risk assessment, prevention, screening, and evaluation of early signs and symptoms of cancer. Due to these disparities in screening, the uninsured are less likely to be diagnosed with early-stage disease. Where treatment can be more effective, cancer patients without health insurance are also less likely to receive high-quality, guideline-consistent treatment, including surgery, radiation therapy, and chemotherapy, as well as newer immunotherapies and targeted agents. During and following treatment completion, uninsured cancer survivors are less likely to receive recommended survivorship care, such as surveillance for recurrence and other provider recommendations for reducing risk of other conditions and subsequent cancers. Innovations in cancer prevention, screening, and treatment, including genomic therapies, may also be less available to uninsured populations, potentially widening existing disparities in cancer outcomes. Indeed, recent studies have documented growing cancer survival disparities over the past decades between the uninsured and those with private insurance coverage. Some uninsured people may receive charity care, but this cannot alleviate the challenges of equitable access to high-quality cancer care. Adults without health insurance coverage are frequently responsible for the entirety of their health care costs. Not surprisingly, uninsured adults are more likely than their insured counterparts to report medical financial hardship, including trouble paying medical bills, high out-of-pocket cost burden, distress and worry about their financial situation, and delaying or foregoing recommended care because of cost. Limitations in access to and receipt of cancer care among people with health insurance coverage. Even among adults with current insurance coverage, prior disruptions in coverage are associated with less cancer screening, a later stage at cancer diagnosis, less recommended cancer treatment, and poorer cancer survival. Most older research addressed coverage disruptions among Medicaid enrollees with regard to cancer care and outcomes. A more recent study found that prior coverage disruptions were associated with problems with access and affordability of care among cancer survivors who reported either current public or private, mostly employer-based, coverage. These findings likely reflect the serious consequences of being uninsured, even for a brief period. In addition to continuity of coverage, other aspects of coverage affect access to cancer care and outcomes. Even adults with health insurance coverage may experience barriers to care due to deductibles that must be paid out of pocket before insurance coverage begins and cost sharing from co-payments and coinsurance rates that are required after the annual health insurance plan deductible is met. Patient out-of-pocket burden has risen markedly over the past decade. Underinsurance, where patients have health insurance coverage but are unable to access or afford care, has also risen dramatically. The rising cost of cancer care has exacerbated systemic challenges with affordability while simultaneously increasing the absolute and relative cost borne by patients. The prevalence of employer-based, private, high-deductible health plans, HDHPs, has increased dramatically in the US, from 15% in 2007 to 43% in 2017. While deductible thresholds vary across plans, in 2021, maximum HDHP deductibles will be $7,000 for individuals and $14,000 for families. All medical expenses must be paid out of pocket before the annual plan deductible threshold, which resets at the beginning of each calendar year. Meanwhile, most Americans report not being able to afford an unexpected expense of $400. Cancer survivors with HDHPs are more likely to delay or forego care because of cost, and experience delays in cancer diagnosis and treatment initiatio, than their counterparts with low deductibles. Medicare beneficiaries without supplemental private or public coverage have historically faced coinsurance of 20% without an annual out-of-pocket cap for procedures or infusion medications covered under Part B. Oral cancer drugs covered under Medicare Part D are typically classified as specialty drugs on most formularies. Such drugs have the highest coinsurance rate, as much as 33% of the list price, without an annual out-of-pocket cap. Many private insurance plans have structures similar to the Medicare program, with the potential for greater patient cost sharing for oral cancer drugs on the pharmacy benefit, Part D, than infusion cancer drugs on the medical, Part B, benefit. Most states have passed laws to provide parity between pharmacy and medical benefits, but these laws do not have an impact on adherence to oral treatments, and any benefits in terms of reduced out-of-pocket costs for patients receiving cancer treatment are quite modest. Regardless of which benefit covers prescription drugs, insured patients with greater cost sharing are more likely to delay or forego care, including necessary care. Among cancer patients and survivors, medical financial hardship is associated with worse health-related quality of life and even worse survival. The Affordable Care Act. The landscape of U.S. health insurance coverage continues to evolve within the earlier described constraints, particularly with the introduction of the ACA. Enacted in 2010, the ACA affects cancer-related care and outcomes through three main mechanisms: expansion of health insurance options, coverage reform, and payment and delivery system reform, accelerating existing efforts in models of care delivery. The coverage expansion provisions of the ACA include dependent coverage expansion, DCE, which allows young adults to remain on their parents' private coverage until age 26, the state-level option to expand Medicaid eligibility to individuals with income up to 138% of the federal poverty level, and the establishment of the insurance marketplace for individuals, families, and small businesses with premium subsidies for purchase. Following implementation of the ACA, uninsurance dropped to a historic low. The expansion of Medicaid eligibility and the DCE under the ACA are associated with improved access to cancer screening. For cancer patients, these ACA coverage expansions are associated with greater coverage, earlier stage of disease at diagnosis, improved and timelier receipt of cancer treatment, and better survival following diagnosis. Additionally, income, race, ethnicity, and rural, urban residence coverage and financial hardship disparities among cancer patients and survivors have been reduced in states that chose to expand Medicaid, with little changes in disparities in non-expansion states. Coverage reform provisions in the ACA include the elimination of cost sharing for effective preventive services that receive an A or B rating by the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, including cancer screening tests. Eliminating cost sharing for preventive services reduces financial barriers to care and is generally associated with increases in cancer screening, especially among low-income populations, and reductions in disparities in receipt of care. ACA coverage reform provisions eliminated pre-existing condition exclusions or refusals and coverage limits, which previously allowed insurers to deny or limit coverage for cancer patients and survivors because cancer was considered a pre-existing condition. The ACA also mandated that private insurers provide coverage of routine care for clinical trial participants and the gradual closing of the Medicare Part D donut hole, an annual period where Medicare beneficiaries pay the entirety of the cost of their oral prescription drugs. Further, the ACA introduced annual out-of-pocket spending caps in both the marketplace and private plans. All of these interventions potentially limit the exposure of insured cancer survivors to high out-of-pocket costs, yet, at present, little work has evaluated these coverage reform provisions. The highly charged political environment around the passage of the ACA in 2010 led to multiple challenges in state and federal courts. The decision to expand Medicaid was left to each state, and many state governments decided not to expand Medicaid for their residents in 2014. As of 2020, states with some of the highest cancer mortality rates in the country have still not expanded Medicaid. Other actions at the federal level, starting in 2017, undermined the ACA, including limiting enrollment support for marketplace plans. After historic reductions in the number of uninsured adult cancer patients and survivors in 2014, numbers of uninsured began increasing again in 2017. By 2019, almost 11% of people in the United States were uninsured, representing about 29 million people. The data for how many of these 29 million are cancer survivors is not yet available. Payment and care delivery models. Historically, health care in the United States has been based on a fee-for-service, FFS, model, which reimburses providers for all services delivered to patients. The FFS model results in provider incentives for recommending and delivering a greater volume of health care services, without consideration of quality of care, patient outcomes, or cost. FFS has played a central role in rising costs of health care in the US and is also thought to be associated with high levels of service intensity at the end of life, which is especially relevant for cancer care. Health care service intensity and spending is highest at the end of life for most cancers. Further, the use of intensive care at the end of life is higher in the US than in other developed countries. A fee-for-service structure incentivizes providers to prescribe not only a greater volume of services, but also more expensive infusion prescription drugs. Oncologists purchase infusion chemotherapy, biologics, including immunotherapy, and other drugs that are later administered to patients in their offices, as part of a process known as buy and bill. Infusion drugs are generally reimbursed under medical benefits by the Medicare program, Part B, and other insurers. Under Medicare Part B, providers are then reimbursed for infusion drugs based on the average sales price of the drug plus an add-on percentage of average sales price for each drug. The add-on percentage is intended to compensate providers for overhead and the administrative complexity of storing and delivering infusion drugs. Because the add-on is proportional to the underlying average sales price for each drug, the add-on reimbursement is more for more expensive drugs, providing incentives for selecting more expensive drugs. The reimbursement approach for infusion drugs is also used by many private insurers. As the list price for new oncology prescription drugs is routinely greater than $100,000 annually, incentives for selecting expensive drugs have become ever stronger. This reimbursement structure for infusion drugs within FFS has been shown to be associated with increased use of higher-cost chemotherapies for newly diagnosed cancer patients. Alternatives to FFS, then, may be needed to optimize cancer care and outcomes. Managed care, another model of care delivery, organizes, finances, and structures health care differently than FFS. Managed care providers assume responsibility for all the health care for a defined population of patients for a specified time period and are paid a capitated rate for each patient in the defined population. This financial structure does not reward for service volume, but instead incentivizes coordination of care, eliminating duplication of services, and reducing hospitalizations. This structure can result in narrow provider networks. Managed care has grown rapidly in the US, and more than 1/3 of Medicare beneficiaries and more than 2/3 with Medicaid are enrolled in managed care plans. Historically, enrollment in health maintenance organizations, HMOs, a type of managed care, has been associated with higher rates of cancer screening and earlier stage disease at diagnosis among patients with cancer. Compared with FFS enrollment, effects of managed care enrollment on cancer treatment and survival are mixed, and few contemporary studies have compared these models of care delivery. Lack of data comparability, patient selection, and underlying differences in patient health status in FFS and managed care limit these comparisons. Evolving models of care delivery feature greater provider accountability for higher quality of care. That interaction between accountability and quality is based on a specific set of metrics, including pay for performance, episodes or bundled payments, and care pathways. These models are sometimes referred to as value-based payment models and can affect receipt of cancer screening and diagnosis, treatment, survivorship, and end-of-life care, even if the models are not designed to be specific to cancer care. Accountable care organizations, ACOs, are one type of model that features pay for performance. ACOs consist of groups of primary care clinicians, with or without specialty clinicians, usually in partnership with a hospital system. These clinicians organize and are accountable for services provided to a defined population of Medicare FFS beneficiaries. In the few evaluations focused on cancer patients receiving treatment or end-of-life care under this model, however, studies found no effect on hospitalizations, emergency department visits, or chemotherapy use. One study of a pay-for-performance model reported increased use of evidence-based cancer drugs. But to date, none have reported that ACOs or pay-for-performance models reduced cancer care spending in relationship to comparison practices. The ACA authorized the creation of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation, CMMI, to develop and test models of health care delivery. The Oncology Care Model, OCM, is one of the few cancer treatment-specific models developed by the CMMI. It was developed within the FFS setting to incentivize care coordination of Medicare beneficiaries undergoing chemotherapy. The expectation was that savings would result from decreases in preventable emergency department visits and hospitalizations, better supportive care, and improved coordination of end-of-life care. Yet while preliminary evaluation of volunteer practices and comparison practices suggests small declines in intensive care use and emergency department visits, research has found no changes in hospitalizations or total payments. A central challenge is that many of these delivery and payment models have been implemented within the FFS setting, and it may not be possible to alter underlying incentives in FFS for volume, rather than value. Importantly, there are significant methodologic limitations with many evaluations of payment and delivery models. Physician practices that implement these new models typically volunteer to participate, whereas the comparison physician practices do not. Volunteer physician practices can be inherently different from other, non-volunteer practices in ways that are related to patient care and outcomes, such as the number and types of patients seen each year, the proportion of patients with private or Medicaid insurance, and investment in electronic medical record software. Even with sophisticated statistical modeling, evaluation design is subject to bias. In the future, a more rigorous evaluation design could randomize volunteer practices to the new model of care or standard practice. Continued evolution of the health insurance coverage landscape and cancer care in the United States. The health insurance coverage landscape in the United States continually changes in ways that will affect cancer care and outcomes for the next 50 years. Going forward, the profound and growing disparities in cancer care and outcomes must be a central focus of evidence-based health care policy. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed multiple fault lines within the organization and delivery of health care in the U.S. Foremost among these are the continued politicization of public health and health care, the increasing prevalence of medical financial hardship, and the limitations in data infrastructure for informing care delivery. These challenges limit care delivery, including cancer prevention, treatment, and survivorship care, as well as evaluation of payment models described earlier. Widespread unemployment and its attendant loss of access to employer-sponsored health insurance during the pandemic has highlighted the urgency of addressing these three primary challenges. Politics aside, scientific evidence has consistently demonstrated that affordable, high-quality health insurance and access to care are central to better outcomes overall and better cancer outcomes specifically. Medicaid expansion to provide coverage to low-income populations in all states and expanding comprehensive and affordable health insurance coverage options outside of employment for the working-age population, rather than limiting them, are objectives supported by decades of scientific evidence. In addition, the rising costs of cancer care and increased patient cost sharing have led to a growing prevalence of medical financial hardship for cancer patients and their families, even among those with private, employer-sponsored health insurance coverage. Currently, Medicare beneficiaries with FFS coverage do not have out-of-pocket caps for Part B or Part D spending and are responsible for a percentage of their health care costs. Paying for health care can be especially challenging for elderly cancer survivors living on a fixed income. Addressing these challenges of affordability will require attention to health insurance benefit design, including the structure of premiums, deductibles, co-payments, and coinsurance. As noted earlier, higher patient cost sharing reduces use of healthcare, regardless of its effectiveness. Realigning benefit design to reduce cost sharing for highly effective care associated with substantial survival benefits can incentivize its use as recommended and minimize cost-related non-adherence. For example, the introduction of tyrosine kinase inhibitors, TKIs, for treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia led to dramatic improvements in survival. These highly effective treatments are taken for long periods of time and can have substantial patient cost sharing. Several studies have shown that even small differences in cost-sharing amounts for TKIs are associated with lower treatment initiation and greater discontinuation of potentially life-saving therapies among patients with chronic myeloid leukemia. Realigning benefit design to focus on value would decrease or eliminate cost-sharing for TKIs for patients with chronic myeloid leukemia. Rigorous health services research and better data infrastructure can inform the optimal structure of health insurance coverage of the future. To date, evaluations of ACOs, pay for performance, and episode-based models, such as the OCM, have found only modest effects in terms of reducing hospitalizations and emergency room visits and increasing evidence-based treatment, with little change in spending. Consideration of model development and implementation outside of the FFS setting may alter underlying incentives for volume, rather than value. Inadequacies in healthcare data infrastructure in the U.S. also limit the health services research that could be used to inform cancer care delivery, including the evaluation of different plan benefit design and value-based payment models. Currently, longitudinal data for evaluating care receipt and outcomes in the U.S. are mainly from health insurance claims data, but with so many plan types, frequency of coverage plan changes within and across states, lack of interoperability, and absence of key clinical measures, e.g., stage, tumor markers, recurrence, performance status, comprehensive information about cancer care trajectories and outcomes is not available. Comprehensive information is especially limited for adults with periods of uninsurance. Use of all payer claims data, APCD, in states where they are available, can help to mitigate these challenges in future research addressing health insurance coverage benefit design, receipt of cancer care, spending, and patient outcomes. Health insurance coverage is intimately related to the overall picture of cancer prevention, care, and outcomes in the U.S. Despite spending more on health care per capita than any other high-income nation, the United States continues to experience disparities in cancer outcomes, many of which can be tied to the fractured insurance landscape discussed over the course of this chapter. The next 50 years of the war on cancer will need to close these gaps. The multifactorial interventions in the health insurance landscape discussed here would help ensure that all Americans are able to benefit from innovations in cancer prevention, early detection, treatment, and survivorship care. K. Robin Yabroff is Scientific Vice President, Health Services Research, American Cancer Society. Notes. 1. Irene Papanikolas, Liana R. Woski, and Ashish K. Jha. Healthcare Spending in the United States and Other High-Income Countries. JAMA 319, No. 10, 2018, 1024 1039. doi.org. 2. Angela B. Mariotto et al. Projections of the Cost of Cancer Care in the United States. 2010-2020, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 103, No. 2. 2011, 117-128. doi.org. 3. Papanikolas, Woski, and Jha, Healthcare Spending. 4. Robin Osborne et al. In New Survey of 11 Countries, U.S. Adults Still Struggle with Access to and Affordability of Healthcare. Health Affairs 35, No. 12, 2016, 2327, 2336. doi.org. 5. Rebecca L. Siegel, Kimberly D. Miller, and Armiden Gemal, Cancer Statistics, 2020, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 70, No. 1, 2020, 7-30. doi.org. 6. Libby Ellis et al. Trends in Cancer Survival by Health Insurance Status in California from 1997 to 2014, JAMA Oncology 4, No. 3, 2018, 317-323. doi.org. 7. Ellis et al. Trends in Cancer Survival. 8. Delivering Affordable Cancer Care in the 21st Century. Workshop Summary, Washington, D.C., National Academies Press, 2013. 9. Michael T. Halpern et al. Association of Insurance Status and Ethnicity with Cancer Stage at Diagnosis for 12 Cancer Sites. A Retrospective Analysis, Lancet Oncology 9, No. 3, 2008, 222-231. doi.org. 10. Delivering Affordable Cancer Care. 11. Ellis et al. Trends in Cancer Survival. 12. K. Robin Yabroff et al. Prevalence and Correlates of Medical Financial Hardship in the USA. Journal of General Internal Medicine 34, No. 8. 2019, 1494-1502. 13. K. Robin Yabroff et al. Health Insurance Coverage Disruptions and Cancer Care and Outcomes. Systematic Review of Published Research. Journal of the National Cancer Institute 112, No. 7. 2020, 671-687. doi.org. 14. Jingxuan Zhao et al. Health Insurance Coverage Disruptions and Access to Care and Affordability Among Cancer Survivors in the United States. Cancer Epidemiology, Biomarkers and Prevention 29, No. 11, 2020, 2134-2140. doi.org. EPI 200518. 15. Stacy B. Dusetsina, Hayden A. Huskamp, and Nancy L. Keating, Specialty Drug Pricing and Out-of-Pocket Spending on Orally Administered Anti-Cancer Drugs in Medicare Part D, 2010-2019, JAMA 321, No. 20, 2019, 2025-2027. doi.org. 16. Robin A. Cohen and Emily P. Zamiti, High Deductible Health Plan Enrollment Among Adults Aged 18 to 64 with Employment-Based Insurance Coverage, NCHS Data Brief No. 317, 2018, 1-8. cdc.gov. 17. Zhiyuan Zheng et al. High Deductible Health Plans and Cancer Survivorship. What is the association with access to care and hospital emergency department use? Journal of Oncology Practice 15, Number 11, 2019, E957 E968. doi.org. 18. J. Frank Furham et al. Breast Cancer Diagnosis and Treatment After High Deductible Insurance Enrollment. Journal of Clinical Oncology 36, No. 11, 2018, 1121-1127. doi.org. 19. Stacy B. Dusedzina et al. Oral Oncology Parity Laws, Medication Use, and Out-of-Pocket Spending for Patients with Blood Cancers, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 112, No. 10, 2020, 105562. doi.org. 20. Furum et al. Breast Cancer Diagnosis and Treatment, Stacy B. Dusedzina et al. Cost Sharing and Adherence to Tyrosine Kinase Inhibitors for Patients with Chronic Myeloid Leukemia, Journal of Clinical Oncology 32, No. 4. 2014, 306-311. doi.org. 21. Scott D. Ramsey et al. Financial Insolvency as a Risk Factor for Early Mortality Among Patients with Cancer, Journal of Clinical Oncology 34, No. 9. 2016, 980-986. doi.org. 22. Jingxuan Zhao et al. The Affordable Care Act and Access to Care Across the Cancer Control Continuum. A Review at 10 Years, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 70, No. 3. 2020, 165-181. doi.org. 23. Rachel Garfield, Kendall Orgerer, and Anthony D'Amico, The Uninsured and the ACA, A Primer, Key Facts About Health Insurance and the Uninsured Amidst Changes to the Affordable Care Act. kff.org. January 25, 2019. kff.org. 24. Zhao et al. The Affordable Care Act. 25. Zhusong Han et al. Changes in Non-Insurance and Care Unaffordability Among Cancer Survivors Following the Affordable Care Act, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 112, No. 7. 2019, 688-97. doi.org. Zhusong Han et al. Comparison of Insurance Status and Diagnosis Stage Among Patients with Newly Diagnosed Cancer Before versus After Implementation of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, JAMA Oncology 4, No. 12, 2018, 1713-1720. doi.org. 26. Han et al. Comparison of Insurance Status and Diagnosis Stage Among Patients with Newly Diagnosed Cancer. 27. Haley A. Moss et al. Declines in Health Insurance Among Cancer Survivors Since the 2016 U.S. Elections, Lancet Oncology 21, No. 11, 2020, E517. doi.org. 28. Murray Jacobson et al. How Medicare's Payment Cuts for Cancer Chemotherapy Drugs Changed Patterns of Treatment, Health Affairs 29, No. 7. 2010, 1391-1399. doi.org. 29. Gerald F. Riley et al. Staged Diagnosis and Treatment Patterns Among Older Women with Breast Cancer, an HMO and Fee-for-Service Comparison, JAMA 281, No. 8. 1999, 720-726. doi.org. 30. Miranda B. Lam et al. Early Accountable Care Organization Results in End-of-Life Spending Among Cancer Patients, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 111, No. 12, 2019, 1307-1313. doi.org. Lam et. Spending Among Patients with Cancer in the First 2 Years of Accountable Care Organization Participation, Journal of Clinical Oncology 36, No. 29, 2018, 2955-2960. doi.org. 31. Justin E. Beckelman et al. Association between a National Insurer's Pay-for-Performance Program for Oncology and Changes in Prescribing of Evidence-Based Cancer Drugs and Spending, Journal of Clinical Oncology 38, No. 34, 2020, 4055-4063. doi.org. 32. Lam et al. Early Accountable Care Organization Results, Lam et al. Spending Among Patients with Cancer, Beckelman et al. Association. 33. Gabriel A. Brooks et al. Early findings from the Oncology Care Model Evaluation, Journal of Oncology Practice 15, Number 10, 2019, E888 E896. doi.org. Chapter 4. Reductions in cancer drug prices must account for the cross-subsidies they provide for essential underreimbursed services. Edward J. Benz, Jr. The fear of getting cancer, enduring cancer treatment, or dying of cancer maintains a grip on our national psyche that exceeds even the magnitude of cancer's public health impact as the second leading cause of death in the United States. Taken together, the many forms of human cancer are also among the most common illnesses encountered in Western society. 1/4 to 1/3 of women and 1/3 to 1/2 of men will receive a cancer diagnosis in their lifetime. It is thus not surprising that cancer care is a major driver of the overwhelming costs of health care. Indeed, the cost of cancer care has been growing considerably faster than the overall cost of health care. By some estimates, national expenditures for cancer care could climb from about $100 billion to nearly $150 billion in the next 18 months. Any approaches taken to control overall health care costs must address the best ways to contain cancer care costs while ensuring access to high-quality care at the cutting edge of rapidly evolving treatment options for all. Several factors drive the accelerating costs of cancer care. Cancer has transitioned from an acute disease lasting a few months to a few years after diagnosis to a chronic disease, whereby a definitive cure is not often attained but life can be prolonged for many years or even decades. This has been a salutary accomplishment, but it comes with the continuing costs of ongoing monitoring and treatment. High-cost technologies, such as proton beam therapy, intensity-modulated radiation therapy, IMRT, and other contemporary precision radiation therapy techniques, complex imaging modalities, such as positron emission tomography, computed tomography, PET scanning, and the increasing indications for and use of stem cell transplantation, among others, have become the standard of care essential for both curative and palliative management. During the past 25 years, biotechnology has also enabled development of an array of more effective and less toxic but highly expensive drugs. These have become mainstays of treatment for many of the more common cancers. In addition, some providers, patients, and families feel the need to exhaust every means to fight to the very end, even when the cancer has progressed to an untreatable state. This constellation of factors, complicated by perverse financial incentives and disincentives, tends to promote use of expensive drugs and procedures even when they are likely to be futile. In a very real sense, the partial successes of high-technology-driven cancer care in prolonging survival without eliminating the cancer have created multiple structural drivers of rising cancer costs. The challenge for policymakers is finding the opportunities within this rapidly evolving ecosystem for true cost savings without compromising the best outcomes presently achievable or slowing progress toward better outcomes in the future. While there is general agreement that the pace of growth in the costs of cancer care cannot be sustained, there is little consensus about what costs to target and how, or what strategies to pursue, to maximize quality and enhance positive outcomes at a sustainable cost. Among the most frequently mentioned and targeted objects for reduced costs are the high-priced cancer drugs and the overuse of high-technology surgery, radiation therapy, imaging, and diagnostic testing. Many view slashing these costs as a key component of reducing the overall cost of cancer care. If we are to sustain high-quality cancer care for all who need it, we must develop effective strategies and policies that will slow or even reverse the rising costs of these expensive technologies and therapies to the system, the nation, and the patients. The premise of this chapter is that cost and price reduction strategies and policies must be developed holistically, accompanied by reimbursement reform that recognizes that many high-value and essential services for cancer patients are underreimbursed. The ability to sustain these services, as well as other essential contributions to the national ecosystem of healthcare, such as workforce development, public health outreach measures focused on prevention and early detection, and research, currently depends heavily on the phenomenon of cross-subsidization, whereby positive operating margins derived from highly reimbursed goods and services offset operating losses incurred by the delivery of under-reimbursed goods and services. Unless policymakers consider the impact of targeted price reductions on this ability to cross-subsidize, critical services could be cut. Price cuts must thus be mitigated by compensatory increases in payment for these critical under-reimbursed and thus cross-subsidized services. This correction would necessarily reduce the projected savings in the overall costs of cancer care compared to current projections that count only the reduced expenditures for drugs. This consideration does not relieve our collective obligation to achieve cost reductions for drugs, tests, and procedures. Rather, it delineates the need to achieve that goal in the context of what the current arrangement pays for in the actual settings where care is delivered. The remainder of this discussion contextualizes cancer care in the United States in light of our overall health care costs and outcomes. In particular, we explore how the changes we outline above might affect the ability of comprehensive cancer centers to contribute to the national cancer effort and suggest how their current contributions could be preserved. The nation's cancer care in the context of the nation's health care dilemma. Medical care expenses in the United States far outpace those in other countries in the developed world. Yet, major health outcomes are generally worse despite the higher cost borne by American society. The role of cancer care in this cost escalation is complex. On the one hand, as noted earlier, the rate of rise in cancer care costs outpaces the overall trends. On the other hand, outcomes for cancer care in the U.S. actually compare favorably with other developed countries. This stands in contrast to many other areas of medicine. Cancer care in the U.S. needs a cost reduction strategy that preserves performance in areas that contribute to our relatively good outcomes and recognizes the resources needed for improvements in access and performance in other areas, while fostering a sustainable investment in the nation's efforts to eradicate the fear and suffering caused by cancer. Many remedies have been proposed to decelerate or even reverse the worrisome growth of overall health care costs, both absolutely and as a percentage of the annual gross national product. These remedies include replacing the traditional fee-for-service forms of reimbursement with value-based algorithms that tie reimbursements to certain pre-agreed outcomes deemed to improve the quality of the care delivered. Within health policy, value is often defined in terms of the degree to which the processes and outcomes are favorable to patients, society, and payers. Innovations that improve cost efficiency while maintaining quality are rewarded as well. Alternatively, some healthcare stakeholders recommend massive shifts in the reimbursement formulae away from current algorithms that favor procedures, high-cost diagnostics, and pharmacy charges, and toward important under-reimbursed services, such as evaluation and management, that is, the charge for a visit with a provider and the provider's time, preventive health measures, palliative and end-of-life care, hospice care, and mental health services. Finally, still other stakeholders propose blanket, prepaid health care formulae whereby the providers and provider institutions receive flat monthly or annual fees per patient for the management of certain populations, for example, hypertension or diabetes patients. Various pilot programs sponsored by the government, health insurance companies, and the Veterans Administration have been tried with varying, but usually limited, degrees of success. An imperative to move the financial risk of care onto providers, be they institutions or individual practitioners, underlies many of these proposals, while supplying safeguards intended to prevent compromises in the quality or quantity of services delivered for financial reasons. The challenge for many of these population medicine strategies with regard to cancer care is that cancer is not a single disease in which one can organize the very large populations needed to find the cost and services calculations yield predetermined per patient or per episode reimbursements. Cancers are highly heterogeneous, comprising over 500 distinct types, with diverse physician, nursing, hospital, and outpatient needs for optimal care. Moreover, recent advances in dissecting the molecular roots of cancers in individual patients have revealed even greater heterogeneity. For example, molecular analysis has uncovered over a dozen forms of breast cancer and several forms of non-small cell lung cancer (NSCLC), each dictating the use of distinct therapeutic modalities and agents. This precision oncology paradigm is spreading rapidly to many other forms of cancer. It has created an impediment to establishing population-based reimbursement paradigms that must balance the rapid shift toward highly individualized treatment regimens with the desire to define coherent populations upon which to calculate appropriate reimbursements and allocation of risk. The costs of individual goods and services in a fee-for-service setting may thus continue to be targeted in the cancer domain, even as shift of population medicine take hold in the overall system. The issue of drug costs and drug prices. There is no question the reimbursement system in the United States is broken or that creates an incentive for overutilization by both patients and providers. It is heavily skewed toward procedures, e.g., surgery or interventional radiology, and testing, e.g., magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, or PET imaging, and away from some of the key parts of medical intervention, such as evaluation and management of patient conditions and supportive care of patients and their loved ones. Within the healthcare industry, among patient advocacy groups, and in the political arena, attention has focused on rising prices of highly reimbursed pharmaceuticals. Both policy makers and public opinion prominently indicate high drug prices a major cause of the American healthcare cost disaster and a prime target for correction of the overall problem. Drug costs for general healthcare make up 17% of total healthcare bill and are rapidly rising. For cancer care, the percentage is somewhat higher and rising faster. There are several reasons that prices of new drugs are rising at the alarming rate that attracted the attention and ire of public policy makers. One is the search for more effective drugs now depends heavily on applying complex scientific experimentation and knowledge to identify more precisely targeted, efficacious, and safe agents. A consequence of this is that the market size for any single drug is much smaller, useful for those in whom the target drives the disease. For example, non-small cell lung cancer, an extremely common cancer, and the major cause of cancer deaths, can no longer be regarded as a single diagnosis. Rather, the ability of molecular technologies to characterize tumors in individual patients has revealed that there are many subtypes of NSCLC driven by myriad genomic alterations. These create a variety of targets for therapy, but each treatment is useful only in those patients having that target. This population can comprise as little as 1 to 2% of the general lung cancer population. Thus, these drugs are useful only to much smaller groups of patients, and development costs must be amortized over these smaller groups. A second driver is the methodology financing new drug development. A potential drug candidate often starts with a discovery in an academic laboratory and is then patented. Startup companies are founded on the basis of intellectual property and the promise that the candidate will ultimately achieve efficient utilization in clinical practice to generate a return on investment. These startups are supported at the early high-risk stages by multiple rounds of financing from angel investors, venture funds, etc. Often, startups enter the public market, sometimes long before a single agent has received FDA approval. The total private and public market investments in this process frequently amount to hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars before the product reaches patients and generates revenue. Those investing in these endeavors demand extremely high rates of return, on the order of 6 to 10-fold, on individual drug successes, so as to offset the failure rate for new drug development, which can be close to 90% of all drugs entering phase 1 clinical trials. Drug development is also a prolonged process. Patents issued at the time of the discovery of a target, compound, or application sometimes have a limited post-approval lifespan. Investment costs must, in these cases, be recouped over a shorter time frame. Despite these acknowledged drivers of the high cost of drugs, public outrage over the perception that pharmaceutical companies charge overinflated prices for these agents persists, driven in part by the company's annual profit margins and stock performance. Moreover, the price of drugs in the United States is aggravated by the fact that many other countries regulate drug prices or permit government-run health systems to negotiate drug prices with the industry. Public and political opinion holds that both drugs and drug development are provided to the public much less expensively outside the US. Regardless of the reasons for the rapidly rising costs of drugs, there is an unquestionably strong public and political momentum for reducing the costs of pharmaceuticals, as an at least partial solution to the overall excessive costs of American health care. While a few practical approaches have been proposed, for example, permitting Medicare and Medicaid to negotiate directly with drug makers, allowing importation of drugs from Canada at their price points, etc., it seems increasingly likely that concrete proposals will come either in the form of legislation or Medicaid policy and regulations. Drug costs, drug reimbursements, and comprehensive cancer centers. Cancer centers, particularly the National Cancer Institute's 51 designated comprehensive cancer centers, CCCs, remain a sudden reduction in drug prices. These centers are the nation's hubs for highly specialized and subspecialized cancer care, education and training of the national cancer care workforce, basic, translational, clinical, and population-based research, and community outreach for prevention and early detection. For these single specialty hospitals, the margins on cancer drugs are high, particularly for some of the newer agents that are based on precision medicine and therefore given to select smaller groups of patients. The margins, i.e., net revenues, for drug charges are among the highest that CCCs receive for any of their activities, because of purchase price markups that are permitted under existing formulae. This is especially important to the sustainability of the CCCs, even those with robust inpatient and surgical activity, because cancer care has shifted significantly to the ambulatory setting, where reimbursements for most healthcare services tend to be lower. The arc of cancer care is now associated, fortunately, with longer survival, but often in the setting of continued presence of the cancers, making cancer more of a chronic disease akin to diabetes or hypertension, requiring intensive but less well-reimbursed ambulatory care. The responsibility for palliative care and end-of-life care falls disproportionately on CCCs, even in general health care systems. While imaging, surgery, and certain testing do provide positive reimbursement margins, cancer care drugs have become an important component of net revenues available to cross-subsidize these and other critical activities of the CCCs. The true costs and value of cancer care are thus mismatched with the reimbursements for services, tests, and procedures in such a way that slashing reimbursements for drugs, procedures, and infusions might reduce expenditures, but only at the expense of the provision of a broad array of high-value, moderate-cost services. The latter are currently cross-subsidized because they are under-reimbursed or non-reimbursed. Abrupt reductions in drug prices without compensating improvements in reimbursement for money-losing services could have a substantial negative impact on CCCs and the national cancer care effort. These mismatches have profound effects on the operations and sustainability strategies of both large cancer centers with substantial investments in research and training, and smaller cancer centers that are often embedded in communities with lesser access to economies of scale and other opportunities for cross-subsidization. These challenges inevitably influence the utilization of services, the competition for privately insured patients, and the outcomes of cancer care in the United States. The foregoing concerns are amplified by the fact that, in addition to delivery of highly sophisticated subspecialized care for all cancers, including rare and particularly complex cancers, the CCCs are the nation's primary generator of the cancer care workforce, including oncology-trained physicians, nurses, pharmacists, social workers, research scientists, and so on. They are the major national hubs for the performance of clinical research, particularly the critical and highly complex early-stage, first-in-human, clinical studies that determine the viability of potential new drug candidates. They engage, frequently with little or no reimbursement, in major community outreach activities that are critical to improving national cancer health outcomes, such as mammography screening, human papillomavirus, HPV, vaccination, colorectal cancer screening, and malignant melanoma cancer prevention efforts, among others. Finally, CCCs comprise by far the largest and most robust hubs for basic, early, and late-stage translational, applied clinical, and population research in the nation. Efforts to recoup the costs of these essential services are necessarily fragmented, expensive, and invariably incomplete. In other words, the financial resources sufficient to offset the structural fixed costs of these highly expensive activities at CCCs are already precarious. The need to cross-subsidize might limit savings from reduced drug costs. It is widely accepted throughout the American health care system that provider institutions must cross-subsidize to survive under the current reimbursement formulae. For example, emergency services, mental health services, primary care clinics, addiction medicine services, and so on are reimbursed at or below actual cost and sustained by cross-subsidization from highly reimbursed services such as pharmaceuticals, surgery, and imaging. Reliable statistics on the extent and intensity of cross-subsidization as a survival mechanism are hard to come by, but at least one study shows the negative impact that loss of highly reimbursed activity can have on the provision of less reimbursed services by an institution. In this study, a hospital providing a comprehensive array of services was operating in a healthcare market into which an entity focusing solely on highly reimbursed cardiovascular services entered. This entry resulted in the loss of this activity by the generalist institution. In response, the institution was forced to reduce its provision of under-reimbursed services, such as mental health services, that had been made possible by the margins from cardiovascular medicine. The complexities of cross-subsidization are also at work in CCCs. Second opinion consultations are a vital service performed by CCCs. One major cancer center, MD Anderson Breast Center, felt that it could no longer meet the growing need for these consultations and temporarily curtailed them. MD Anderson stated, among other reasons, that the cost of providing second opinions was too high, compared to the reimbursement recovered. This policy was later rescinded, but not because second opinions became more lucrative. Rather, the CCC simply accepted higher operating losses from this service line. In CCCs, pharmaceutical prices provide significant amounts of the margin available for this form of cross-subsidization. The preceding discussion makes apparent one aspect of the discussions around pharmaceutical reimbursement that extant conversations often do not recognize. That is, what patients and society are paying for when reimbursing a CCC for a cancer drug is not simply the all-in costs of the cancer drug itself and the indirect costs associated with storing, handling, and dispensing the drug, and so on, but also a significant contribution to the broad array of comprehensive clinical services, public health activities, education, training, and research that make CCCs important national resources. It follows that abrupt reductions in the reimbursements for cancer drugs will need to be balanced by recognition, either by reimbursement reform or subsidies, of the essential services that could be negatively impacted by a sudden loss of substantial revenue from pharmaceuticals. The need to account for those no longer cross-subsidized costs implies that the savings anticipated by reduced drug prices might thus be lower than anticipated. The alternative could otherwise be a reduction in vital services. Reducing drug prices must be accompanied by other payment reforms. There is no doubt that drug prices are escalating far too rapidly. The trend needs to be significantly slowed and reversed. This chapter argues that the reduction in drug prices needs to be accomplished holistically, with anticipation of unintended consequences. At least in the case of cancer drugs, one should not expect to recoup the total reduction in drug costs in the form of healthcare savings, unless one is prepared to forego in part or completely the availability of other critical services both to patients and to society that CCCs perform. The goal of any solution should be to rationalize the reimbursement system so that the prices charged for drugs are reduced to levels appropriate for the costs of the development, production, utilization, and monitoring. The portion that results in net revenue loss to provider institutions should be mitigated by implementing appropriate levels of reimbursement for services that now operate at a loss. In other words, the price of goods and services should directly reflect their cost and value, both to patients and society. Another approach to reducing the cost of cancer drugs to consumers and society is to reduce the cost of development. The chances of an early drug candidate that is matched to a promising physiologic target, such as a particular cancer mutation, progressing through the long and complex process of drug development, testing, and approval are about 5 to 10%. Much of the expense associated with that high failure rate occurs because the knowledge and technology are not always available to advance those agents with a higher chance of success or eliminate those unlikely to succeed at earlier stages of development. Given that situation, a national priority should be to de-risk some of the earliest stages of pharmaceutical research, thus reducing a portion of the enormous but necessary early-stage investments in companies or development programs. This would involve creating funding mechanisms, whether governmental or private, that would pool funds and drug development candidates, subsidizing rigorous interrogation of many therapeutic targets and many approaches to manipulating promising targets at the earliest, least expensive stages of drug development. In that manner, drug candidates destined for failure would be eliminated early. Only the most promising candidates would need to be supported by investment in the later, more expensive stages. The return on agents that do succeed would offset the costs and risks of evaluating the broader array of early candidates. Mechanisms to achieve this, such as those proposed by Dr. Andrew Lowe and colleagues, are under investigation. Cancer care and research in the United States continue to improve both the quality of care and the quantity of positive outcomes. At least some of these gains are due to services that are under-reimbursed but supported by cross-subsidization from more highly reimbursed goods and services, including cancer drugs. However, the rate of rise of overall cancer care costs is unsustainable. Innovative mechanisms to reduce costs are essential if cancer care is to remain anything close to affordable for patients, the government, insurers, and employers. Managing the rate of rise of cancer drug prices must constitute a significant part of policy discussions involving such mechanisms. Such discussions must take into consideration the consequences, intended and unintended, of abrupt changes in drug-related reimbursements to providers. Indeed, the savings from reducing drug prices will ultimately be less than one might predict if one takes into account the indispensable services delivered by cancer care centers that pharmacy revenues cross-subsidize. Compensatory increases in cost recovery for currently under-reimbursed services and underfunded activities must accompany reduced drug prices. In taking such a holistic approach, the United States can still anticipate a salutary reduction in overall health care costs, as providers will be able to increase the availability of services, such as preventive cancer medicine and palliative care, which are known to improve patient outcomes and satisfaction, reduce the cost of care, and prolong high-quality survival. Edward J. Benz Jr. is President and CEO Emeritus of Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, and the Richard and Susan Smith Distinguished Professor of Medicine, Professor of Pediatrics and Professor of Genetics at Harvard Medical School. Notes. 1. American Cancer Society. Lifetime risk of developing or dying from cancer. Cancer.org. Last modified January 13, 2020. Cancer.org. 2. Rusa Tikkanen and Melinda K. Abrams, U.S. Healthcare from a Global Perspective. 2019. Higher Spending, Worse Outcomes. Commonwealth Fund. January 30, 2020. doi.org. 3. Claudia Alemani al. Global Surveillance of Trends in Cancer Survival 2001. 4. Concord 3. Analysis of individual records for 37,513,025 patients diagnosed with one of 18 cancers from 322 population-based registries in 71 countries. Lancet 391. No. 10,125, 2018, 1023-1075. doi.org. 4. National Cancer Institute. What is cancer? Cancer.gov. Last modified February 9, 2015. Cancer.gov. 5. International Agency for Research on Cancer. World Cancer Report 2014, ed. Bernard W. Stewart and Christopher P. Wild, Geneva. World Health Organization, 2014. 6. Chapter 13. Radiology Services and Other Diagnostic Procedures, in Medicare Claims Processing Manual, Baltimore, Maryland. U.S. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, last revised March 27, 2019. CMS.gov. Ulations and guidance/guidance/manuals/CLM104C13.pdf. 7. Observations on Trends in Prescription Drug Spending. Office of the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Washington, D.C., March 2016. HHS.gov. 8. Roland Turk. Oncology Drug Costs. The Imaginary Crisis. Annals of Oncology 28, No. 2. 2017, 427-431. doi.org. 9. Larissa A. Picor et al. Genetic Alterations Defining NSCLC Subtypes and the Therapeutic Implications. Lung Cancer 82, No. 2. 2013, 179-189. doi.org. 10. Lucian R. Chiriak and Sanya Dasik. Targeted Therapies in Lung Cancer. Surgical Pathology Clinics 3, No. 1. 2010, 71-82. doi.org. 11. Olivier J. Wouters, Martin McKee, and Jeroen Leuten. Estimated Research and Development Investment Needed to Bring a New Medicine to Market, 2009-2018, JAMA 323, No. 9. 2020, 844-853. doi.org. 12. Chi-Heen Wong, Kian-Wei Sire, and Andrew W. Lowe. Estimation of Clinical Trial Success Rates and Related Parameters, Biostatistics 20, No. 2. 2019, 273-286. doi.org. 13. Eric Budish, Benjamin N. Royne, and Heidi Williams. The firms underinvest in long-term research. Evidence from Cancer Clinical Trials, NBER Working Paper Number 19430, National Bureau of Economic Research, Cambridge, Massachusetts, last revised February 2015. doi.org. 14. NCI Designated Cancer Centers, National Cancer Institute, Cancer.gov, last modified June 24, 2019. Cancer.gov. 15. Tamala Sterrett Williamson, The Shift of Oncology Inpatient Care to Outpatient Care, The Challenge of Retaining Expert Oncology Nurses, Clinical Journal of Oncology Nursing 12, No. 2, 2008, 186-189. doi.org. CJON.186-189. 16. Joanna Lyon et al. Case Mix and Charges for Inpatient and Outpatient Chemotherapy, Healthcare Finance Review 8, No. 4, 1987, 65-71. NE.gov. 17. David Huey et al. Availability and Integration of Palliative Care at U.S. Cancer Centers, JAMA 303, No. 11, 2010, 1054-1061. doi.org. 18. Edward J. Benz, The Jeremiah Metzger Lecture. Cancer in the 21st Century. An Inside View from an Outsider, Transactions of the American Clinical and Climatological Association 128, 2017, 275-297. NE.gov. 19. Lawrence N. Schulman, Lisa Kennedy Sheldon, and Edward J. Benz, The Future of Cancer Care in the United States. Overcoming Workforce Capacity Limitations, JAMA 6, No. 3. 2020, 327-328. doi.org. 20. Benz, The Jeremiah Metzger Lecture. 21. Guy David et al. Do Hospitals Cross-Subsidize? Journal of Health Economics 37, No. 1. 2018. doi.org. 22. David et al. Do Hospitals Cross-Subsidize? 23. David et al. Do Hospitals Cross-Subsidize? 24. David et al. Do Hospitals Cross-Subsidize? 25. Todd Ackerman, MD. Anderson Breast Center halts second opinions. Houston Chronicle, last modified July 20, 2011. Chron.com. 26. Wong, Sire, and Low, Estimation of Clinical Trial Success Rates and Related Parameters. 27. Andrew W. Low, Can Financial Engineering Cure Cancer? Tangerine Lecture in Finance, November 3, 2016. Uo.ca. 28. Low, Can Financial Engineering Cure Cancer? Chapter 5. Save Physician-Owned Practices to Save Money in Healthcare. Barbara McAneny. Cancer care is the canary in the coal mine for any discussion of the costs of healthcare. On top of a devastating medical diagnosis, cancer patients face bankruptcy at the most vulnerable time in their lives. High out-of-pocket costs and the prospect of losing employer-based health insurance are exacerbated by the ever-increasing costs for cancer care. Community oncology practices evolved as the lower-cost option when anti-nausea drugs made outpatient chemotherapy possible. Patients then had an option for care close to home, with a practice that could provide a friendlier, less institutional atmosphere, as well as lower costs. Over time, however, the payments independent practices received under the physician fee schedule were significantly outpaced by the payments to hospital systems with greater negotiating power and the benefits of a fee schedule that was increased every year. The allure of cancer drug reimbursement for hospitals with a profit margin greater than that of independent practices made acquisition of oncology practices highly profitable for hospitals. Oncology practice consolidation has increased 21% in the last 2 years, resulting in higher prices and less choice for patients. Cancer patients are mostly unaware of the difference in price and out-of-pocket costs between hospital and physician office care. The COVID-19 pandemic has created unprecedented challenges, including for smaller practices that may not be able to weather the financial shock or may be overwhelmed by needing to provide traditional public health services to their patients. Rather than further entrenching a system that deprives society's most vulnerable, we should take charge of this opportunity to control cancer care costs by better understanding the true costs of oncology care, increasing transparency at all levels, facilitating competition and preventing health care concentration, and restructuring the health care insurance system to serve patients more effectively. Solving problems with cancer care requires addressing problems within the entire health care system. The two are inseparable. This chapter will begin by diving into some of the issues that make cancer care so expensive for patients, such as opaque drug pricing and the holes in the insurance safety net. Then, the chapter will explore the forces driving consolidation and their impact on community oncology practices and patients. The chapter concludes with suggestions for meaningful reform. A cancer diagnosis is a medical and financial catastrophe for patients. For cancer patients, costs can be overwhelming. Cancer patients are 2.65 times more likely to go bankrupt than people without cancer. 2/3 of bankruptcies are triggered by a health care event, and 2/3 of the people declaring bankruptcy have health insurance. Younger cancer patients have 2 to 5 times higher rates of bankruptcy than cancer patients aged 65 or older, indicating that Medicare and Social Security might ease some of the bankruptcy risk. The high financial burden stems in part from astronomical oncology drug prices, made worse by opaque middlemen driving up costs, paired with health insurance companies that shift the cost to cancer patients by co-pays and deductibles. Cancer patients face losing employer-based health insurance with inadequate fallback options. Employer-based insurance can be problematic for cancer patients. Inability to work can cause them to lose their insurance. The Family Medical Leave Act allows unpaid time off and job retention if a worker can return in time, but it does not pay the insurance premiums. The Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1985 permits patients to retain their insurance for 18 months, if they pay both the employer's and the employee's parts of the full payment. Without a salary, that is often impossible. If the insurance lapses, the patient incurs the full cost of treatment, and if they return to work, there is usually an additional month before their coverage resumes. Clearly, employer-based insurance is designed for people with short-term, limited illnesses or for managing chronic diseases that do not interfere with the ability to work. It is not designed for the people who need insurance the most, people with an illness so severe they cannot work. As employers attempt to control insurance costs, narrow networks and patient cost shifting through defined benefit plans have gained popularity. The cost shifting to patients has resulted in a decrease both in necessary valuable care as well as unnecessary care. Cancer patients need to know that their portion of the cost of care can be significantly lower at independent physician fee schedule (PFS) practices than at hospital-owned practices. Social Security disability insurance and Medicare take 2 years to obtain, so that is not an option for cancer patients either. The average American family has under $50,000 for retirement and an emergency fund of less than $500. A diagnosis of cancer, especially in a family where 2 employed adults are needed to make ends meet, can plunge an entire family into poverty. Our safety net has large holes, and cancer patients fall right through them. Insurance gaps also plague Medicare-eligible cancer patients. Medicare-eligible cancer patients enrolled in Medicare Fee-for-Service, FFS, still need to purchase a Medigap plan, which covers the 20% of the Medicare allowable price not covered under Medicare. They must also purchase Part B coverage and a Part D prescription drug plan. The cost of cancer drugs for a Medicare patient without the Medigap, Part B, and Part D coverage would make care unaffordable. Medicare Advantage, MA, plans are another attempt by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, to decrease the cost of care. MA plans are paid a capitated rate, usually 14 to 19% more than the per capita cost of FFS Medicare. The hope was that the commercial payers' negotiating power would lower overall costs. The plans try to control costs by narrowing the network of physicians and hospitals, and by utilization management tools, such as prior authorization, copays, coinsurance, and narrow formularies. This does not work well for cancer patients, however, who need to see specialists who may not be in network and need drugs that may not be on the formulary. Patients who get seriously ill tend to switch back to Medicare FFS with a Medigap plan. Astronomical drug costs. The gaps in insurance coverage make it difficult for cancer patients to afford ever-rising oncology therapy prices. For example, innovative therapies, such as chimeric antigen receptor T-cell, CAR-T, drugs, can carry price tags close to $500,000 for a single dose. The effectiveness of these drugs is irrelevant if patients cannot afford them. Drug costs are everyone's favorite target for the high cost of care. The manufacturers deserve some of the blame for creating consolidated markets that maximize profits. Often, the original research that leads to a new drug is federally funded by the National Institutes of Health, NIH, and is acquired by the pharmaceutical company. The FDA process is particularly expensive to navigate, encouraging further consolidation of manufacturers. Manufacturers also regularly extend patent profits by paying companies to delay bringing a generic or biosimilar drug to market, or by developing minor variations to restart the patent clock. For example, the 7-month delay in the generic entry of the leukemia therapy Gluck is estimated to have cost the healthcare system at least $500 million. Pharmacy benefit managers hike up chemotherapy costs. Manufacturers are not entirely to blame, however, for high drug prices. The American Medical Association has estimated that 42% of the cost to the patient is added once the drug leaves the manufacturer. Pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, are companies created by the insurance industry to negotiate discounts with pharmaceutical manufacturers. However, PBMs have evolved to be extremely profitable, have acquired commercial pharmacies and distributors and created specialty pharmacies, and are now large enough that they're buying the insurance companies. PBMs negotiate discounts as a percentage of the list price, keep some of the discount and pass some to the parent insurance company. The higher the price, the more money the PBM makes. Sometimes the markup is so high that the co-pay charged to the patient is higher than the price of the drug, and the contracts with pharmacies forbid the pharmacist from letting the patient know. Because a percentage-based discount on chemotherapy is profitable, PBMs have persuaded insurance companies to mandate that all purchases must go through their specialty pharmacy. They can add a dispensing fee and lower the amount paid to independent pharmacies until the latter cannot afford to stay in business. The PBMs then invite the pharmacy to join their network, adding more profit to their bottom line. Data sales, both to the manufacturers and to the insurers, add another revenue stream to the PBMs. And PBMs claw back direct and indirect remuneration fees from the pharmacy, often months after the drug was purchased. We need to demand transparency from PBMs so that they cannot generate large profits without adding value for cancer patients. The origins and impact of consolidation in oncology. Cancer care costs are predicted to reach $230 billion by 2023, putting cancer care on center stage because of the high cost of drugs, concerns about unnecessary care, and worries about rationing. Without the control of costs, we could see poor people or people of color having even worse access to care than they receive now. The acquisition of community oncology practices is driving increases in cancer costs. Since 2008, nearly 1,750 independent community oncology clinics and practices have either been closed, acquired by hospitals, or merged due to financial hardship. The rate of consolidation has increased 21% in the last 2 years. Taking an extraordinary toll on small businesses, the COVID-19 pandemic will likely exacerbate this issue, resulting in diminished patient choice and higher costs. The American health care system is stacked against community practices in many ways, including outdated Medicare reimbursement models that favor large hospitals and cancer centers both for services and drug reimbursement, as well as newer insurance models that force practices to take on substantial financial risk, requiring data resulting in further consolidation. Ultimately, insurers and cancer patients overpaying for services in hospital settings are subsidizing the acquisition of independent oncology practices, leading to decreased choice of site of care and causing their own expenses to rise. Outdated reimbursement practices prioritize large hospital systems, pushing community practices to consolidate. In 1965, when President Lyndon Johnson created Medicare, cancer care was largely surgical, if it happened at all, and chemotherapy and radiation was still in the future. Medicare Part B, for outpatient services, was an afterthought. Everything that a physician could do in 1965 could be carried into people's homes in a little black bag, so the cost was minimal. Originally, Medicare fees for services were set based on a doctor's usual and customary charges, which varied significantly by location. Even today, prices are adjusted by geography, with the assumption that a physician practice's overhead will reflect the costs of living in the region. For cancer care though, the equipment cost does not vary by location, and recruiting is done through a national market, so the geographic price adjustments harm oncology practices serving rural or less affluent populations. Oncologists built infusion centers in their offices and stopped admitting patients to the hospital for chemotherapy once nausea was no longer uncontrollable. Stemming from outdated distinctions between hospital and outpatient delivery of care, CMS continues to pay community health providers pursuant to the Physician Fee Schedule, PFS, and hospitals according to the Hospital Outpatient Prospective Patient System, HOPS. However, these two payment schedules have not evolved at the same pace. Managing cancer patients outside the hospital is better for patients and their families, and improves the patient's and the healthcare system's finances, just not the bottom line of the hospital. As care shifts to outpatient settings and the revenue from inpatient services drop, hospitals have responded by hiring entire oncology practices. Because hospitals bill under HOPS, they can charge higher fees and add on a facility fee, even for outpatient services, such as chemotherapy. In those areas where no independent community practices exist, nothing acts as a brake on the prices charged by hospitals. The facility fees paid by the cancer patient are used to pay for the emergency department, the operating room, the intensive care unit, and other high-priced items the community needs to have available, with enough left over for a profit margin. Despite the burden of quality measures and data submission, electronic medical records, and other requirements, CMS estimates that practice expense has only increased by 30%. The proportion of people eligible for Medicare increased, and the costs of delivering care in the PFS practices have increased, but Medicare payments have not kept up, as the last survey of practice expense occurred in 2010. However, because hospital outpatient services are paid through HOPS, they continue to receive a market basket increase every year. The average increase for the HOPS is 2 to 3.5% yearly, whereas the PFS has changed very little over the last 20 years. HOPS has increased by almost 50% and the PFS by 6% between 2002 and 2015, when the law changed. For 2021, the hospital fees were increased by over 2%, while the physician fee schedule decreased by 10.4%. In addition, when the Diagnosis-Related Group (DRG) system was implemented in 1983, 11 cancer hospitals were exempted and paid based on their costs plus a margin. The rationale was that cancer length of stay was much longer than for other diseases. Those 11 hospitals, now hospital systems with multiple satellite facilities, are still exempt, making them highly profitable and very expensive. Today, almost all hospitals admit cancer patients, and most of cancer care is done on an outpatient basis, so the need to compensate these hospitals more generously has diminished, but this carefully guarded anachronism is protected by an army of lobbyists. These reimbursement disparities created the site of service differential, practices being paid below cost for Medicare patients, and hospitals being paid at almost twice the rate for exactly the same services. Hospitals justify the higher payment because of the cost of uninsured patients requiring care, even though the physicians delivering care who are not employed by the hospitals are billing at the PFS rate. Practices are relying on the better payments from commercial plans to cover the shortfall in payment from governmental payers or are limiting the number of governmental patients they accept. Furthermore, as hospitals merge into hospital systems, their ability to negotiate higher price increases, and the gap between the charges from a self-employed PFS physician and a hospital-employed physician increased for both Medicare and for commercial health plans. The result of the widening payment gap has been that many physician practices have found no alternative to being acquired by hospitals when they could not cover expenses. Empirical research has shown that prices tend to increase with consolidation, without an increase in the quality of care. Over the last 12 years, nearly 2,000 community oncology practices have closed or merged with hospitals as a result of these disparities. The remaining independent practices have had to become very lean to survive. Independent cancer providers cannot bear the financial risks required. In 2015, the Medicare and CHIP Reauthorization Act discouraged fee-for-service (FFS) payments in favor of accountable care organizations (ACOs). ACOs pay groups of clinicians a predetermined fee for a particular type of care, regardless of the ultimate cost of care. Groups with more patients can accept more risk. Smaller practices are disadvantaged by the actuarial risk of managing fewer patients and inadequate financial reserves to offset the risk. If they go out of business or are acquired by a hospital, costs increase and choice for patients goes down. Furthermore, the differential between payments for the services of hospital-employed and independent physicians was carried forward. The PFS still lags 30% lower, and the HOPS reimbursement is significantly higher than cost as estimated by the Medicare Economic Index, disadvantaging small, independent cancer providers. Financial risk may also prevent smaller practices from benefiting from alternative care models. The Community Oncology Medical Home, Come Home, a team-based care innovation that aggressively managed cancer patients' side effects to avoid the need for hospitalization, saved over $600 per patient on average. However, when it was adopted by the CMS ACO Oncology Care Model, the target price was developed from national averages, leaving smaller practices at risk if more patients with expensive needs than predicted obtained care from the practice. 2/3 of the practices have since abandoned the model. Although it focused practices on the value of keeping patients out of the hospital, it did not decrease the spending on drugs as CMS had hoped. CMS chemotherapy drug reimbursement practices and 340B subsidies drive consolidation. CMS designs alternative payment models that expect oncologists to either control the drug cost or pay for the increased costs over their target price. The assumption is that oncologists select the more expensive drugs for the add-on of 6% over average sales price, ASP. The number of drugs with medically equivalent options is relatively small, and newer, more expensive immunotherapies are remarkably effective with much less toxicity. Selecting older, cheaper, more toxic regimens would be unethical. In addition, in the current risk-based models for value-based care, accepting a cancer patient requiring an expensive biologic drug for a benign condition means that the target of total cost of care is not attainable. Physicians are finding that if the best regimen for a patient includes an expensive new drug, their practice misses the target price. Further, the requirements of an infusion center that conforms with United States Pharmacopeia, USP, regulations, Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSHA, regulations, and specialty society requirements have outpaced the CMS payments for infusion. The National Cancer Care Alliance, NCCA, did a time and motion study on the costs of the first hour of an infusion, and found the costs to be $200 more than CMS paid, and that the drug margin did not make up the difference. CMS pays within a few weeks, but commercial insurers often delay 4 to 6 weeks. In the interim, the ASP may have dipped below their purchase price. Because ASP is an average, large practices or systems that buy in large quantities or pay the same day get a significant discount, so the average is sometimes below the price paid by a smaller practice. Without a significant markup on the chemotherapy payments of commercial payers, smaller independent practices would not be able to stay in business. For practices with increasing numbers of Medicare and Medicaid patients, that is, those treating the poor and the elderly, the prospect of being acquired by a hospital is often irresistible. The facility fee paid to hospitals for chemotherapy makes even Medicare profitable. Underpaying the PFS practices therefore increases costs for the entire health system over time. Another contributing factor to drug prices, particularly important for cancer patients, is the 340B program. This program was designed so that tax-exempt designated hospitals and entities, such as federally qualified health centers, can receive significant discounts from pharmaceutical manufacturers when they purchase drugs to be given in the outpatient setting. The money received from the discount is supposed to cover the costs of unreimbursed care. When a hospital-employed physician writes a prescription for a drug, and the hospital fills the prescription for a commercially insured patient, they can bill the insurance company the full contracted price and then obtain an additional rebate of 30 to 50% of the drug cost from the manufacturer. Manufacturers are required to participate in the 340B program if they wish to sell their medicines to patients with governmental payers. As chemotherapy became more expensive in the early to mid-2000s, that discounted amount started to make a significant contribution to the bottom line of hospitals. A busy oncologist prescribes $2 million to $3 million of drugs every year. A 340B hospital that acquired an oncologist found that the 340B program delivered $1 million to $1.50. million of rebate profit to their bottom line. When that amount is added to the significantly higher prices hospitals negotiate with all payers, the amount of imaging needed by oncologists, and the volume of referrals for surgery or other services needed by cancer patients, it becomes obvious why hospitals targeted oncology practices for acquisition. As independent oncologists lose the drug margin in their practices and have trouble making their overhead, 340B hospitals can entice them with a nice salary increase and still add millions to their own bottom line. The number of 340B hospitals when the program began was under 400, and now it is above 4,000, with over 80% of community oncology mergers occurring with hospitals with existing 340B programs. When manufacturers are forced to give this rebate to an ever-increasing number of hospitals, they raise the prices for everyone else to cover their loss. The price of drugs goes up again. The cancer patients do not get the 340B discount, the hospitals do. You can tell a 340B hospital by the opulence of its lobby, although the hospital CEO will claim it needs the 340B money to cover its overhead. Our system seems designed to maximize the profit of the insurance companies, the consolidated hospital systems, and the pharmaceutical companies. They are all doing well, while patients go bankrupt. We must decide whether the for-profit insurance companies provide value, if the value of a hospital system is greater than the value of a community hospital, and whether the consolidation of the various parts of the industry is contributing to efficiency, or just raising prices. COVID-19 presents new challenges for providers and cancer patients. The COVID-19 pandemic has unmasked the flaws of how we deliver health care. The social determinants of health have an enormous impact on health outcomes. With COVID-19, disadvantaged populations have been disproportionately represented in ICU admissions and in deaths. Take the population of the Navajo Nation in Arizona and New Mexico. 1/3 of the Navajo do not have running water. Few have internet or cellular network access, and many live in small, multi-generational houses. Social distancing is not possible when you must haul water to wash your hands. The Navajo Nation has a very high per capita infection rate. Years of neglect in providing electricity and running water, compounded by government underfunding of the Indian Health Service, IHS, has led to a public health disaster. The courage and dedication of the medical staff is inspiring, but the lack of resources is devastating. Oncology care in IHS hospitals was placed out of reach by the limited budgets approved by Congress. My practice has had a cancer center serving the Navajo Nation since 2007. We are used to having the IHS run out of money every July and be unable to pay us until the new fiscal year every October. However, providing cancer care during the COVID-19 pandemic has been a new experience. Patients, relieved that we were providing treatment, are afraid to go home to a possibly infectious family. We have had to provide food support, help with transportation, masks, rent, and utilities out of the practice and our foundation. Telemedicine requires an internet connection or a smartphone, and often our patients have neither. The healthcare system cannot provide all the needed infrastructure to keep a population healthy, and the additional burden certainly cannot fall on community practices operating on ever slimmer margins and smaller reserves. The fragility of the health care system is exposed as small rural hospitals close. Small and medium-sized practices shuttered during the pandemic may not be able to reopen, and people delay care for fear of contamination. Larger hospitals have furloughed employees, yet some of the richest hospitals, often with billions in reserves, have received generous handouts from the federal government response. Further entrenching provider disparities, $50 billion of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES, funding for provider relief was distributed through Medicare, using a formula that gave more money to providers that tend to have higher margins. For example, Baylor University was given $454 million, even though it eventually made a surplus of $815 million. An opportunity for reform. After this pandemic, the worst scenario would be that the remaining large, profitable hospitals acquire even more of the healthcare infrastructure, consolidating their control and eliminating the competition that currently puts restraint on prices. More consolidation will lead to increased prices and decreased choice. If small practices and hospitals in rural areas, small towns, or inner cities do not recover, a significant number of Americans will be left without access to cancer care. If a small town loses its health care infrastructure, the town will die as surely as if it lost running water and power. Patients will be forced to travel to the increasingly expensive, highly consolidated hospital systems and their monopolistic control of both inpatient and outpatient care. As prices rise, fewer people will be able to afford care, and health disparities will increase. The system, our medical industrial complex, is clearly not sustainable. Fixing the system. 1. Transparency is key. For every cost-shifting process, and every proprietary price structure, money is funneled off into profits for corporate entities, consultants, and administrative bloat. The actual costs of care, not charges, must be tabulated by universally accepted accounting parameters, and made publicly available. Rational approaches to fixing every aspect of the system will never be possible without access to accurate and updated cost data. The site of service differential could be eliminated if processes were accurate and the need for cost shifting eliminated. 2. If the price of care is altered by characteristics of the patient or the cancer, then the compensation should match that price. If two systems charge very different amounts for equivalent treatment, payers should only pay the lower amount. To control costs, we must first adopt tools to determine the adequate price for optimal care. Making accountable sustainable oncology networks, MASON, is a proposal to CMMI that would combine the clinical data of NCCA practices with claims data to create accurate pricing using data science techniques. Here is how it works. MASON uses cost accounting techniques to determine the infrastructure costs of delivering care, such as for infusion centers. NCCA practices have agreed to accept invoice price for the drugs, thus removing any concern that drugs are selected for profit. Target prices determined by data science give the practices the opportunity to manage patients even more efficiently to share in additional savings. Practices would thrive while still providing cost-effective care. Quality of care is determined by adherence to evidence-based pathways and by patient satisfaction. Oncology is fortunate to have reputable guidelines developed by the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, a group of academic centers. However, once we show that the MASON process works for cancer care, it can be applied to accurately price other types of care. 3. The pharmacy benefit manager system must be made transparent and accountable, if indeed it needs to exist at all. Knowing what the insurer was charged for the drug and not allowing the markup of the PBM would be a good start to manageable drug prices. Eliminating direct-to-consumer advertising would save the manufacturers a lot of money, which could then be used to reduce prices. 4. Emergency departments should not be paid for by people using the other parts of the healthcare system, but by the tax structure of local, state, and federal governments. We pay for police, firefighters, and ambulance services by tax base, regardless of whether or not we use them as individuals. Cancer patients would benefit because the facility fee and the markup of services to cover unreimbursed care would be unnecessary if the emergency services costs were covered separately. 5. The tax-exempt status and the role of hospitals should be re-examined. Hospitals are needed in every community to provide emergency services, treat people whose chronic diseases are out of control, provide recovery space for people with severe acute illnesses or surgeries, and provide a setting for the local infrastructure of care, such as imaging. Accountability for the amount of charity care provided could lead to payment for that care, which would decrease if everyone had insurance. We could eliminate the need for tax-exempt hospitals to possess wholly owned for-profit subsidiaries or have huge endowments that they invest in competition with those who pay taxes. Localities would do better if hospitals paid their share of taxes. 6. Hospital systems that do not show value should be broken up by antitrust actions. Hospitals should be based on community need and logical provision of services, not pricing advantages. Data show that hospital systems increase price but not quality. Actions that return hospitals to the control of the communities they serve should be encouraged. 7. The DRG-exempt cancer hospital financial structure should be eliminated. The 11 DRG-exempt cancer centers have used profits not available to other hospitals to consolidate ownership and stifle competition, further increasing the overall costs of cancer care to everyone. Clinical oncology research and outpatient services can be provided in ways that better match community needs, so we should eliminate this historical relic. 8. The 340B system should be entirely redesigned. Money paid by the federal government should follow the patient for whom the support is designed, not be given to hospitals to advance their bottom line. At a minimum, the discount for Medicare patients should accrue to Medicare similarly to how the discount goes to Medicaid. 9. Insurance must be redesigned. The employer-based system works only for employees, not for people too sick to work. Commercial payers have a very lucrative system, collecting premiums throughout the healthy years, then dumping patients onto Medicare when they age into infirmity. The pandemic has taught us that leaving anyone out of care endangers all of us. Everyone must have true access, not just an insurance card that does not cover the costs of delivering care. If people could have health insurance that covered the costs of care, without cost shifting, we would not need special programs like Medicaid and Medicare. Insurance companies would not be nearly as profitable, but would charge enough to cover the costs of determining actuarial rates, collecting premiums, and paying claims. We must first decide whether we want insurance as a profitable industry or as a utility that provides service for nominal costs. The Affordable Care Act took a major step toward insurance as a utility, even though the transformation was deliberately slow. The call for Medicare for All is focused on providing Medicare as a not-for-profit insurance. By moving towards an insurance safety net that catches all Americans and adequately covers the legitimate costs of care, cancer patients can fully focus on their recovery. The current monopolies of hospitals, health plans, and pharmaceutical manufacturers should be broken up so that hospitals can be restructured to fit the needs of the communities they serve, with a transparent funding process. We must preserve the low-cost, high-quality option of independent physician practices. As we examine our system and the flaws uncovered by the pandemic, we can either use the opportunity to create a rational system, or we can return to our current, highly profitable medical industrial complex without change. We can develop a system that treats all patients, or we can have a system that can only be accessed by the very wealthy. We are the richest nation on the planet. Surely we can afford to invest in our own population. Barbara McAneny is a former president of the American Medical Association and founder and CEO of the New Mexico Cancer Center. Notes. 1. Gillian Money. Concern rises over $475,000 price tag for breakthrough cancer treatment, Healthline, last modified October 16, 2019. Healthline.com. 2. Hagop Kantarjian and S. Vincent Rajkumar. Why are cancer drugs so expensive in the United States, and what are the solutions? Mayo Clinic Proceedings 90. No. 4. 2015, 500-504. MayoClinicProceedings.org. 3. Rebecca Piffer. Community oncology practices turn to mergers, private equity to avoid hospital acquisition, Healthcare Dive, April 24, 2020. Healthcaredive.com. 4. These data have not been published. 5. Piffer. Community oncology practices. 6. Karen Schwartz et al. What we know about provider consolidation. KFF.org. September 2, 2020. N72. KFF.org. 7. Jordan Rao and Christine Spoller. Some of America's wealthiest hospital systems ended up even richer, thanks to federal bailouts. Washington Post, April 1, 2021. WashingtonPost.com. Part 2. Cancer and the Community. Chapter 6. Racial Disparities and Cancer Injustice. Matt K. Nguyen and Otis W. Brawley. The murder of George Floyd, a black man, in May 2020, and many others at the hand of American law enforcement touched off nationwide protests with millions taking to the streets to decry state-sanctioned racial injustice. At the same time, the COVID-19 pandemic engulfed America, and the world, and a mountain of empirical evidence has shown that communities of color have disproportionately borne the brunt of its harmful effects. While COVID-19 laid bare the pervasiveness of racial inequality in American medicine, it is by no means the first example. Racial injustice pervades the U.S. healthcare system, especially the field of cancer medicine. For the past half-century, Black Americans have suffered from the highest cancer death rates of any U.S. racial or ethnic group for most cancers. But members of the Black community are not innately more susceptible to cancer. Rather, profound racial inequities in our healthcare system and across American society compound to produce this unjust result. Even more, the unjust realities of contemporary medicine are particularly evident because the capacity to achieve cancer equity is already within our reach. Our chapter proceeds as follows. We begin by rejecting the flawed view that biological factors constitute a key driver of racial disparities in cancer. In doing so, we clarify that the social realities of race in America largely define disparate cancer outcomes. We then delve into how ethnicity, geographic origin, systemic racism, and socioeconomic status all exacerbate racial disparities in cancer screening, treatment, and ultimately outcomes. We close with a brief survey of policies that broaden health care access and utilization, underscoring their invaluable role in the fight against cancer injustice. Defining cancer populations. The myth of biologic race. The field of minority health gained prominence during the civil rights movement to highlight the unique health challenges identified in the Black community and other populations of color. More recently, the field has centered on health disparities to highlight the fact that fellow Americans suffer unnecessarily. There is now a movement toward achieving health equity. Implicit in this conversation is a recognition that health justice is not only feasible, but also long overdue. When assessing health disparity measures, it is important to define meaningful populations. Populations can be defined by race, ethnicity and culture, socioeconomic status, geographic origin, ancestry, or area of residence, e.g., north, south, or urban, rural. There are disparities when using all of these categories. Across all these dimensions, however, the central question is why the disparity exists. For example, differences in cancer outcomes arise from socioeconomic status because income deprivation presents obstacles to health insurance, preventative care, timely diagnosis, and quality treatment. With respect to race, the correlation is much more complicated. Historical research into health disparities has centered predominantly on race, especially Black-white differences. Black Americans, who make up 12% of the U.S. population, have higher death rates for a number of diseases, including most cancers, see Figure 6.1. It is a systemic feature of American society that income deprivation correlates with racial minority status. Other social determinants of health often correlate with race as well. Thus, disentangling interwoven racial, socioeconomic, and geographic factors is central to any attempt to rectify cancer injustice. Age-adjusted mortality rates, per 100,000 population, by race and ethnicity. Colorectal prostate breast lung pancreas myeloma. White 13.617.919.84110, 93. Black 18.537.927.642.313.36.2. API asterisk 9.68.611.422.27.61.6. AI, and 1113.611.526.36.62.2. Hispanic 11.115.81417.68.52.7. AP, Asian Pacific Islander, AI, and American Indian or Alaskan Native. Rates are age-adjusted to the 2000 standard. Figure 6.1. U.S. cancer mortality rates by age and race, ethnicity, annualized 2013-2017. A long-standing assumption, dotted across the scientific and lay literature, is that these disparities are due to inherent genetic differences among racial groups. Inherent biological differences resulting in differential health outcomes are clearly correlated with sex. For instance, men and women naturally have different rates of breast cancer. But in America, racial categories are constructed almost entirely on visible traits associated with skin color, facial features, and presumed geographic origin. Consequently, the medical anthropology community has soundly rejected race as a biologic categorization, concluding race is at most a sociopolitical demographic. Self-declared race correlates more with shared experiences and outward identification than with common genetics. So, while illuminating in narrow circumstances, i.e., ethnicity and genetic isolation, biological justifications tend to have weak explanatory power for the prevalence of racial disparities in cancer. Despite this, the fields of policy and medicine have historically encouraged physicians and society writ large to presume race-based biology. Part of this long-standing misconception is predicated on federal data collection. The U.S. Office of Management and Budget, OMB, defines race to collect health data, and publishes its definitions about 2 years before each decennial census. Importantly, the preamble to the OMB's definition of race confirms that these categories are not based in biology. Moreover, the OMB's rough definitions are fluid. Only in 1990 did federal law begin to require collecting demographic data beyond black and white. The most recent definitions appear in Table 6.1. The federal definitions also change over time. People with Indian ancestry were considered Caucasian in 1960, Asian, Pacific Islander in 1980, and finally Asian since 2000. The OMB's racial definitions are also quite broad. People from more than 840 areas of geographic origin are considered white. There are 109 areas of African geographic origin. Migration histories and interracial marriage further complicate efforts to group by race. Indeed, many view attempts to divide the population into racial groups as akin to trying to slice soup. One need not look hard to find salient examples of how the error-ridden biologic view of cancer has driven policy making. In 1993, Congress enacted the National Institutes of Health, NIH, Revitalization Act, which mandated inclusion of women and people of color in federally funded research on the premise that, without equitable participation, these groups may not benefit from the fruits of clinical breakthroughs. This requirement was predicated on Congress's concern that minority groups would react differently than other subjects, i.e., white patients, to treatment. The NIH revitalization legislation is controversial among clinical trialists because it is scientifically flawed. The law failed to acknowledge that disparate health outcomes by race arise primarily due to differences in receipt of quality health care. Ironically, the legislation prompted large cancer studies that generally show that equal treatment yields equal outcomes among equal patients. For example, studies show that even though black patients have a higher incidence of prostate cancer, blacks of the same stage who receive comparable treatment to their white counterparts have equal mortality outcomes. Yet, most patterns of care studies confirm black patients are more likely to receive inadequate care compared to white patients. Table 6.1. OMB race and ethnicity categories. Current categories were developed in 1997 by the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. The OMB stresses in the introduction that these categories do not denote scientific definitions of anthropological origins. Individuals are asked to first designate ethnicity as Hispanic or Latino or not Hispanic or Latino. Second, individuals are asked to indicate one or more races that apply among the following: American Indian or Alaska Native, Asian, Black or African American, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, White, Hispanic or Latino, a person of Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, South or Central American, or other Spanish culture or origin, regardless of race. American Indian or Alaska Native, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. Asian, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of the Far East, Southeast Asia, or the Indian subcontinent, including, for example, Cambodia, China, India, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Pakistan, the Philippine Islands, Thailand, and Vietnam. Black or African American, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Hawaii, Guam, Samoa, or other Pacific Islands. White, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. The 1997 OMB standards permit the reporting of more than one race. An individual's response to the race question is based upon self-identification. Thus, the biologic view of cancer disparities rests on a fundamental misunderstanding of cancer medicine. In reality, most racial disparities in cancer arise from socio-economic deprivation, systemic racism, and limited access to quality care, whether preventive, diagnostic, or therapeutic. In addition, by failing to appreciate the dominant causes of cancer disparities, focus on biologic race as a cause of disparate cancer outcomes obscures the reality that many low-income white Americans also bear an outsized cancer burden. Because timely health care access and utilization contributes to most lopsided cancer outcomes in the United States, curbing racial disparities in cancer is, at bottom, a question of equalizing health provision across demographic groups. In other words, achieving cancer justice does not require some novel cancer therapy, it simply demands that all Americans have equal access to timely, quality care. Defining populations, ethnicity and geography. Ethnicity relates to culture and habits. As such, it can influence risk of cancer and acceptance to therapy. It relates to what we eat. And among cigarette smokers, people of different ethnicities differ substantially in their smoking preferences, a key cause of lung cancer. The OMB recognizes only two ethnicities, Hispanic and non-Hispanic. Individuals classified as ethnically Hispanic, a subgroup defined not by genetics, but language heritage and Spanish colonization, hail from more than 20 countries and countless cultures. Of note, the Asian American, Latin American, and Native American communities have lower age-adjusted death rates for cancer overall compared to white and black Americans. Trends in mortality rate by race, ethnicity from 2000 to 2018 are shown in Figure 6.2. Rather than biology, social and cultural factors associated with these groups may contribute to or prevent cancer. Still, there are certain cancers where Asian Americans have higher rates. For example, women of Southeast Asian descent have higher cervical and liver cancer mortality rates than do other Americans. There are also genetic and biologic differences among populations as defined by area of geographic origin. This classification is very different from race, which remains too broad a category. For example, the gene mutation HLA-B1502 is found in 20% of people living within 150 kilometers, about 90 miles, east or west of the Thai-Burmese border. People with this mutation develop Stevens-Johnson syndrome, a condition with peeling of skin, painful lesions in the mouth and flu-like symptoms, when given the anti-seizure drug carbamazepine. The key distinction here is not race, but a narrow area of geographic origin. This is not an allele common to all Asians, the racial category, or Southeast Asians. It is not even common to all people of Thai or Burmese descent. Likewise, men of West African heritage have higher incidence and mortality from prostate cancer. Researchers are actively looking into the root cause of this disparity. It is not blackness or even African descent. The disparity is seen exclusively in men of West African heritage. As noted earlier, Studies do show that blacks of the same stage who receive comparable treatment to their white counterparts have equal mortality outcomes. Social segregation on the basis of race, income, culture, area of geographic origin, or other factors can also contribute to the preservation of a specific gene in the segregated population. This is seen with a number of genetic diseases, among them Tay-Sachs, cystic fibrosis, and sickle cell disease. Each disease has a higher prevalence in, but is not exclusive to, a specific group. Perhaps the best example is that of BRCA mutations. Women with certain mutations of the BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes are at higher than average risk for the development of breast and ovarian cancer. Mutations of BRCA1 and BRCA2 have been found in women of all races, but 3 specific mutations are common in about 2% of the Ashkenazi Jewish population. These mutations are not exclusive to those with Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry. Population modeling suggests that the 185 DLAG mutation is linked to a small number of individuals alive about 1,000 to 1,200 years ago. These mutations should be considered ancestral or familial, and they are more common among Jewish families due to historical segregation and intrareligious matching preferences. A growing literature has begun to clarify specific mutations of BRCA and other genes in women of Western African heritage, likewise leading to greater breast cancer risk. Thus, several sociocultural factors and some genetic factors related to geographic origin and population isolation may manifest in differential rates of cancer among certain populations. Systemic racism and cancer outcomes. Race does not matter biologically. Race matters socially. Like other facets of American society, systemic racism exists along every dimension of our healthcare system, prompting such entities as the Centers for Disease Control and the American Medical Association in recent months to designate systemic and structural racism a serious public health threat, and one of the primary drivers of racial health inequity. Race, therefore, matters when seeking to illuminate the root causes of cancer disparities, namely structural barriers to high-quality prevention, screening, diagnosis, and treatment among populations of color. Black patients are more likely to experience disruptions in health insurance and provider continuity, leading to untimely screening and later cancer staging. Black patients are also more likely to receive lower quality of care. In other words, quality cancer treatment often does not necessarily result in better outcomes in the black community because black patients are less likely to receive such treatment. Even when these patients receive guideline-adherent treatment, they are still more likely to face other disruptions in their treatment regimen and may even discontinue treatment altogether, often due to the magnified costs associated with later screening and staging. Further, insurance premiums, deductibles, and health care costs have risen precipitously over the last several decades, leaving quality care beyond the reach of many. Together, these factors contribute to higher cancer mortality rates, especially for low-income patients of color. U.S. cancer mortality rates by year, by race and ethnicity. AI, an American Indian or Alaskan Native, API, Asian Pacific Islander. Rates are age-adjusted to the 2000 standard. Figure 6.2. U.S. age-adjusted cancer mortality by race, 2000-2018. Like the policy landscape, the medical literature is also replete with erroneous assumptions that racial subgroups differ biologically. Some of these assumptions are flawed methodologies based on observation of a small number of individuals. Early in the 20th century, syphilis was believed to affect people of color differently than whites. Ethically abhorrent studies, such as the Tuskegee syphilis study, inadvertently demonstrated that this is not true. Medical schools commonly teach that the best initial therapy for black patients with hypertension is a diuretic, whereas whites should be treated with an angiotensin-converting enzyme inhibitor. Objective analysis of clinical studies shows that this teaching is false. Blacks have meaningful blood pressure response to angiotensin-converting enzyme inhibitors and whites have meaningful responses to diuretics. One recent study demonstrated how race-based biology in medicine has gone to extremes. A survey of medical students showed most believe black patients do not perceive pain as whites do. There is simply no data to support this view. Such implicit biases held by medical professionals often lead to misdiagnoses, undertreatment, and worse outcomes for black patients. Another recent study challenged the long-standing assumption that colorectal cancer is more aggressive in blacks compared to whites. This common belief was born out of data showing that black patients with stage 2 colorectal cancer disproportionately relapse after surgery. The study found that black patients with colorectal cancer are more often treated in hospitals with overworked pathologists, who assess 5 or 6 surgical specimens per day. These clinicians do not have time to accurately stage each patient. If adequately staged, these black patients with stage 2 disease would be upstaged to stage 3 or even stage 4. By contrast, white patients tend to be treated in hospitals where pathologists assess only 1 or 2 specimens a day. Accordingly, these physicians have time to perform proper staging assessments. In other words, imprecise staging exists not because of race, but as an interwoven socio-economic and geographic issue arising from the overcrowded, busy hospitals where black patients tend to get their care versus the better-resourced hospitals where whites tend to receive theirs. Indeed, studies comparing outcomes by race in NCI cooperative groups and single institutions demonstrate that equal access to high-quality treatment yields equal outcomes. Yet, before these findings came to light, years of quiet injustice contributed to misconceptions about race-based biology as a driver in colorectal cancer disparities. Systemic racism in healthcare is best seen in the case of breast and colorectal cancer mortality trends from the 1970s to present, figures 6.3 and 6.4. In the 1970s, there were few black-white disparities. The disparities that existed actually showed that white patients had slightly worse death rates. In the late 1970s, screening and treatment for these cancers improved. Yet, patterns of care studies showed that, during this time, income-deprived populations and communities of color were less likely to get adequate care. Accordingly, one perverse consequence of innovations in cancer medicine has been an attendant increase in racial disparities, as under-resourced communities are less likely to benefit from these novel screening or treatment interventions. Age-adjusted U.S. breast cancer mortality rates by year, by race and ethnicity for blacks and whites. Data for other races and ethnicities were collected beginning in 1990. AI, an American Indian or Alaskan Native, API, Asian Pacific Islander. Rates are age-adjusted to the 2000 standard. Figure 6.3. Breast cancer death rate by age and race, ethnicity, 1975–2018. In the case of breast and colorectal cancer, whites were more likely to access new therapies. As a result, by the early to mid-1980s, black breast and colorectal mortality rates surpassed white mortality. Today, even though both black and white mortality rates have declined since that time, the black-white breast cancer mortality disparity remains higher than it has ever been. Why? Throughout this time, white Americans, whose cancer mortality rate was already fairly low, captured the lion's share of the cancer mortality decline made possible by technological innovations in cancer screening, diagnosis, and treatment. Moving forward, while future therapies will assuredly contribute to further reductions in cancer mortality writ large, it is important to not discount the vital role that delivering high-quality existing treatments to underserved populations of color can play in curbing racial disparities in cancer. Age-adjusted U.S. colorectal cancer mortality rates by age, race, ethnicity, and sex for blacks and whites from 1975 to 2018. Data for other races and ethnicities were collected beginning in 1990. AI, an American Indian or Alaskan Native, API, Asian Pacific Islander. Rates are age-adjusted to the 2000 standard. Figure 6.4. Colorectal death rates by age and race, ethnicity, 1975–2018, males, top, females, bottom. Indeed, there are grave treatment disparities across racial subgroups. For example, Mary Jo Lund and colleagues studied breast cancer patterns of care in Georgia. They found that more than 7% of black women with an early stage, and potentially curable, breast cancer diagnosis received no treatment whatsoever in the first 2 years after their initial diagnosis. Delayed treatment worsened their cancer staging, increased treatment cost and severity, and worsened mortality rates. More generally, inadequate cancer care can take the form of unavailability or poor quality of screening and diagnostics, surgery, radiotherapy, or chemotherapy. The reasons for inadequate care are many. They range from lack of access to health care systems or providers that can provide quality care, affordability or convenience issues, or lack of adherence due to the physician-patient relationship or the complexity of the U.S. health care system. Ultimately, the root cause is systemic racism, encompassing not only racial bias on the individual and structural levels but also socioeconomic, geographic, and other societal factors closely correlated with race. Defining populations. Socioeconomic deprivation. Studies have also shown socioeconomic deprivation exacerbates racial disparities in cancer. Most important, employer-based health insurance is a major obstacle to preventative care, early screening, and long-term treatment for low-income Americans. Because the vast majority of Americans are insured through their employer, unemployed and underemployed Americans are typically underinsured or lack insurance altogether. And even when they have insurance, their insurance status may be unstable and their coverage often less favorable, with high deductibles that make expensive cancer care infeasible. Socioeconomic status has an even more complex relationship with racial disparities. A higher proportion of black women with breast cancer have harder to treat triple-negative breast cancer compared to whites, approximately 24% to 12%. Patterns of care studies have shown that the racial disparity in breast cancer outcomes is largely a product of disparities in the treatment of estrogen receptor-positive, non-triple-negative disease. Epidemiologic studies suggest white Americans have a higher incidence rate of breast cancer and non-triple-negative breast cancer, because white women often delay childbirth until after the age of 30 or do not have children. These factors are known to increase the risk of not just breast cancer, but estrogen receptor-positive, non-triple-negative breast cancer. On the other hand, having a child and not breastfeeding increases the risk of triple-negative breast cancer. This is more common among young black women who, due to systemic racism, are more likely to have children earlier because of inequitable access to family planning, higher education, and upward career trajectories. Many public hospitals where poor women of color deliver their children send the new mother home with coupons for formula, rather than encouraging breastfeeding. This, alongside other social pressures, such as the need to work extra shifts to make ends meet in physically demanding jobs that are less likely to offer the space and privacy to pump, discourages breastfeeding and may increase the risk of the worst forms of breast cancer in low-income communities of color. Risk factors associated with low socioeconomic status also increase cancer incidence. Crucially, tobacco use is the cause of a third of all cancers. Low-income communities tend to be the primary targets of tobacco advertisements, and these communities have been a lower priority for robust anti-tobacco public health campaigns. Low-income Americans are also more likely to smoke to curb hunger or stress. Whereas U.S. smoking rates in 1966 were nearly identical across all socioeconomic groups, the smoking rate in the highest income group declined by approximately 36% by 1999. By contrast, the smoking rate in the poorest populations remained unchanged from 1966 to 1998, at 56%. Today, huge differences in smoking prevalence remain among poor versus middle-class Americans, and in high school graduates compared to college graduates. Because smoking causes 80 to 90% of all lung cancer deaths in America, the racial disparities in lung cancer originated in part from divergent smoking patterns over the last half-century. Similarly, the second leading cause of cancer, nearly 30% of all cancers, is obesity, the energy imbalance arising from the consumption of too many calories and lack of exercise. Obesity is more common in low-income communities and in certain geographical regions, i.e., inner cities and rural areas. Beyond affordability, low-income Americans commonly live in food deserts lacking equal access to healthy foods, resulting in cheap but unhealthy diets. The socio-economically deprived are also more likely to live near industrial polluted areas and suffer the health consequences, including increased cancer risks. Environmental exposure is believed to be the reason for increased black rates in myeloma. Some of the deleterious effects of environmental exposure may be passed down from one generation to the next, giving rise to the nascent field of epigenetics. As practitioners gravitate toward precision medicine, there is even greater risk of conflating structural racism, geography, and socio-economics with cancer biology. Moving toward cancer justice. In 2018, American Cancer Society, ACS, scientists tried to estimate the size of and describe the cancer-disparate population in the United States. They made some important observations regarding death rate and area of residence. Breast cancer is perhaps the most studied of all cancers for disparities. Notably, 6 states have black populations whose breast cancer death rates are very similar to their white populations. In 10 or more states, the breast cancer death rate of white women exceeds the breast cancer mortality rate for black women in Massachusetts. Since 1990, there has been a 40% decline in the breast cancer death rate in the United States. But these results were lopsided. The reduction was as high as 51% in Massachusetts and as low as 20% in Mississippi. What explains this difference? For colorectal cancer, the U.S. death rate has halved since 1980. The decline by state varies from a high of 63% to a low of 12%. In both breast and colorectal cancer statistics, southern states performed poorly. The data demonstrate the importance of area of residence and the importance of getting the entire population high-quality care. Public health policy also plays an important role in curbing cancer injustice. Enacted in 2010, the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, ACA, gave financial incentives to states to expand the Medicaid income eligibility threshold for adults aged 18 to 64 years. 34 states have implemented this provision of the ACA, but many states in the South rejected Medicaid expansion altogether. Perhaps unsurprisingly, these contrarian states experienced only minor declines in breast and colorectal cancer mortality. Although the ACA's Medicaid expansion took place over the past decade and, as such, has little effect on these data, the variation in state implementation portends increased interstate disparities in cancer outcomes as low-income Americans struggle to access care. Early efficacy studies of the ACA suggest that states that expanded Medicaid coverage, thereby removing access as a persistent barrier to care in low-income populations, will achieve lower cancer death rates compared to states that did not. In short, federal and state-level policy decisions undoubtedly contribute to disparities in cancer. In addition, access to quality education is an amazing cancer preventative. For almost every cancer, the 30% of Americans with a college education have a lower death rate compared to those without a college education. Education is more influential to health outcomes than race. ACS epidemiologists routinely publish estimates of the number of Americans who will die of cancer. They estimate that about 600,000 Americans die of cancer annually. But if all Americans had the risk of death of college-educated Americans, the death toll would be cut to around 468,000. This means that 132,000 deaths could be averted if all Americans had the quality prevention, screening, diagnosis, and treatment that college-educated Americans receive. These deaths could be prevented without any new research breakthrough, no new treatment, no new screening test or diagnostic. Educational opportunity enables socio-economic mobility, geographic flexibility, and, given the deliberate link between employment and insurance access in America, more continuous health coverage and sustained utilization. This includes sustained access to care from prevention to treatment, insurance, and the logistical assistance, including patient navigation, health coaching, and transportation, to navigate our complex health infrastructure. So, fundamentally, broadening educational opportunity involves getting every American the high-quality care that already exists for more advantaged populations. The 132,000 per year who make up the disparate population live in every state, but disproportionately live in the southeastern United States. Of the 132,000, approximately 80,000 are white. It is interesting that when we speak of cancer disparities, we generally think of race and especially black patients. But cancer disparities and health equity affect all races. The data speak to the importance of social determinants of health. To make cancer justice a reality, policymakers at every level of government must target the distinct features of our healthcare system that proliferate these cancer disparities. At the onset, policymakers must work to provide all Americans equal access to and utilization of long-term, affordable health care, whether through greater ACA, Medicaid expansion, a government-subsidized public option, or Medicare for all. Crucially, to the extent feasible, health insurance must be decoupled from employment status, which is especially unstable for millions of working-class families, as well as immigration status, which, as a practical matter, slams shut the doors of primary and specialty care for millions of undocumented and mixed-status families. At the same time, policymakers must incentivize health providers to universalize low-cost proven effective cancer screening, especially in disadvantaged communities. Use of unproven late-stage interventions can discourage patients and divert resources from needed proven interventions. Mobilizing resources on the front end to identify and treat cancers in their earliest, and least costly, manifestations will pay important dividends for the patient and society as a whole, including longer life expectancy, continued participation in the workforce, and lower emergency care costs. Buy-in and partnerships with local leaders and organizations serving communities of color will be central to any universal screening program. Finally, there must be a serious reckoning with systemic racism in our health care system at the doctor-patient and provider-patient levels, as well as across American society writ large. Such efforts must not fall into the trap of accepting the fundamentally flawed biologic race premise that undergirded past policies. Instead, decision-makers serious about cancer justice must ensure that health professionals and health systems identify and disrupt their own implicit biases that increase cancer risk factors, foment patient distrust, and undermine treatment efficacy. For patients of color, guideline-adherent treatment must be the norm, not the exception. And in society more broadly, policymakers must tackle social determinants including, but not limited to, tobacco advertising and consumption, family planning, environmental racism, and urban-rural disparities. Moving forward, the most important question is, how can we ensure all Americans receive high-quality cancer care, including preventative care, timely screening, and quality treatment? Only then can we turn the page on cancer injustice. Matt K. Nguyen, a racial justice attorney, policy advocate, and educator whose racial justice advocacy includes voting rights, immigrants' rights, school discipline reform, equitable jury selection, K-12 funding parity, and school desegregation. Otis W. Brawley is Bloomberg Distinguished Professor of Oncology and Epidemiology at Johns Hopkins University and former Chief Medical and Scientific Officer for the American Cancer Society. Notes. 1. Heidi D. Nelson et al. Achieving Health Equity in Preventive Services, a systematic review for a National Institutes of Health Pathways to Prevention workshop, Annals of Internal Medicine 172, No. 4. 2020, 258-271. doi.org. 2. Edison T. Liu, The Uncoupling of Race and Cancer Genetics, Cancer 83, No. S. 8, 1998, 1765-1769, https://doi.org/10.1002/ opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 1097-0142 opening parenthesis 19981015 closing parenthesis 83:8 plus less than 1765. AIDS CNCR 19 greater than 3.0. CO 2 to 4. 3. Ralph J. Coates et al. Anatomic site distribution of colon cancer by race and other colon cancer risk factors. Diseases of the colon and rectum 38. No. 1. 1995, 42 to 50. doi.org. Tim E. Byers et al. The impact of socioeconomic status on survival after cancer in the United States. Findings from the National Program of Cancer Registries Patterns of Care Study, Cancer 113, No. 3. 2008, 582 to 591. doi.org. 4. Deborah A. Bolnick, Combating Racial Health Disparities Through Medical Education. The Need for Anthropological and Genetic Perspectives in Medical Training, Human Biology 87, No. 4. 2015, 361 to 371. doi.org. Richie Witzig, The Medicalization of Race, Scientific Legitimization of a Flawed Social Construct, Annals of Internal Medicine 125, No. 8, 1996, 675 to 679. doi.org. 5. Daniel J. Friedman et al. Race, Ethnicity and OMB Directive 15. Implications for State Public Health Practice, American Journal of Public Health 90, No. 11, 2000, 1714-1719. doi.org. 6. L. S. Friedman et al. Inclusion of Women and Minorities in Clinical Trials and the NIH Revitalization Act of 1993. The Perspective of NIH Clinical Trialists, Controlled Clinical Trials 16, No. 5, 1995, 277 to 285, 286 to 289, 293 to 309. doi.org. 7. Vicky L. Shavers and Martin L. Brown, Racial and Ethnic Disparities in the Receipt of Cancer Treatment, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 94, No. 5, 2002, 334 to 357. doi.org. 8. Robert T. Dess et al. Association of Black Race with Prostate Cancer Specific and Other Cause Mortality, JAMA Oncology 5, No. 7. 2019, 975 to 983. doi.org. 9. Brandon A. Mahal et al. Getting Back to Equal, The Influence of Insurance Status on Racial Disparities in the Treatment of African American Men with High-Risk Prostate Cancer, Urologic Oncology, Seminars and Original Investigations 32, No. 8. 2014, 1285-1291. doi.org. 10. Moon S. Chen Jr., Cancer Health Disparities Among Asian Americans, What We Do and What We Need to Do, Cancer 104, No. S12, 2005, 2895-2902. doi.org. 11. Chaiken Lokarankel, Vorasuk Shotelasik, and Natia Harankhan, Pharmacogenetic Screening of Carbamazepine-Induced Severe Cutaneous Allergic Reactions, Journal of Clinical Neuroscience 18, No. 10, 2011, 1289-1294. doi.org. 12. Dess et al. Association of Black Race. 13. Liu, The Uncoupling of Race and Cancer Genetics. 14. Yael Laitman et al. The Spectrum of BRCA1 and BRCA2 Pathogenic Sequence Variants in Middle Eastern, North African, and South European Countries, Human Mutation 40, Number 11, 2019, E1E23. doi.org. 15. B. Berman et al. Two Distinct Origins of a Common BRCA1 mutation in breast ovarian cancer families. A genetic study of 15,185 DLAG mutation kindreds, American Journal of Human Genetics 58, No. 6, 1996, 1166-1176, K. Affit al. Germline BRCA1 185 DLAG mutations in Jewish women with breast cancer, Lancet 347, No. 9016, 1996, 1643-1645. doi.org. 16. Berman et al. Two Distinct Origins. 17. Frederick M. Howard and Olafan Malayo I. Olapade, Epidemiology of Triple-Negative Breast Cancer. A Review, Cancer Journal 27, No. 1, 2021, 8-16. doi.org. 18. Media statement from CDC Director Rochelle P. Walensky, MD, MPH, on Racism and Health, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 2021. cdc.gov. 19. Otis W. Brawley, The Study of Untreated Syphilis in the Negro Male, International Journal of Radiation Oncology, Biology, Physics 40, No. 1, 1998, 5-8. doi.org. 20. Brawley, The Study of Untreated Syphilis. 21. J. Kahn, Race in a Bottle, Scientific American 297, No. 2, 2007, 40-45. 22. J. M. Flack, G. A. Mensah, and C. M. Ferrario, Using Angiotensin-Converting Enzyme Inhibitors in African American Hypertensives, A New Approach to Treating Hypertension and Preventing Target Organ Damage, Current Medical Research and Opinions 16, No. 2, 2000, 66-79. NE.gov. 23. Megan M. Miller et al. Assessment and Treatment Recommendations for Pediatric Pain, The Influence of Patient Race, Patient Gender, and Provider Pain-Related Attitudes, Journal of Pain 21, No. 1-2, 2020, 225-237. doi.org. 24. K. F. Rhodes et al. Adequacy of Lymph Node Examination in Colorectal Surgery, Contribution of the Hospital versus the Surgeon, Medical Care 51 No. 12, 2013, 1055-1062. doi.org. 10.1097, MLR.OB013E3182A53D72. 25. George Rust et al. Counties Eliminating Racial Disparities in Colorectal Cancer Mortality, Cancer 122, No. 11, 2016, 1735-1748. doi.org. 26. Shavers and Brown, Racial and Ethnic Disparities. 27. Mary Jo Lund et al. Parity and Disparity in First Course Treatment of Invasive Breast Cancer, Breast Cancer Research and Treatment 109, No. 3, 2008, 545-557. doi.org. 28. Shavers and Brown, Racial and Ethnic Disparities. 29. Byers et al. The Impact of Socioeconomic Status. 30. Carol E. DeSantis et al. Cancer Statistics for African Americans, 2019, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 69, No. 3. 2019, 211-233. doi.org. 31. M. E. Roseland et al. Influence of Clinical, Societal, and Treatment Variables on Racial Differences in PR Breast Cancer Survival, Breast Cancer Research and Treatment 165, No. 1. 2017, 163-168. doi.org. 32. Fatma P. Turkos et al. Association between common risk factors and molecular subtypes in breast cancer patients, Breast 22, No. 3. 2013, 344 to 350. doi.org. 33. Rebecca L. Siegel et al. An Assessment of Progress in Cancer Control, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 68, No. 5. 2018, 329 to 339. doi.org. 34. Rebecca L. Siegel, Kimberly D. Miller, and Armiden Gemel, Cancer Statistics, 2020, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 70, No. 1. 2020, 7 to 30. doi.org. 35. Rebecca Siegel et al. Cancer Statistics, 2011, The Impact of Eliminating Socioeconomic and Racial Disparities on Premature Cancer Deaths, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 61, No. 4. 2011, 212 to 236. doi.org. 36. Siegel et al. An Assessment of Progress. 37. Ana Natale Pereira et al. The Role of Patient Navigators in Eliminating Health Disparities, Cancer 117, No. S15, 2011, 3543, 3552. doi.org. Uchechukwu K. A. Sampson et al. Reducing Health Inequities in the U.S. Recommendations from the NHLBI's Health Inequities Think Tank Meeting, Journal of the American College of Cardiology 68, No. 5. 2016, 517 to 524. doi.org. 38. Siegel et al. An Assessment of Progress. Chapter 7. Cancer and Health Justice. Blase N. Polite and Lindsay F. Wiley. Why are black patients diagnosed with cancer at a higher rate? Why are they more likely to die from cancer than their white counterparts? And how can we reverse these trends? However one defines health disparities, health equity, and health justice, fundamentally it comes down to questions like these. Researchers have devoted growing resources and attention to black-white disparities in cancer outcomes for at least the last 20 to 30 years. Hundreds, if not thousands, of articles have been written on the subject. Yet we are left with an uncomfortable set of facts that for colorectal and other cancers, black-white disparities in outcomes are actually getting worse and not better. The same can be said for other subordinated identities, including for people from other racial, ethnic, and cultural backgrounds, women, people living in low-income households and communities, people with disabilities, and lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. Black-white racial disparities in cancer outcomes are not necessarily the most important or the starkest among a multitude of health injustices in the United States. But disparities caused by other forms of subordination have not been subjected to the same intense, multi-decade attention from researchers. For other groups and outcomes, the need for more research may forestall calls for immediate action. For black-white cancer disparities, the research could hardly be clearer. Action is clearly long overdue for all subordinated identities, but we would argue that if the changes we recommend in this chapter are put into place, then it is likely that health equity would be achieved for other marginalized groups as well. How can so much effort by very bright and well-meaning researchers, public health and public policy experts, and engaged community groups resulted in such a failure? The answer is that we have tried to implement incremental changes within a healthcare system that is fundamentally broken and is in many ways designed to achieve this very result. This reality is not lost on those who live under this system. A recent American Society of Clinical Oncology, Harris Research poll of 4,012 adults aged 18 plus and 1,142 adults with cancer found that 71% of black adults believe that blacks are less likely to have access to the same quality of cancer care as whites, and 27% believe race has an impact on a person's likelihood of surviving cancer. These same beliefs were shared by 47% and 16% of white adults, respectively. In this chapter, we will describe a health justice approach to eliminating racial disparities in health, discuss how anti-black racism is foundational to the U.S. health system and functions as a social determinant of cancer disparities, and show concrete proof that when elected leaders prioritize health justice, we can build new systems that eliminate racial disparities while saving costs. Finally, we will propose specific changes to the existing health care system where health justice can be embedded as a core principle in the incentive structure as a way to achieve health equity. If our elected leaders choose not to make these changes, they should at least make it clear that the decision not to achieve health justice is a conscious one. We hope that exposing that truth will support public demands for action. We could elaborate on health inequity and health justice for any number of cancers, such as breast, prostate, lung, hematologic malignancies, or for other health conditions, such as diabetes and cardiovascular disease, and the message from this chapter would not change. Anti-black racism is embedded in the structural sinews of our health care system. We instead chose to use colorectal cancer as a test case for the health justice approach. Colorectal cancer inequity has been intensely researched. More significantly, policy changes implemented in targeted geographic areas have narrowed racial disparities in key outcomes. Focusing on colorectal cancer also allows us to examine multiple failures of public health policy and the healthcare system. Along the progression from community prevention to screening to diagnosis to treatment to follow-up, there are multiple points at which structural, institutional, and interpersonal racism shape outcomes. Focusing interventions at any one point along this pathway may achieve progress, but will ultimately fall short. In the end, achieving health justice will require fundamental changes to the entire system to dismantle the structural racism embedded in its very foundations. Specifically, the system will need to 1. Define, with measurable outcome metrics, what is meant by health equity. 2. Hold state and local governments and private entities who are receiving trillions of health care dollars financially accountable, at a level that they would notice, for these outcomes. And 3. Adequately fund and empower community-based organizations to assist with this goal. The problem: Black individuals are more likely to get colorectal cancer and more likely to die from it than are their white counterparts. The epidemiology is not contested. More concerning is that the inequity has worsened rather than improved over the last decade. Epidemiologists from the American Cancer Society have estimated that from 2008 to 2010, more than 23,000 deaths resulting from colorectal cancer could have been averted if all population groups in all states had had colorectal cancer death rates equal to the 5 states with the lowest death rates for the most educated whites. If one dismisses such an analysis as a far-fetched thought experiment, then one has to ask, why do we view it as an unattainable future? These are real body counts, not just some statistical fantasy. The reasons for these excess deaths are multifold, but none of the reasons is without solutions. Let us start with community prevention. For colorectal cancer, there is evidence that a diet high in fat and refined grains, physical inactivity, high glycemic load, and high body mass index, BMI, all play a role in colorectal cancer incidence and, in some studies, survival from colon cancer. In each of these areas, Black people are more exposed to risk factors than their white counterparts. Environmental factors such as a lack of safe and enjoyable opportunities to be physically active, lack of access to affordable and appealing whole grains, low-fat dairy, and fresh produce, psychosocial stress, and lack of leisure time clearly contribute to these risk factors. These factors do not occur at random or as a result of individual choices unconstrained by social and physical realities. Rather, they are a clear result of historical neglect and active harm for areas with Black majority populations. Agricultural subsidies and other policies contribute to fresh foods being more expensive and more challenging to procure than refined grains and products with added sugars. Zoning, licensing, education, employment, housing, and transportation policies shape the environments in which people live, work, and make decisions about physical activity and diet. Colorectal cancer screening saves lives. There is little to no debate about this among healthcare professionals. In 2015, the American Cancer Society and the National Colorectal Cancer Roundtable set an ambitious goal of achieving 80% screening rates by the year 2018. Had we achieved that goal, 277,000 colorectal cancers would have been prevented and 203,000 deaths avoided. The new goal is 80% in every community. The longer it takes us to achieve that goal, the more deaths we will see. Black patients are less likely to be screened or to be referred for appropriate follow-up after screening than their white counterparts are, and therefore make up a disproportionate percentage of those preventable deaths. A microsimulation model estimated that differences in screening accounted for 42% of the disparity in colorectal cancer incidence and 19% of the disparity in colorectal mortality between black and white patients. Differences in screening may be influenced by lack of access to health care, including lack of insurance coverage, lack of available and racially congruous providers, limited time and transportation, and discrimination against black patients by health care providers. Health care providers may not spend as much time with, or offer the same recommendations to, black patients and may treat these patients in other ways that make them reluctant to return. Finally, once diagnosed with cancer, lives are actually only saved by making sure the patient gets treated appropriately and in a timely fashion. Multiple studies over the last 2 decades have consistently shown that black patients are less likely to receive treatment for colorectal cancer. At the same time, a nearly equal number of studies have shown that when black patients are treated equally, such as occurs within a cancer clinical trial or within such settings as the military health system, survival outcomes are the same. This bears repeating. If we were to treat blacks and whites equally, health equity would be achieved and excess deaths for blacks would be averted. That they are not treated equally goes to the heart of why we have persistent and growing health inequities in this country. Even more gut-wrenching, black patients may be less likely than their white counterparts to receive appropriate palliative care, including at the end of life. Health justice, racism, and the social determinants of cancer outcomes. Achieving health justice requires inquiry and action on the full range of social determinants of poor health and premature death. In the healthcare industry, the phrase, social determinants, has become something of a buzzword associated with initiatives that buy food, offer temporary housing, or cover transportation costs for high-risk patients. But these efforts to meet the immediate material needs of individual patients fall far short of meaningful action to improve the underlying social, environmental, and economic conditions that are the root causes of poor health. In the World Health Organization's original vision, the social determinants of health encompass the full set of social conditions in which people live and work, including structural determinants and intermediary determinants. Structural determinants of health are social and political mechanisms that generate, configure and maintain social hierarchies. Structural determinants, including racism and other forms of subordination, as well as the laws and policies in which subordination is embedded, shape the intermediary determinants of health. The intermediate determinants include material circumstances, such as housing, employment, and neighborhood factors, psychosocial circumstances, and interactions with the health system. To put it another way, racism is a social determinant of health. It takes many forms: interpersonal, institutional, and structural. Interpersonal racism is present in interactions in which the explicit and implicit racial bias of one individual, e.g., a physician or nurse, affects other individuals, e.g., the patients they are tasked with serving. Institutional racism operates through the seemingly neutral practices and policies of institutions, such as hospitals and schools. Structural racism encompasses the structuring of health care, public health, education, employment, housing, and law enforcement systems to advantage people in power and subordinate racial minorities. Structural racism typically operates through laws and policies that secure racial subordination. Anti-black racism is deeply embedded in the core fixtures that have shaped the U.S. health system: privatization, federalism, fiscal fragmentation, and individualism. One need look no further than the decision of state governments to refuse the Affordable Care Act's expansion of Medicaid eligibility, which the Supreme Court rendered optional for states in 2012. As of this writing, 14 states have made the conscious choice to reject this heavily subsidized expansion, and half of those states are clustered in the Southeast. If we were to overlay a map focusing on almost any health inequity on the Medicaid expansion map, the maps would be carbon copies of each other. 6 in 10 Black Americans live in states that have not expanded Medicaid. The frequently cited reason is one of financial concern. Putting aside that the state liability for this expansion was limited, even that argument makes it clear that there is no desire to redistribute money from a predominantly white, higher-income majority to a black minority population. Indeed, the decision in 1965 that, unlike Medicare, Medicaid would be jointly financed and administered by the federal government and the states has racist roots. Social ecological interventions. Health disparities are often discussed in ways that express and reinforce racist beliefs about individual blameworthiness for behaviors that are constrained by social circumstances and the supposed futility of addressing those social circumstances. Often the argument is that the fault lies with the black individuals themselves. If they worked harder or received more education, they would have access to private insurance and would not need the help of the state. If they changed their lifestyles, they would be at less risk for deadly diseases. In other cases, rhetoric about health disparities seeks to shift blame from the healthcare system to social realities that are characterized as too firmly entrenched to be amenable to intervention. Poverty and the social determinants of health are complex and cannot be solved by elected officials. Healthcare systems should not be penalized for poor outcomes that are attributable to social factors beyond their control. The notion that it is the healthcare system itself, and the broader legal and political systems that are its foundation, that from birth until death ignores the needs of black people or actively seeks to harm them, is almost never acknowledged. More broadly, we must grapple with the ways in which our healthcare system reinforces, rather than confronts, privatization, federalism, fiscal fragmentation, and individualism. Finally, we must expand our focus beyond the health care system to ensure that black people are empowered and equipped with the resources, civil and political rights, and other legal protections they need to create health-promoting communities and secure access to healthy living and working conditions. Empowering communities. Central to achieving health justice is empowerment of and self-determination for black communities and individuals. Laws and policies must be reformed to equip black people with the legal protections and material supports they need to care for themselves, their families, and their communities. Legal protections relevant to the social determinants of health include protections from discrimination in education, employment, housing, law enforcement, and health care, and protections to ensure the safety of working and residential conditions. Financial supports include assistance with housing, food, and other basic needs. Health inequities embody the failures of our social, economic, political, and legal systems to serve all people equally. Or, to put it another way, health injustice is the result of systems of subordination that were designed to achieve it. Health justice is furthered when the tools of civil rights law, voting rights, employment and housing protections, and health care rights, are supported by legislatures and the courts. Concrete solutions. The solution is there, if we want to pursue it. We say this not as an empty statement, but because we have concrete evidence in both New York City and in the state of Delaware that when achieving health equity in colorectal cancer prevention and treatment is the priority, health equity is realized. As one of us has written about elsewhere, in 2003, the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene initiated the citywide Colon Cancer Control Coalition (C5) program. In addition to increasing colonoscopy screening rates for all New Yorkers, the other stated goal was to eliminate racial and ethnic screening disparities. This was achieved by crafting health messages to physicians and patients about the benefits of colonoscopy for detecting colon cancer, developing an open-access colonoscopy system throughout the area allowing patients to be directly scheduled for colonoscopies without having to see a gastroenterologist for an office visit first, and providing patient navigation to make sure patients understood the colon prep and had transportation to and from the screening visit. As part of the public education campaign, The coalition recruited racially and ethnically diverse celebrity spokespeople for radio and poster campaigns to be displayed in the subway and bus shelters, created palm card distribution in check cashing offices frequented by racial and ethnic minorities, and targeted radio campaigns to select racial and ethnic radio stations. The result, between 2003 and 2013, was an increase in colonoscopy rates from 30 to 70%, and the black-white difference in screening rates was eliminated. The state of Delaware created a comprehensive, statewide colorectal cancer screening program with the elimination of health care disparities between blacks and whites as the stated, upfront goal. The program provided coverage for colon cancer screening for the uninsured, provided patient navigation, and agreed to pay for 24 months of colon cancer treatment for the uninsured. Like New York, the state of Delaware also placed an emphasis on public education by partnering with over 60 community-based organizations to communicate cancer-related information. The results, between 2001 and 2009, colon cancer screening rates for both blacks and whites reached 75%, colon cancer incidence rates reached parity, and the mortality rate disparity was significantly reduced, and, in the most recent data, has actually been eliminated. This was achieved while simultaneously saving money for the state. What both Delaware and New York City's programs have in common is that they began with a primary goal of achieving health equity and then engaged a diverse set of stakeholders to help reach this goal. Certainly a key component was a centralized commitment to coordinate navigation and fund the various initiatives, but equally as important was the very early involvement of diverse stakeholders with an emphasis on community-based organizations who were empowered to come up with solutions that made the most sense for the communities they serve. While not discussed in this chapter, a not-for-profit consortium in Chicago, the Metropolitan Chicago Breast Care Task Force, was able to reduce breast cancer disparities with a similar focus. It went a step further and included the lessons learned from the lived experiences of patients who have navigated breast cancer screening to advocate for change at the state level. As a result, the task force was able to secure additional funding for the Illinois Breast and Cervical Cancer Screening Program and helped pass the Breast Cancer Excellence in Survival and Treatment Act, BEST Act, HB 3673, in 2015, which put an increased focus not just on mammography access but also on the quality of mammography that women of color received. These are examples of what can be achieved when racial and ethnic minority communities are empowered, rather than ignored or subverted. Several local governments have used their zoning and licensing authority and shared use arrangements for public property to promote access to healthier food options and physical activity. In 2014, the Minneapolis City Council strengthened an ordinance to promote equitable access to better dietary choices in low-income neighborhoods. The ordinance requires retail food stores that are licensed as grocers to carry a minimum stock of staple foods, including fruits, vegetables, legumes, whole grain products, and low-fat dairy products. Cleveland, Ohio, has launched an initiative to convert vacant properties owned by the city into appealing open spaces for physical activity and community gardening. Many cities have updated their zoning and land use ordinances in recent years to ensure urban agriculture is permitted on public and private property. The Delaware Cancer Consortium has increased its focus on physical activity and nutrition and has created a wellness map that allows residents to find local farmers markets, where people can find fresh and local produce, as well local fitness centers, yoga studios, and parks and trails. Finally, we have the opportunity to redesign the health care system at the federal and state levels to make health equity a high-stakes quality metric where financial incentives flow to those who can show tangible improvements in health equity. One can start with state Medicaid programs and their contracts with the privately managed care companies that provide the majority of care for Medicaid patients in this country. Reducing if not eliminating health inequity in multiple health outcomes, from hypertension to diabetes to cancer screening and treatment, can easily be a requirement for a portion of the payments to these organizations or to the automatic assignment of patients to these plans. For example, Patient assignment and/or substantial payments, enough that organizations would notice their absence, would be tied to the percentage of racial and ethnic minorities who have completed colon, lung, and breast cancer screening. These metrics could be expanded to include timeliness of care, time from diagnosis to definitive treatment, and ultimately to the survival of these underserved populations compared to majority patients in the state registry. Over time, as resources and patients are redistributed to those companies who do it well, this will likely incentivize the other companies to either change their strategies and methods or exit from the system. Risk-rated payments and fraud and abuse controls are critical to prevent gaming through patient selection and to not unfairly punish the organizations caring for patients with the most complex social needs. But if one organization achieves better health equity outcomes for the same group of patients compared to another, they should be rewarded for doing so. In the current system, very few real financial incentives exist to hold payers accountable for the outcomes of the patients they insure, and none that we know of specifically incentivizes health equity as a high-stakes quality outcome. Payments tied to quality are often less than 5% of total payments. At that level, they can be ignored as a cost of doing business. Imagine a world where they represented 50% of total payments. You can almost guarantee that these healthcare companies would figure out how to meet the quality metrics. With our government payments, we can send a strong signal of what we hold to be important. The federal government could choose to likewise hold the states accountable for achieving health equity by tying federal match payments to this goal. While some state elected leaders may not care about the goal, they will surely care about the flow of federal funds. More fundamentally, Medicaid and other social support programs must be adequately funded at the federal level to ensure residents of states with fewer resources are not penalized for the actions of state leaders who may not be committed to serving all of their constituents equally. At the root, empowerment will require attention to the basic mechanisms of our constitutional democracy, including voting rights and other civil rights. The roadmap to achieving health equity is clear. First, the federal government and all 50 states should definitively state that achieving health equity is the goal and hold themselves accountable to a date when this will be achieved. This should be a required part of all state Medicaid plans. Second, federal and state policymakers should impose real financial incentives that will reward or penalize stakeholders in the system for their health equity outcomes, such as achieving parity in cancer screening and prevention and eventually achieving equity in cancer survival from diagnosis across a broad range of subordinated groups. Third, they should commit to adequately and equitably funding a health care system where no individual goes without proper care because they cannot afford it. That is, they must commit to equitable health outcomes, not just health care access, as a fundamental human right. We need to move beyond being satisfied that individuals are insured. As we are learning in the COVID-19 vaccine rollout, vaccines do not save patients, vaccinations do. Similarly, health insurance does not save people. Getting high quality, timely prevention and treatment does. This is most likely to be achieved with a national insurance funding model that obviates the need to try and set this goal at every level of our fragmented public-private health care delivery system. Finally, federal and state leaders should adequately fund, empower, and work closely with community-based organizations to secure the living and working conditions necessary to achieve the health equity goal. These organizations know what the barriers to achieving health equity are, and in many cases they know how to solve them. They have to be given the financial resources and true stakeholder power to help put those solutions into action. To sum this up succinctly, this is how we should structure our healthcare system to actually achieve health equity. 1. Define, with measurable outcome metrics, what we mean by health equity. 2. Hold state and local governments and private entities who are receiving trillions of healthcare dollars financially accountable, at a level that they would notice, for these outcomes. 3. Adequately fund and empower community-based organizations to assist with this goal. Set the incentives right and empower those who are on the front lines of this injustice, and the creative solutions will follow. It is easy to get bogged down in the nuances of health equity research, and we can be accused of oversimplifying a complex problem. However, it is also easy to use the complexity argument as a cover for a system that has inequity as its implicit, if not explicit, goal. Coming to terms with that difficult reality is the crucial first step to actually achieving health equity. The only real question that remains is, will we? Blase N. Polite is Professor of Medicine, Deputy Section Chief for Network and Strategy and Executive Medical Director for Cancer Accountable Care at the University of Chicago. Lindsay F. Wiley is Professor of Law and Director, Health Law and Policy Program at American University Washington College of Law. Notes. 1. American Cancer Society, ACS, Cancer Facts and Figures for African Americans 2016-2018, Atlanta, Georgia, American Cancer Society, 2016. 2. Anthony S. Robbins, Rebecca L. Siegel, and Armiden Gemel, Racial Disparities in Stage-Specific Colorectal Cancer Mortality Rates from 1985 to 2008, Journal of Clinical Oncology 30, No. 4. 2012, 401-405. doi.org. 3. Rukaija Yerby, Structural Racism and Health Disparities, Reconfiguring the Social Determinants of Health Framework to Include the Root Cause, Journal of Law, Medicine and Ethics 48, No. 3. 2020, 518-526. doi.org. 4. ACS, Cancer Facts and Figures. 5. Armiden Gemel et al. Inequalities in Premature Death from Colorectal Cancer by State, Journal of Clinical Oncology 33, No. 8. 2015, 8298-35. doi.org. 6. ACS, Cancer Facts and Figures, Jeffrey A. Meyerhart et al. Influence of Body Mass Index on Outcomes and Treatment-Related Toxicity in Patients with Colon Carcinoma, Cancer 98, No. 3. 2003, 484-495. doi.org. Meyerhart et al. Physical Activity and Survival After Colorectal Cancer Diagnosis, Journal of Clinical Oncology 24, No. 22, 2006, 3527-3534. doi.org. Meyerhart et al. Impact of Physical Activity on Cancer Recurrence and Survival in Patients with Stage 3 Colon Cancer. Findings from CALGB 89803, Journal of Clinical Oncology 24, No. 22, 2006, 3535-3541. doi.org. Meyerhart et al. Association of Dietary Patterns with Cancer Recurrence and Survival in Patients with Stage 3 Colon Cancer, JAMA 298, No. 7, 2007, 754-764. doi.org. Meyerhart et al. Dietary Glycemic Load and Cancer Recurrence and Survival in Patients with Stage 3 Colon Cancer. Findings from CALGB 89803, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 104, No. 22, 2012, 1702-1711. doi.org. 7. ACS, Cancer Facts and Figures, Robbins, Siegel, and Gemel, Racial Disparities, Penny M. Chris Etherton et al. Barriers, Opportunities, and Challenges in Addressing Disparities in Diet-Related Cardiovascular Disease in the United States, Journal of the American Heart Association 9, No. 7, 2020, E014433. doi.org. 8. Dana Bowen Matthew, Just Medicine, A Cure for Racial Inequality in American Health Care, New York, New York Press, 2015. 9. Iris Lansdorp Vogelaar et al. Contribution of Screening and Survival Differences to Racial Disparities in Colorectal Cancer Rates, Cancer Epidemiology, Biomarkers, and Prevention 21, No. 5. 2012, 728-736. doi.org. EPI 120023. 10. Matthew, Just Medicine. 11. Laura May Baldwin et al. Explaining Black-White Differences in Receipt of Recommended Colon Cancer Treatment, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 97, No. 16, 2005, 1211-1220. doi.org. Blase N. Polite et al. Colorectal Cancer Model of Health Disparities. Understanding Mortality Differences in Minority Populations, Journal of Clinical Oncology 24, No. 14, 2006, 2179-2187. doi.org. Daniel R. Simpson et al. Racial Disparity in Consultation, Treatment, and the Impact on Survival in Metastatic Colorectal Cancer, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 105, No. 23, 2013, 1814-1820. doi.org. 12. Polite, Dignam, and Olapade, Colorectal Cancer Model. 13. Jennifer J. Griggs, Disparities in Palliative Care in Patients with Cancer, Journal of Clinical Oncology 38, No. 9. 2020, 974-979. doi.org. 14. Brian C. Castrucci and John Auerbach, Meeting Individual Social Needs Falls Short of Addressing Social Determinants of Health, Health Affairs blog, January 16, 2019. healthaffairs.org. See also Brietta R. Clark, A Critical Race Perspective on Social Risk Targeting in the Healthcare Sector, Bill of Health blog, October 20, 2020. harvard.edu. 15. O. Solar and A. Irwin, A Conceptual Framework for Action on the Social Determinants of Health Paper 2, Policy and Practice, Geneva, World Health Organization, 2010, 9, 27, 37. Who.int. 16. Solar and Irwin, A Conceptual Framework for Action, 5. 17. Rukeija Yerby et al. Memo, Racism is a Public Health Crisis. Here's how to respond. Data for Progress, September 3, 2020. dataforprogress.org. 18. Erin C. Fuse Brown et al. Social Solidarity in Healthcare, American Style, Journal of Law, Medicine and Ethics 48, No. 3. 2020, 411-428. doi.org. 19. Status of State Action on the Medicaid Expansion Decision. kff.org. Accessed March 22, 2021. kff.org. 20. Angela P. Harris and Aisha Pamikchu, The Civil Rights of Health, A New Approach to Challenging Structural Inequality, UCLA Law Review 67, No. 4. 2020, 758-832. 21. Stephen H. Itzkovitz, New York Citywide Colon Cancer Control Coalition, A Public Health Effort to Increase Colon Cancer Screening and Address Health Disparities, Cancer 122, No. 2. 2016, 269-277. doi.org. 22. Stephen S. Grubbs et al. Eliminating Racial Disparities in Colorectal Cancer in the Real World. It Took a Village, Journal of Clinical Oncology 31, No. 16, 2013, 1928-30. doi.org. 23. Case Studies, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Healthy Food Policy Project. Accessed March 22, 2021. healthyfoodpolicyproject.org. 24. Ben Winnig and Heather Wooten, Dig, Eat, and Be Healthy, A Guide to Growing Food on Public Property, Changalab Solutions, 2013. changalabsolutions.org. 25. Harris and Pamikchu, Civil Rights of Health. Chapter 8. Cancer and Public Health. Melinda L. Irwin, Abigail S. Friedman, Nicole C. Desil, and Linda M. Nikolai. While approximately 1/3 of all cancer cases are preventable, Policies often emphasize diagnosis and treatment of diseases rather than the public health interventions that could reduce onset in the first place. Indeed, the United States directs less than 3% of its health expenditures towards prevention and public health. A recent systematic review found the return on investment from public health interventions in high-income countries was 14 to 1, suggesting that such measures are highly cost-effective. Concurrently, underinvestment in public health gives a false impression that public health interventions are inexpensive and require fewer resources. Yet, as demonstrated by the COVID-19 pandemic, significant investment in high-quality public health infrastructure is crucial to protecting population health, particularly when facing unexpected or wide-ranging threats. Prioritizing public health as a national policy goal has the potential to propel us from a reactive paradigm that primarily emphasizes treatment of individuals with disease to a proactive approach of reducing disease onset in the first place, yielding vast improvements in population health and welfare. To that end, this chapter discusses modifiable risk factors that are critical to cancer prevention, including tobacco, obesity, environmental carcinogens, and HPV, with a specific focus on how research can inform evidence-based policies to advance public health. Tobacco control and cancer. For decades, tobacco use has been the leading cause of preventable mortality worldwide. In the United States, conventional cigarette use, smoking, is responsible for more than 1 in 6 adult deaths each year. Considering adults aged 35 and up, data from 2005 through 2009 indicate that over 1/3 of U.S. smoking attributable deaths are due to malignancies, about 80% of which are lung cancers. Over the past 20 years, however, U.S. smoking rates have fallen markedly, from 24.7% of adults in 1995 to 13.7% in 2018. Tobacco control policies implemented since the landmark 1964 Surgeon General's report on smoking are estimated to account for over 50% of the reduction in smoking from that point to 2014, driven primarily by tobacco advertising restrictions and anti-smoking campaigns, increased cigarette taxes, and smoke-free indoor air laws. More recently, federal enactment of a nationwide minimum tobacco sales age of 21 could further reduce tobacco use. Specifically, studies of earlier local and state, tobacco 21 inches laws found that these policies yielded significant reductions in smoking among 18 to 20-year-olds, with evidence for social multiplier effects, that is, if the policy reduces propensity to smoke for both a given teen and their friends, then peer effects, the relationship between peer and own behavior, may amplify the law's impact. If delaying nicotine exposure until youths have gained better impulse control and less exaggerated reward responsiveness, consistent with the typical course of adolescent brain development, produces lasting effects on smoking uptake, such policies could, in the long run, reduce smoking rates across age groups. Although policy changes and smoking trends point to substantive reductions in tobacco use over time, these effects have been uneven across the population. Geographically, more lenient tobacco policies in southern states likely contribute to higher smoking rates in that census region. Nationwide, individuals with lower educational attainment remain more likely to become regular smokers and less likely to quit, contributing to ongoing socioeconomic disparities in smoking and smoking attributable mortality. Moreover, despite marked declines in overall smoking rates, smoking did not fall among individuals with mental illness over the first decade of the 21st century. With almost 1/3 of U.S. cancer mortality attributable to smoking, the growing gap in smoking rates has substantive consequences for health disparities. In California, tobacco-related conditions accounted for over 50% of deaths among adults hospitalized with a primary diagnosis of schizophrenia or depression between 1990 and 2005. Consequences are compounded for low-income individuals, who are more likely to receive late-stage cancer diagnoses and less likely to receive standard care. Electronic cigarettes complicate this landscape. While e-cigarettes can serve as an effective smoking cessation aid, Youth vaping poses concerns. 20.8% of high school students reported vaping in the past month in 2018. Yet from 2011 to 2018, there was no significant change in youth's rates of any tobacco product use, alongside significant declines in use of conventional cigarettes, cigars, smokeless tobacco, and pipe tobacco, suggesting that some would-be youth smokers took up e-cigarettes instead. Indeed, the decline in smoking rates steepened as e-cigarettes became popular. Consistent with substitution. Still, vaping's potential to stimulate nicotine addiction among youths who would not otherwise smoke remains a concern. Current evidence on e-cigarettes' health effects suggests that, while not safe per se, these products are likely less harmful than conventional cigarettes. Switching from smoking to vaping is expected to yield a considerable reduction in risk of lung cancer, due to lower exposure to tobacco-related carcinogens. Consequently, e-cigarettes' net health impact is likely to hinge on how they affect smoking. This complicates regulation. State minimum legal sales ages for e-cigarettes were associated with relative increases in youth smoking, while e-cigarette taxes appeared to increase adult smoking. Thus, policies restricting the price or accessibility of lower-risk options may have unintended consequences. Tobacco's health toll in the 21st century will depend on the direct health effects of new tobacco products and, perhaps especially, how those products impact smoking. Given tobacco control policy's substantive effects on tobacco use to date, as well as consumers' tendencies to move between products when incentives change, a more strategic approach to tobacco control policy is needed going forward, accounting for consumer substitution between different tobacco products as well as their varying risks. Getting these policies right, that is, ensuring that more harmful products are also more expensive, harder to access, and less addictive, could lead to vast reductions in tobacco-related morbidity and mortality, particularly from cancer. Obesity and cancer. Although smoking is currently the major cause of preventable cancer cases and deaths, recent reports estimate that obesity could overtake smoking as the primary modifiable cause of cancer. As cancer mortality rates have declined over the last 2 decades, the prevalence of obesity in the United States and globally has increased significantly. Whether increased obesity rates will negatively affect the decline in cancer mortality rates remains unclear. At present, 40% of U.S. adults are obese, defined as a body mass index, BMI, is greater than or equal to 30 kilograms per square meter, which is a 6-fold increase in obesity prevalence since the 1970s. Further, the prevalence of obesity in adults with a history of cancer increased from 22 to 32% between 1997 and 2014, and the rate of increase in cancer survivors was greater than in the general population. Rates of obesity are also the highest in underrepresented minority groups. With such alarming statistics, the impact of obesity on cancer prevention and control should not be underestimated. Obesity is associated with an increased incidence of 13 cancers and increased mortality of 14: breast, uterine, ovarian, colorectal, liver, gallbladder, kidney, esophagus, pancreas, multiple myeloma, gastric, thyroid, meningioma, risk only, prostate, mortality only, and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, mortality only. The mechanisms through which obesity may increase cancer risk and mortality include changes in hormones involved in glucose and energy metabolism, e.g., insulin, leptin, and adiponectin, cellular growth factors, insulin-like growth factors and their binding proteins, steroid hormone metabolism, inflammatory mediators, DNA oxidative damage, and immune function. Further, obesity may be associated with worse adherence to adjuvant treatments as well as reduced cancer treatment efficacy. It is important to understand how obesity affects cancer outcomes so that clinical care can be improved for patients with cancer and obesity. Obesity is rooted in a web of genetic, physiological, psychosocial, and environmental factors and behaviors that increase caloric intake and reduce physical activity. Numerous lifestyle interventions including exercise, nutrition, and weight management have been conducted in cancer survivors, finding improvements in treatment-related side effects, overall quality of life, body composition, serum inflammatory and metabolic biomarkers, and tumor tissue biomarkers. A handful of large-scale trials of weight loss and/or exercise on disease-free survival are in progress among patients with breast, colon, prostate, and ovarian cancer. These therapeutic trials, as well as the trials of nutrition, exercise, and weight management on biological, surrogate markers and patient-reported outcomes, will provide evidence of the role of modifiable lifestyle behaviors for cancer prevention and control, and how oncology care adapts to ideally include services for lifestyle behavior counseling. For achieving and maintaining a healthy weight, the American Cancer Society recommends following a dietary pattern that is high in vegetables, fruits, and whole grains, avoiding sugar-sweetened beverages, and limiting the consumption of processed and red meats, as well as alcohol. It also advises an exercise regimen that includes 150 minutes per week of aerobic exercise and at least 2 sessions of strength training exercise per week for cancer survivors and decreasing sedentary time. Despite these lifestyle recommendations, a majority of cancer survivors are overweight or obese, and fewer than 1/3 of cancer survivors meet the nutrition and physical activity recommendations. The reason for low adherence to lifestyle guidelines is likely multifactorial. It is difficult to make lifestyle changes, and this may be further complicated by lack of access to and reimbursement for structured weight management and exercise programs. In general, for adults with obesity, the United States Preventive Services Task Force, USPSTF, recommends obesity behavioral interventions that entail 12 to 26 visits over the course of a year. However, few providers have been trained in the delivery of behavior change therapies. Currently, few major insurance plans provide reimbursement for the duration of care recommended by the USPSTF. In 2011, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, initiated coverage of intensive behavioral therapy, IBT, for obesity in primary care settings, providing beneficiaries 22 brief, individual counseling visits in 12 months. However, CMS's requirement of having physicians and other primary care providers, PCPs, provide IBT likely has contributed to the very low, less than 1%, utilization of this benefit. Thus, a recommendation would be to allow registered dietitians to provide IBT. Additional reasons for lack of utilization may involve limited access to care, the time constraints of primary care physicians, and a lack of training available for learning to deliver effective behavioral counseling. The low priority attributed to obesity is reflected in the failure to fund comprehensive approaches to population-wide obesity prevention and evidence-based treatments. Several organizations have enacted policies designed to increase the availability of services and develop guidelines, which may become the basis for policy change. As mentioned, the American Cancer Society provides guidelines and resources directed to both patients and clinicians. The American Society of Clinical Oncology offers online resources for patients, including a position statement on obesity and cancer, citing its commitment to reducing the impact of obesity on cancer through a multi-pronged initiative to increase education and awareness of the evidence linking obesity and cancer. The American Physical Therapy Association, APTA, has established board certification in oncology. Similarly, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics offers certification in oncology nutrition. Lastly, the American College of Sports Medicine has been the most active in promoting exercise programming for the primary and secondary prevention of diseases including cancer. Additional policy approaches to mandating obesity prevention and treatment services include the Commission on Cancer, COC, certification. The COC mandates that its certified cancer centers ensure the availability of cancer rehabilitation services, including physical therapy. Expansion of this certification to include weight management counseling may result in prevention of weight gain and improved cancer outcomes among cancer patients overall and among our most vulnerable groups, including Black and Hispanic adults. Other policy approaches towards obesity prevention and treatment include the oncology care model requiring weight management counseling in its bundled payment initiatives to ensure the availability of effective services. In sum, a new standard of practice in cancer care is warranted because of the improvement in outcomes evident when lifestyle interventions, including nutrition, exercise, and weight management, are integrated into cancer care from diagnosis through treatment. The value proposition of prospective personalized lifestyle behavioral counseling and/or referrals to such programs in oncology is that they promote early detection of adverse changes in body weight and prompt interventions that prevent weight gain and also attenuate or improve many cancer treatment-related side effects, enhance return to work, and positively influence additional health outcomes such as hospitalization rates and reduction of other chronic diseases. Oncologists and primary care physicians should be encouraged to counsel cancer survivors proactively about weight management, nutrition, and physical activity. We envision a future where an accreditation is created for centers that deliver optimal obesity care. However, with no set policy or reimbursement for obesity prevention and treatment services in the oncology care clinic, our advances in lowering cancer mortality rates are in jeopardy. Environmental exposures and cancer. Environmental and occupational exposures have been identified as carcinogens for more than 2 centuries. In 1775, the British surgeon Percival Pott observed a higher frequency of scrotal cancer cases in young men employed as chimney sweeps and identified the culprit as soot exposure. Later, the combustion byproducts polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons were implicated as the specific etiologic agents. Pott's research helped pass of some of the first legislation protecting child laborers and their working conditions, e.g., the Chimney Sweepers Act, and informed primary prevention strategies of personal protective gear and increased hygiene, ultimately leading to the decline in scrotal cancer. This case illustrates how identification of occupational and environmental carcinogens can pave the way for exposure mitigation and avoidance of new cancer cases. Countless other notable associations between occupational agents and cancers have been identified, including aromatic amine dyes and bladder cancer, asbestos and mesothelioma, radium and bone sarcomas, ambient tobacco smoke and lung cancer, and pesticides and prostate cancer. In fact, based on an analysis in 2004, 186 individual agents, jobs, or industries were classified as known, probable, or possible human carcinogens by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC. A more recent analysis observed that of the 120 known human carcinogens assessed by IARC from 1971 to 2017, 59 were work-related agents, occupations, industries, or processes. Many of the individual occupational chemicals are also present in the environment at lower levels, posing an additional risk to the general population. In 1981, Doll and Pito published their famous study on proportions of cancer deaths attributable to extrinsic factors, with occupation, pollution, and industrial products combined yielding a total of is less than or equal to 7%. Recent analyses estimate that 6 to 10% of incident cancer cases are caused by occupational chemical exposures. Incidence of certain pediatric cancers, including leukemia, brain tumors, and thyroid cancer, have been increasing globally, with up to 15% attributable to environmental causes. Some experts, including the President's Cancer Panel, established under the National Cancer Act of 1971, have argued that the percentages of cancer attributable to environmental exposures in the general population are grossly underestimated due to the limited testing and research on the thousands of chemicals in commercial use. Indeed, of the universe of 80,000 commercial chemicals in the United States, only approximately 200 have been adequately assessed for carcinogenic effects. Many environmental exposures are outside individual control and thus difficult to avoid, as they are present in the air, drinking water, food, consumer products, building materials, and workplaces. Therefore, we rely on government regulations to protect the public from these environmental carcinogens. Yet the United States regulatory system generally allows production and use of chemicals until they are demonstrated to cause harm, rather than requiring manufacturers to prove safety. Furthermore, few chemicals have been banned due to their carcinogenicity, as this burden of proof generally requires decades of research and many cases of occupationally and environmentally attributable cancers. Some of the difficulties in studying occupational and environmental carcinogens in population-based studies lies in the exposure assessment. Cancer has a long latency period, requiring exposures to be assessed over years or decades. The increasing cancer incidence among younger populations may inculpate in utero and early life exposure to environmental carcinogens, and there is a recognition that even adult cancers may originate from exposures that begin in early life. People are also concurrently exposed to complex combinations of numerous carcinogens, and measuring and disentangling these co-exposures is challenging. The absence of strong public health policies facilitates inequities, as certain racial, ethnic groups and lower socioeconomic status populations experience disproportionately higher exposures to known and suspected carcinogens, and have limited access to crucial services, such as health care and healthy foods. This problem is also pronounced in low and middle-income countries, where 70% of global cancer deaths occur. Patients often do not receive diagnosis or treatment until the cancer is in its late stages. Therefore, mitigation of environmental risk factors would be even more effective in reducing cancer mortality and morbidity. Overcoming these challenges requires re-envisioning the relationship between environment, lifestyle, economy, and health, and embracing environmental policies that prioritize a precautionary approach, exposure monitoring, long-term thinking, and sustainable design. The concept of the exposome, i.e., measure of all the exposures of an individual in a lifetime and how those exposures relate to health, articulates the need to attend to the dynamic and modifiable factors experienced by individuals across the course of their lives. Further, we must improve and expand the monitoring infrastructure for chemicals in our environment and harness the tremendous advancements in laboratory and informatics-based tools and technologies that have been developed to operationalize the concept of the exposome. Additionally, information, interventions, and actions which empower individuals to protect themselves would complement new population-based public policies. Research agendas which advance the evaluation of the complex interrelationships between multiple external environmental exposures with lifestyle factors and internal genetic and epigenetic factors would facilitate progress. Finally, applying transdisciplinary approaches can help address the environmental and social context for cancer disparities. In summary, occupational and environmental exposures are important risk factors for cancer. More attention is needed in pediatric populations and populations experiencing disproportionate burdens of exposures. Early life exposures and assessment of multiple exposures across the life course will help improve our ability to understand the contributions of the environment to the burden of cancer. HPV and cancer. Vaccination against human papillomavirus, HPV, can prevent 6 types of cancer in women and men. Since 2006, 3 HPV vaccines have been licensed for use, and over 100 countries have introduced HPV vaccines into the national immunization programs. The vaccine that is currently being used in the United States prevents infections with HPV types that are attributed to 32,100 cancers annually. Data from around the world provide compelling evidence of the substantial possible population-level impact of HPV vaccination on reducing HPV infections and cervical precancers. Unfortunately, HPV vaccination coverage in the US remains suboptimal, at 70% in adolescent females and 66% in adolescent males. This coverage is substantially lower than coverage for other adolescent vaccines, and it is also lower than in many other high-income countries that have achieved greater than 70% up-to-date HPV vaccine coverage among adolescent females. Reasons for low coverage in the US are myriad, and include such factors as lack of knowledge, low perceived risk, and vaccine hesitancy among patients, parents, and providers. Public health approaches can address knowledge and perceived risk through widespread educational campaigns and promoting focused messages delivered by trusted members of society, such as healthcare providers. Addressing vaccine hesitancy is likely more challenging, as it involves shifting cultural and social norms, and here the role of healthcare providers as trusted individuals who have the ability to immunize at point of care is likely paramount. Policy approaches may require training of healthcare providers and/or requirements to document efforts to increase knowledge and vaccine confidence in medical records. In addition to the individual-level barriers to HPV vaccine acceptance, another key factor that hinders higher coverage is widespread lack of middle school entry requirements for HPV vaccination. Since the first school vaccine requirement in the United States was instituted in the early 1800s, public health officials have used vaccine requirements to promote health by preventing numerous infectious diseases. School requirements are another key policy intervention that can provide long-term, widespread, and more equitable vaccine coverage among adolescents at the population level. Therefore, such statewide policies are an essential public health tool to increase coverage and ultimately save lives, with broad-reaching and impactful population-level effects. However, only 3 jurisdictions in the U.S. currently require HPV vaccination for school entry, in stark contrast to the 51 jurisdictions requiring Tdap and the 34 that require the meningococcal vaccine. In addition to direct effects, school entry requirements may also further increase coverage by changing the way providers recommend vaccines and by signaling the broad social and political support for vaccination. Similar to other public health approaches more generally, the greatest challenge to this policy approach is resistance to requirements that are viewed as infringing on individual freedoms and parents' ability to choose for their children. A common reason cited for not being in favor of such policies is the limits they place on parental autonomy. This sentiment is particularly strong for the HPV vaccine because it prevents a sexually transmitted infection, increasing parents' reluctance to have the children be governed by state policies. There is further resistance to requiring the HPV vaccine for middle school entry because it is an infection that is not easily transmitted in school settings by casual contact. However, school entry requirements can function as a safety net by promoting greater coverage in vulnerable populations who might not otherwise have access or opportunity to be vaccinated. Such policies can also promote herd immunity. By raising population-level coverage, those who are not immunized, including those who cannot be immunized due to young age or medical contraindications, are protected by lower levels of community transmission due to the population that is vaccinated. Despite the strong cultural value placed on individual liberties in the United States, the U.S. has a long legislative history recognizing that the rights of parents are not without limits. For example, parents cannot withhold life-saving treatments from their children, and parents are required to use booster and car seats for their children in automobiles. Regarding vaccination policies specifically, courts have consistently upheld the constitutionality of school entry requirements for vaccinations. Courts have declared that such policies do not violate the rights of individuals because they are a reasonable exercise of states' authority to protect the public's health and safety, as supported by the U.S. Constitution. Given that elected officials have a duty to protect their citizens, that school vaccination laws have proven effective at increasing coverage, and that such laws are deemed constitutional, it is somewhat perplexing that so few jurisdictions in the U.S. currently have school entry requirements for HPV vaccination, even when key criteria have been met, e.g., strong safety record, adequate supply. Garnering public and political will to enact such legislation by raising awareness about the importance of the collective good will protect thousands of children from oncogenic HPV infections. Vision for the future. Public health approaches to cancer prevention and control represent the most cost-effective, long-term strategies for reducing the cancer burden and associated mortality at the population level. Unfortunately, we tend to invest in public health approaches only when there is a population health crisis, as with COVID-19. This reactive approach, along with sustained underfunding of public health, undermines cancer prevention efforts and exacerbates health inequities. Our vision for the future involves investing in public health policies and infrastructure as well as in our communities to confront the political, social, environmental, and behavioral determinants of cancer risk and mortality. Specifically, geographic variation in implementation of effective tobacco control policies facilitates ongoing smoking, smoking-related mortality, and disparities therein. At the same time, 1/3 of adult smokers in the US report no desire to quit. Thus, our vision for the future involves a more strategic approach to tobacco control policy, ensuring that, nationwide, more harmful products are more expensive, harder to access, and less addictive, so as to both decrease smoking initiation and drive tobacco users who will not quit toward lower-risk products. Regarding obesity and cancer, numerous gaps exist in our understanding of the relationship between obesity and cancer among racial, ethnic minorities, as well as among cancer survivors who are low-income, living in rural settings, and of older age. Additional research funding in these areas is needed. Future directions must also focus on how to change oncology practice to include weight management services. We envision a future where there is reimbursement for obesity prevention and treatment services in the oncology care clinic, with an accreditation created for cancer centers and hospitals that deliver optimal obesity care. Even though many environmental exposures are outside individual control and thus difficult to avoid, as they are present in the air, drinking water, food, consumer products, building materials, and workplaces, the United States regulatory system largely allows production and use of chemicals until they are demonstrated to cause harm, rather than requiring manufacturers to prove safety. We envision a future that includes federal and state policies around safety, as well as information, interventions, and actions which empower individuals to protect themselves against environmental carcinogens. Addressing HPV vaccine hesitancy is likely more challenging as it involves shifting cultural and social norms and engaging with healthcare providers. Policy approaches may require interventions in clinical settings, such as requirements to document efforts to increase knowledge and vaccine confidence in medical records. School entry requirements may also further increase coverage by changing the way providers recommend vaccines and by signaling the broad social and political support for vaccination. School entry requirements can also function as a safety net by promoting greater coverage in vulnerable populations who might not otherwise have access or opportunity to be vaccinated. Lastly, and of relevance to tobacco control, obesity and cancer, environmental carcinogens, and HPV and cancer, there is a large gap between the volume of knowledge generated through research and the application of that research in community settings. It is critical that there is funding for the translation, implementation, and dissemination of research findings for use in community settings and to inform policy. In summary, the absence of strong public health policies fosters health inequities. Overcoming the social, environmental, and behavioral determinants of cancer requires investment in our communities so that effective public health interventions can be delivered to all. Tackling these public health priorities requires a coordinated effort with immediate and bold action if we are to continue to see reductions in cancer mortality rates. Melinda L. Irwin is the Susan Dwight Bliss Professor of Epidemiology, Yale School of Public Health and Associate Director, Population Sciences, at Yale Cancer Center. Abigail S. Friedman is Associate Professor of Public Health, Health Policy, Yale School of Public Health. Nicole C. Desiel is Associate Professor of Epidemiology, Environmental Health Sciences, Yale School of Public Health. Linda M. Nicolai is Professor of Epidemiology, Microbial Diseases, Yale School of Public Health, Director, HPV Working Group at Yale. Notes. 1. Office of Cancer Survivorship, Statistics, Graphs and Definitions, cancer.gov, cited March 2019, last modified December 9, 2020. Cancer.gov. 2. David U. Himmelstein and Steffi Woolhandler, Public Health's Falling Share of U.S. Health Spending, American Journal of Public Health 106, No. 1. 2016, 56-57. doi.org. 3. Rebecca Masters et al. Return on Investment of Public Health Interventions. A Systematic Review, Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health 71, No. 8. 2017, 827-834. doi.org. 4. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, The Health Consequences of Smoking, 50 Years of Progress. A report of the Surgeon General, Atlanta, Georgia, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, National Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, Office on Smoking and Health, 2014. 5. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Cigarette Smoking Among Adults, United States, 1995, MMWR, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report 46, No. 51, 1997, 1217-1220. cdc.gov. Melissa R. Creamer et al. Tobacco Product Use and Cessation Indicators Among Adults, United States, MMWR, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report 68, No. 45, 2019, 1013-1019. doi.org. 6. David T. Levy et al. Gauging the Effect of U.S. Tobacco Control Policies from 1965 through 2014 Using SimSmoke, American Journal of Preventive Medicine 50, No. 4. 2016, 535-542. doi.org. 7. Abigail S. Friedman and R. J. Wu. Do Local Tobacco 21 Laws Reduce Smoking Among 18 to 20-year-olds? Nicotine and Tobacco Research 22, No. 7. 2020, 1195-1201. doi.org. Abigail S. Friedman, John Buckle, and Jody L. Sindella, Tobacco 21 Laws and Young Adult Smoking. Quasi-Experimental Evidence, Addiction 114, No. 10, 2019, 1816-23. doi.org. 8. B. J. Casey, Rebecca M. Jones, and Todd A. Hare, The Adolescent Brain, Annals of the New York Academy of Sciences 1124, 2008, 111-126. doi.org. 9. Benjamin Le Cook et al. Trends in Smoking Among Adults with Mental Illness and Association Between Mental Health Treatment and Smoking Cessation, JAMA 311, No. 2. 2014, 172-182. doi.org. Lisa Satkovsky and Anne McNeil, Diverging Trends in Smoking Behaviors According to Mental Health Status, Nicotine and Tobacco Research 17, No. 3. 2015, 356-360. doi.org. 10. Russell C. Callahan et al. Patterns of Tobacco-Related Mortality Among Individuals Diagnosed with Schizophrenia, Bipolar Disorder, or Depression, Journal of Psychiatric Research 48, No. 1. 2014, 102-110. doi.org. 11. Jamie Hartman Boyce et al. Electronic Cigarettes for Smoking Cessation, Cochrane Database of Systematic Reviews, No. 10, 2020. doi.org. CDO 10216. Pub 4. 12. Andrea S. Jensky et al. Vital Signs, Tobacco Product Use Among Middle and High School Students, United States, 2011-2018, MMWR, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report 68, No. 6, 2019, 157-164. doi.org. 13. David T. Levy et al. Examining the Relationship of Vaping to Smoking Initiation Among U.S. Youth and Young Adults. A Reality Check, Tobacco Control 28, No. 6, 2019, 629-635. doi.org. 14. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, Public Health Consequences of E-Cigarettes, Washington, D.C., National Academies Press, 2018. doi.org. Committee on Toxicity of Chemicals in Food, Consumer Products and the Environment, COT, Statement on the Potential Toxicological Risks from Electronic Nicotine and Non-Nicotine Delivery Systems, NDS, E-Cigarettes, September 2020. Gov.uk. 15. COT, Statement on the Potential Toxicological Risks. 16. Abigail S. Friedman, How Does Electronic Cigarette Access Affect Adolescent Smoking? Journal of Health Economics 44, 2015, 300-308. doi.org. Darvall Dave, Bo Fung, and Michael F. Pesco, The Effects of E-Cigarette Minimum Legal Sale Age Laws on Youth Substance Use, Health Economics 28, No. 3, 2019, 419-436. doi.org. 17. Michael F. Pesco, Charles J. Quartermanch, and Johanna Catherine McLean, The Effects of Traditional Cigarette and E-Cigarette Tax Rates on Adult Tobacco Product Use, Journal of Risk and Uncertainty 60, 2020, 229-258. doi.org. 18. Hyuna Sung et al. Global Patterns in Excess Body Weight and the Associated Cancer Burden, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 69, No. 2. 2019, 88-112. doi.org. 19. Craig M. Hales et al. Differences in Obesity Prevalence by Demographic Characteristics and Urbanization Level Among Adults, JAMA 319, No. 23, 2019, 241-229. doi.org. 20. Heather Greenlee et al. Trends in Obesity Prevalence in Adults with a History of Cancer. Results from the National Health Interview Survey, 1997-2014, Journal of Clinical Oncology 34, No. 26, 2016, 3133-3140. doi.org. 21. Betrice Lorby Secretan et al. Body Fatness and Cancer. Viewpoint of the IARC Working Group, New England Journal of Medicine 375, No. 8, 2016, 794-798. doi.org. Fahad Islami et al. Proportion and Number of Cancer Cases and Deaths Attributable to Potentially Modifiable Risk Factors in the United States, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 68, No. 1, 2018, 31-54. doi.org. 22. Neil M. Iyengar et al. Obesity and Cancer Mechanisms, Tumor Microenvironment and Inflammation, Journal of Clinical Oncology 34, No. 35, 2016, 4270-4276. doi.org. 23. Iyengar et al. Obesity and Cancer Mechanisms. 24. Wendy D. Mark Warnefried et al. Weight Management and Physical Activity Throughout the Cancer Care Continuum, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 68, No. 1, 2018, 64-89. doi.org. 25. Lawrence H. Kouchi et al. American Cancer Society Guidelines on Nutrition and Physical Activity for Cancer Prevention. Reducing the Risk of Cancer with Healthy Food Choices and Physical Activity, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 62, No. 1, 2012, 30-67. doi.org. 26. Greenlee et al. Trends in Obesity Prevalence. 27. U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, Final Recommendation Statement, Weight Loss to Prevent Obesity-Related Morbidity and Mortality in Adults, Behavioral Interventions, September 2018. US Preventive Services.org. 28. Kouchi et al. American Cancer Society Guidelines. 29. Jennifer A. Ligibel et al. American Society of Clinical Oncology Position Statement on Obesity and Cancer, Journal of Clinical Oncology 32, No. 31, 2014, 3568-3574. doi.org. 30. Alpa v. Patel et al. American College of Sports Medicine. Roundtable Report on Physical Activity, Sedentary Behavior, and Cancer Prevention and Control, Medicine and Science in Sports and Exercise 51, No. 11, 2019, 2391-2402. doi.org. 31. Commission on Cancer, Optimal Resources for Cancer Care, 2020 Standards, Chicago, Illinois, American College of Surgeons, 2019. Facts.org. 32. Oncology Care Model, cms.gov, last modified February 18, 2021. cms.gov. 33. Jack Siemiatitsky et al. Listing Occupational Carcinogens, Environmental Health Perspectives 112, No. 115, 2004, 1447-1459. doi.org. 34. Dana Loomis et al. Identifying Occupational Carcinogens, an update from the IARC monographs, Occupational and Environmental Medicine 75, No. 8, 2018, 593-603. doi.org. 35. R. Doll and R. Pito, The Causes of Cancer. Quantitative Estimates of Avoidable Risks of Cancer in the United States Today, JNCI, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 66, No. 6, 1981, 1192-1308. NE.gov. 36. David C. Christiani, Combating Environmental Causes of Cancer, New England Journal of Medicine 364, No. 9, 2011, 791-793. doi.org. 37. Suzanne H. Rubin, Reducing Environmental Cancer Risk, President's Cancer Panel 2008-2009, Washington, D.C., U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 2010. NE.gov. 38. Rubin, Reducing Environmental Cancer Risk. 39. David Kriebel et al. Environmental and Economic Strategies for Primary Prevention of Cancer in Early Life, Pediatrics 138, No. S1, 2016, S56S64. doi.org. 40. Christopher P. Wild, Augustin Scalbert, and Zarenko Herseg, Measuring the Exposome, a Powerful Basis for Evaluating Environmental Exposures and Cancer Risk, Environmental and Molecular Mutagenesis 54, No. 7, 2013, 480-499. doi.org. 41. Jeanette A. Stingone et al. Toward Greater Implementation of the Exposome Research Paradigm Within Environmental Epidemiology, Annual Review of Public Health 38, 2017, 315-327. doi.org. 42. Richard Horton et al. From Public to Planetary Health, a Manifesto, Lancet 383, number 9920, 2014, 847, https://doi.org/10.1016/S0140-6736 opening parenthesis 14 closing parenthesis 60409-8. 43. Horton et al. From Public to Planetary Health. 44. Paul D. Juarez et al. The Public Health Exposome, a population-based, exposure science approach to health disparities research. International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health 11, No. 12, 2014, 12866, 12895. doi.org. 45. Melanie Drollett et al. Population-level impact and herd effects following the introduction of human papillomavirus vaccination programs. Updated systematic review and meta-analysis, Lancet 394, No. 10197, 2019, 497-509. doi.org. 46. Tanya Y. Walker et al. National, regional, state, and selected local area vaccination coverage among adolescents aged 13–17 years, United States, 2018, MMWR, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report 68, No. 33, 2018, 718–723. doi.org. 47. State Laws and Mandates by Vaccine, Immunization Action Coalition, last modified January 20, 2021. Immunized.org. Chapter 9. Lift Every Voice and Sing. Working for Equity for Children with Cancer. Nancy Goodman. When my son, Jacob, was 8 years old, he was diagnosed with a rare pediatric brain cancer, medulloblastoma. My husband and I had never thought much about children having cancer. We watched with horror as Jacob was suddenly transformed from a noisy, studious, silly, absent-minded, sweet, happy, active boy to a seriously ill child. We were shocked to learn about the scarcity of new therapies to treat pediatric cancers and the many impediments that blocked pediatric cancer research and drug development. After 2 years of a debilitating illness and even more debilitating treatments, Jacob died. He was 10. The morning after Jacob's death, I opened my laptop on the kitchen table and started Kids v Cancer. If the world as it was could not include Jacob, then the world had to change. I was determined to do whatever I could to alter the landscape of pediatric cancer research and drug development. Most cancer advocates have a moment like this. Advocates face their own illness or the illness and death of loved ones and emerge with a newly found passion and conviction to make a difference. Historically, advocates have leveraged this drive by launching awareness campaigns, pressing for increased federal research support, and privately fundraising to support research. They have hosted runs and triathlons and walks, they have lit the White House pink, and they have pressed Congress to increase the federal budget for cancer research. Advocates have been the heart and soul of the cancer community's support of cancer research. There are many advocates who still fundraise, launch awareness campaigns, and press for increased federal funding. They play a key role. But recently, advocates have begun exploring other ways to effect change. In this chapter, I outline 4 categories where advocates have punched above their weight. While there are many such individuals I could name, here I focus on pediatric cancer advocates broadly viewed as leaders and game changers in each of these categories. First, advocacy groups, such as Solving Kids Cancer, have inverted the paradigm. Instead of raising private funds and deferring to their scientific advisory boards to issue research grants, they influence the research agenda and resource allocation of professional clinical consortiums to reflect patient preferences. Second, advocates, such as Thomas Gad, have tackled the so-called valley of death, the vast majority of promising academic compounds for cancer treatment that are never successfully commercialized. Gad created a biotech, Y-mAbs Therapeutics, to bring monoclonal antibody therapies for children's cancers, an area with significant unmet medical needs, to market. Third, using social media to amplify patient storytelling, small grassroots advocacy groups, such as Truth 365, have amplified the voices of children with cancer and given them an opportunity to communicate to a broader audience, including legislators. Fourth, policy advocates, including myself and Kids v Cancer, work in the legislative landscape. We have developed new rules of the road for pediatric drug development, new laws that introduce incentives for pediatric drug development and require pharmaceutical companies to test promising treatments being developed for adults in children as well. Inverting the funding paradigm. Cancer advocates have traditionally focused on raising funds for cancer research and providing grants to hospitals and researchers who set their own research agendas. Now, there is an increasingly common view among cancer advocates that they can and should have a more active role in setting the research agenda so that the priorities of patients and their families are included in research projects. While researchers have often prioritized basic science, for example, these advocates place a greater emphasis on clinical studies that introduce novel therapies sooner, with lower toxicities, and which create near-term improvements in treatments. Solving Kids Cancer, SKC, is a small, New York City and London-based nonprofit that raises under $1 million per year to support such patient-centered research on neuroblastoma and other deadly pediatric cancers. SKC was formed by John and Catherine London and Scott Kennedy when their respective children, Penelope London and Hazen Kennedy, died of high-risk neuroblastoma. High-risk neuroblastoma is a hard illness of very young children. A cancer of the peripheral nervous system, it is rare and has a poor prognosis. It is the most common and deadliest solid tumor in children. After watching their children suffer, the parents of SKC focused not only on funding their own trials, but on influencing the high-risk neuroblastoma trials of the major consortia to reflect the goals as parents. Their focus was threefold. Pediatric cancer treatments, including radiation, often leave survivors with long-term, chronic illness or disability. The standard approach to treating a newly diagnosed child is to add a new therapy to the current treatment protocol, as necessary, to see whether there is a survival benefit. The advantage of this is that children always receive at least the standard of care. However, every additional therapy brings additional toxicities and risks, including secondary cancers, cognitive impairments, infertility, abnormal growth, heart and lung compromises, and hearing loss. What could be done, SKC asked, to ensure that future developments in neuroblastoma research were less toxic rather than more? Second, children with newly diagnosed neuroblastoma were not getting access to novel treatments. The U.S. National Institute of Cancer funds the Children's Oncology Group, COG, one of the leading consortia of hospitals conducting clinical trials on pediatric cancers. Historically, COG tested novel cancer therapies in children who had relapsed or were resistant to upfront therapies. Newly diagnosed pediatric patients were not enrolled in clinical trials until the trials reached phase 3, many years later. SKC felt children with newly diagnosed neuroblastoma should also be treated with novel cancer therapies. Third, trials of pediatric cancer treatments were and often still are exceedingly slow. Timing between the design of a COG trial and the opening of that trial could be several years. Moreover, COG trials of new pediatric treatments tend to begin from phase 3 trials of older drugs that have already been studied in adult trials. Moreover, this was the only type of trial available to newly diagnosed pediatric cancer patients when SKC was founded. COG only studied more promising novel therapies in phase 1 and 2 trials in children who had relapsed. Furthermore, COG had taken advantage of few international trials, which could have sped up accrual, provided additional data, and avoided repeating trials that were already occurring in other countries. SKC sought faster translational research for the first trials of cancer drugs for children, before they had had a chance to relapse. With these tasks in mind, SKC reached out to other pediatric cancer organizations and together they raised $1.40 million, not nearly enough for a full phase 3 trial, but still enough for researchers to take notice. They wrote a call for proposals, asking researchers to propose a pilot of a trial with a novel therapy for children with newly diagnosed high-risk neuroblastoma. They asked for a trial with a faster design and an opportunity for lower toxicity. They received no applications. The parent team took note. They revised and reissued the call for proposals the following year. This time, the language around the goals was more flexible, though they intended to support the proposal that best embodied the goals. A key innovation of the new call was a $35,000 stipend to fund the development of a more detailed proposal for letters of intent that they accepted. While this is a nominal amount in the world of biomedical research, it reflected the significant portion of a pediatric cancer researcher's time spent applying for grants. In 2019, the team received a trial proposal that achieved all the goals. Dr. Yael Mosse, a leading neuroblastoma researcher, proposed a trial that would build on 2 ongoing trials for children with newly diagnosed high-risk neuroblastoma run by COG and the European Society of Pediatric Oncology, SIOPE. The trial would introduce a novel low-toxicity therapy, lorlatinib, which targeted a mutation of a specific gene. The trial was designed at lightning speed. As an international trial, results would come quickly. And, as an international trial, COG would recognize ESPO's cancer data and not duplicate its work. Finally, since the assumed benefit of the trial would be significant, a randomized control study would not be part of the trial design. The proposal was for a trial with a cost far in excess of the $1.40 million offered by SKC, but that initial $1.40 million and the attention and contributions of the advocates lead to a commitment to a trial that parents wanted, a trial of a novel therapy for newly diagnosed children with cancer, with a less toxic protocol and international collaboration to produce faster results. Parents and researchers alike are excited to have reached these clinical trial innovations, and this trial opens a new model for future studies. Bringing pediatric cancer treatments to market. Every step of cancer research and commercialization is fraught. The transition from the academic study of a novel therapy to its commercialization by a biotech company, however, remains particularly so. The facts are simple. Few academic therapies are commercialized, even when there appears to be a strong scientific rationale. The transition for therapies designed for children is even more precarious. The valley of death, the yawning gap between therapies developed in academia and those that make it to market, is daunting for any number of reasons. Academics often lack the financial resources to generate the kinds of clinical data companies would want before investing. Academics may not understand how to maximize intellectual property or position a therapy vis-a-vis other, competitive alternatives. Academics and industry may not even know one another and may have challenges meeting. Industry may find it difficult to identify a risk-adjusted return, even for medically exciting therapies and particularly for pediatric-related drugs, because the market is small, the manufacturing costly or difficult, and the path to commercialization might be especially long or too speculative. Alternatives to industry financing present challenges as well. Researchers often lack the skill set and access to capital to commercialize therapies themselves. Non-profit biotechs or venture funders who incorporate social impact as well as risk-adjusted returns into their calculations may have an interest in commercializing pediatric drugs. However, they too have challenges accessing capital and recruiting experienced executive teams. One recent and wildly successful transfer from academia to industry occurred as a result of the experience and passion of a parent of a child with cancer, Thomas Gadd, whose daughter was treated at Memorial Sloan Kettering, MSK, for high-risk neuroblastoma. The MSK immunotherapies Thomas's daughter received, 3F8 and 8H9, saved her life. However, these therapies were experimental and only available at Memorial Sloan Kettering. Thomas met his moment and brought 3F8 and 8H9 through the valley of death so that all U.S. children now have potential access to these therapies. At MSK, 3F8 and 8H9 had been in development for decades by Dr. Naikong Cheung. Their trials were exciting. Children with dismal prognoses, including brain metastases, were getting to remission. With such compelling results, Cheung was able to gather support from the National Institutes of Health, the FDA Orphan Drug Designation Program, Band of Parents, an advocacy and fundraising group of parents, and MSK itself. However, Cheung was not able to raise the tens or hundreds of millions of dollars that would be needed to commercialize the therapies. Cheung had tried for years to find a suitable commercialization partner, but his efforts had not been successful. The market to which Cheung had hoped to draw industry interest for his drugs was a particularly difficult one. The market for a high-risk neuroblastoma therapy is very small, 400 children a year. Risk-adjusted returns on investment are not easy for a biotech to achieve, especially when biotechs could direct their efforts to therapies with larger markets. The Band of Parents, a non-profit of parents whose children had been treated by Cheung, generated significant funding for Cheung's studies. However, it was led by a group of parents with full-time jobs in industries other than biotech. They did not have the capability or resources to bring the therapies to market themselves. Chung's 8H9 and 3F8 was still in need of a partner to cross the valley of death. Gad decided he should be that person. While he had extensive business experience, he had no startup biotech experience. But he had his conviction. In 2014, he raised seed funding from friends and family. He brought in an experienced leadership team to build a company. In a highly unusual step, Gad approached MSK to acquire the licenses, and he launched his company, Y-mAbs Therapeutics. Gad's story of commercialization is a happy one. Today, Y-mAbs Therapeutics is a publicly traded company with a market capitalization of $1.50 billion. It has a robust pipeline of over a dozen drugs for pediatric cancers in the works, including one FDA-approved drug, Danyelza, for neuroblastoma. And equally exciting, the success of Y-mAbs has drawn other companies into the pediatric cancer space. Against all odds, Gad fought a path out of the valley of death for some of the hardest therapies to commercialize, those for the small and overlooked markets of children with cancer. Social media and storytelling. Advocates focusing on awareness campaigns and grassroots lobbying have undergone profound transformations as the social media age has given them platforms to communicate with each other, to tell their stories, and to market their ideas outside of their own communities. Effective grassroots advocacy can now be driven by thinly capitalized startup groups with a message and some smarts and style. One such group in the pediatric cancer space is Truth 365, which is headed by a pair of advocates who track the legislative process in real time at a level of detail that, until recently, even professional organizations could not. Truth 365 transmits this information to the pediatric cancer community, identifies and documents the views of children and young adults with cancer about legislation, and packages and delivers those views to members of Congress. Dina Sherwood, a co-founder of Truth 365 and a successful entrepreneur with a booming court reporting company, became an advocate one morning when her 13-month-old baby, Billy, was diagnosed with cancer. Billy's treatment was difficult, but ultimately, he became one of the children who achieved long-term remission. The experience moved Sherwood, and she founded several pediatric cancer organizations, including Truth 365. Sherwood's co-founder, Mike Gillette, is an award-winning documentary filmmaker who can be reserved with adults, but is sly and humorous with kids. Gillette began working on a focused project with Sherwood, a documentary about pediatric cancer from the viewpoint of children and young adults with cancer. Could they asked, give patients a voice? Could they celebrate the patient and give children with cancer an opportunity to talk about their experiences? It was the ultimate grassroots effort to identify and present the voices of a community. The resulting video, The Truth 365, brought shocking and powerful images and testimonials to the screen. It won an Emmy. Riding the momentum, Sherwood and Gillette kept The Truth 365 going by forming the eponymous nonprofit and a parent nonprofit, Arms Open Wide. In the pediatric cancer community, patient voices are rarely heard. Truth 365 gives each child a chance to talk about what financial, physical, or mental health burdens they face from their cancer diagnosis and treatment. Much of what Gillette does, he does behind the camera. However, he also invites children and young adults to make home videos and send them to Truth 365's website, Facebook page, and Instagram and Twitter accounts. Truth 365 posts the videos on its many social media outlets and has created a large and robust following of millions. Gillette and Truth 365 have won numerous additional Emmys for subsequent videos and documentaries. Besides giving voice to those at the center of the pediatric cancer experience, children with cancer, the Truth 365 videos are a powerful conduit to draw other members of the community to the cause. The impact of Truth 365 is not limited to videos. Every September, Gillette and Sherwood draw in more of the pediatric community through a fair, CureFest, in Washington, D.C. This 3-day event includes the participation of hundreds of pediatric cancer organizations and lots of performances, mostly by children and teens. CureFest is beautiful and light-hearted. It again gives children a voice, replacing the despair and lack of empowerment with passion and beauty. Many families of recently diagnosed children attend the events, collecting information, getting involved in programs, growing the pediatric cancer community, and generally feeling more empowered and hopeful. And perhaps most important, Truth 365 consolidates the views of the pediatric cancer community and communicates those views through its videos to senators, congresspeople, and their staff. Traditionally, advocates communicated with their representatives and senators via letters, perhaps phone calls, and the occasional visit. In the era of iPhones and social media, Truth 365 gives families other ways to reach their representatives. It hosts Zoom calls with constituents. It creates tags and hashtags and media campaigns. Congressional offices track social media carefully now, and these new avenues are effective in grabbing the attention of members of Congress. Through its social media platform, Truth 365 can find families by congressional district and encourage them to contact their members of Congress. Its most recent strategy includes finding children willing to serve as ambassadors of the pediatric cancer community in meetings with members of Congress in D.C. This emotional link has been effective in raising the profile of pediatric cancer issues in Congress. There is much work to be done to optimize Truth 365's social media presence and to use social media and video storytelling to keep pediatric cancer a priority in the age of COVID-19. Cancer groups have always vied against one another for congressional support, and at times it may appear to be a zero-sum game. However, by framing the group not by a diagnosis but by an age category, children, and by amplifying and directing the voices of children, Truth 365's innovation in this space has been invaluable. New rules of the policy road. Traditionally, cancer advocates have pressed Capitol Hill for increased federal funding for cancer research. This strategy has been largely successful and, over time, federal funding for cancer research has increased, though funding for pediatric research remains a tiny slice of the overall pie. There is always more to do, and there will always be a critical role for advocates to push for the inclusion of cancer research in the federal budget. However, Congress's role in promoting cancer research extends past appropriations. It includes legislation addressing FDA authority and the rights and obligations of academia and the pharmaceutical industry. At Kids v. Cancer, I have focused our efforts on regulatory reform to promote the commercialization of pediatric cancer drug development and to increase access to novel therapies for children with cancer and without effective treatments. The biopharmaceutical industry invests an estimated $100 billion annually in research and development. If just a small percentage of that were directed towards pediatric cancer, the landscape of pediatric cancer research would be transformed. We began with Congress, writing and advocating for the Creating Hope Act Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program, a bill to incentivize companies to develop drugs for children with cancer and other life-threatening illnesses. I had never drafted a bill, and I did not have an FDA background. However, I had Jacob's classmates and his little brother, Ben, and eventually many other children touched by cancer. Together, they constituted a formidable advocacy front. The goal of the pediatric voucher program was to address a market failure. Companies were not developing drugs expressly for seriously ill children because the markets were too small to achieve a risk-adjusted return on investment. The Priority Review Voucher Program changed that calculation. Under the Creating Hope Act, companies that develop drugs expressly for kids with cancer and other serious illnesses receive a voucher upon FDA approval. The voucher comes with rights to faster FDA review of a future drug, perhaps a blockbuster drug, thus getting that drug to market faster. And the vouchers are fully transferable. To get the Creating Hope Act passed, we built a campaign of children who wanted to talk to Congress about pediatric cancer. We went office to office, asking members of Congress to support the bill. And in 2012, Congress passed the Creating Hope Act Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program. The Priority Review Voucher Program has been a stunning success. Now, many drug companies are prioritizing pediatric cancer and pediatric rare disease drug development in hopes of earning a voucher. In addition, more than $1 billion of incentives has been created, at no cost to the taxpayer. It has arguably led to the development of more than 20 new drugs for children, whereas prior decades had only seen 1 or 2. While the Creating Hope Act provides an incentive to develop drugs expressly for kids, it did not address the 900 drugs currently in the adult cancer pipeline. I wondered, could some of those drugs also have implications for pediatric patients? I started again, drafting another bill, the RACE, Research to Accelerate Cures and Equity, for Children Act, and again teamed with child advocates to lobby for it. The goal of the Race for Children Act was to address another market failure, the fact that companies do not test their promising adult cancer drugs on children to determine whether the drugs are effective, whether there are new toxicities, and what the appropriate dose and schedules might be. Even though the marginal cost of developing already approved drugs for children is small, the opportunity cost may be considerable, as staff dedicated to pediatric development plans are not then developing the next blockbuster drug. The Race for Children Act responds to this market failure by requiring companies developing targeted cancer therapies for adult cancers to also undertake pediatric studies of those therapies. Specifically, RACE requires pharmaceutical companies to undertake pediatric studies of targeted oncology therapies when the targets are present in populations of children with cancers. After decades with very little new pediatric drug progress, this has led to a flood of new promising treatments for researchers and clinicians to explore. There are certainly other market failures in drug development and other diseases overlooked by the pharmaceutical industry. However, now companies are less likely to avoid development of cancer drugs for children's cancer. Getting a bill passed through Congress is by turns exhausting, heartbreaking, and maddening. Only 2% of all introduced bills are passed into law. Asking the pharmaceutical industry to accept a new requirement was a heavy political lift. That we did not accept donations from the pharmaceutical industry may have made this a bit more doable. We became the leading experts in FDA administrative law on pediatric drug development. We were supported by an editorial in Nature as well as other credentialized supporters. We worked for over 4 years on each bill before passage. We had over 500 meetings with various congressional officers. We turned down the first 2 offers we received from industry and Congress. Ultimately, the Race for Children Act was signed into law with all our provisions. Together, the Creating Hope Act Pediatric Voucher Program and the Race for Children Act have created a dramatic shift in how companies view pediatric cancer drug development. Companies have an incentive to develop drugs expressly for children with cancer. Moreover, companies may face a requirement to develop their adult cancer drugs for children. Where do we go from here? As I write this in 2021, we are facing a global COVID-19 pandemic with a new US president, Joe Biden. Biden is unique among US presidents insofar as he has recent personal experience with cancer and a strong track record for supporting cancer research. He has already made an historic promise to end cancer as we know it. First Lady Drive. Jill Biden has also announced that she will make cancer research and treatment a priority of her tenure. The advancement of cancer research requires new scientific insights and increased funding. It also requires structural change, a shift in how the parties of the cancer research landscape work together. How do we work to bring the great leaps in bench science, from the chemotherapy that was cutting-edge science at the time of the passage of the National Cancer Act in 1971 to what is cutting-edge science now, genomic research, bioinformatics, immunotherapy, and single-cell studies, to patients? How can we ensure that translational research proceeds in a direction that reflects society's interests? How can we guarantee that good ideas that start in academia are taken up by biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies? These will be the questions on which advocates will continue to focus. The role of the federal government in cancer research will be an especially critical task for advocates to consider. Since the National Cancer Act, the question of the National Cancer Institute's research and development budget allocation has become a subject of public debate. Does the funding of basic science help all cancer patients? It should. However, the trickle-down theory that basic science contributes to therapies for all cancers has not necessarily translated into new therapies for children with cancer, who have seen only 4 FDA therapies developed expressly for children's cancers since the National Cancer Act's passage. To address basic science's uneven impact, advocates must insist that federal funding for clinical trials be directed toward cancers that the private sector cannot and will not pursue without outside incentives or requirements, specifically rare and pediatric cancers. Advocates may be the least credentialed members of the cancer research universe, but they are often the ones who bring new energy and new ideas to address entrenched challenges. As we hope for a new moonshot, the advocacy community will continue to innovate around the limitations of the existing ecosystem of cancer research and drug development so that one day, we achieve a better outcome for all cancer patients. Nancy Goodman is founder and executive director, Kids v. Cancer. Chapter 10. Perspectives on Cancer Advocacy. Sherry Lansing. The world of cancer is vast and includes many kinds of stakeholders. Advocates impact every aspect of that world, from awareness and screening to research and patient care. Having become an advocate nearly 4 decades ago, I know what advocacy can accomplish. The results can be nothing short of revolutionary. Advocates play vital roles that no other group can fill, including the federal government. I learned this firsthand while still an executive in the film industry. During those years, I partnered with leading figures on the cutting edge of treating cancer, from doctors and scientists to philanthropists and other advocates, as I worked to increase awareness and raise funds for research. Those experiences inspired me to embark on a new chapter in my life after I left Paramount Pictures, a journey that brought me to a watershed moment in 2008. That year, together with 8 extraordinary women, I co-founded Stand Up to Cancer, SU2C. We set out to build a movement bringing together the general public, philanthropists, foundations, companies, and other organizations to support scientists in the groundbreaking research. As of December 2020, our efforts have raised over $660 million for cancer research. We have produced 6 historic, televised, roadblock, fundraising events, with the most recent telecast carried on more than 70 broadcast, cable, streaming, and social platforms in the United States and Canada. The funds we raise support collaborative, scientifically rigorous, treatment-focused research and are designed to get better results, faster. Our signature, Dream Teams, encourage researchers to work together across institutions and disciplines in an unprecedented way, breaking down the silos that for decades have stymied progress. While SU2C did not invent the concept of team science, we approached it differently, filling a key funding gap. The idea was to offer large enough grants so scientists could focus on research rather than continuous proposal writing, while investing in innovative, high-risk, high-reward avenues that government and other institutional funders tend to avoid. Limiting grants to 3-year terms helps concentrate the team's efforts on getting new therapies to patients quickly so as to save lives now, prioritizing translational research in the process. More than 1,950 scientists have collaborated through SU2C, representing 210 leading institutions in the US, Canada, and beyond. Their breakthroughs have contributed to the development of 9 new cancer therapies approved by the FDA, including treatments for breast, colorectal, ovarian, pancreatic, and prostate cancers, and difficult-to-treat leukemias in children and young adults. SU2C-funded researchers have planned, launched, or completed more than 250 clinical trials that have enrolled over 19,000 patients. We have funded early work in immunotherapy and precision cancer treatment, and are supporting cutting-edge research meant to detect cancer at its earliest possible stage. We helped pioneer the emerging field of convergence, bringing together clinical researchers with engineers, mathematicians, and physicists to investigate how cancers respond to therapies. We also support efforts to accelerate clinical trials for combination therapies. More cancer patients are experiencing better outcomes, thanks in part to efforts like ours. Researchers are closer than ever to discovering therapies that transform the most tenacious cancers, such as pancreatic and brain cancer, from deadly into chronic diseases. We have made breathtaking, life-saving progress, but there is still so much more work to do. COVID-19 has shown that, with sufficient resources, research can be even faster and nimbler. With that same urgency applied to cancer research, we can accelerate new treatments and even better outcomes. Thinking outside the box and approaching this challenge from many different perspectives is vital. To get there, we must ensure that a wide variety of voices, skills, and collaborators are at the table. We must also focus on equity in cancer care to ensure that the most cutting-edge treatments, diagnostics, and care benefit everyone. Advocacy can change the world, and when advocates collaborate with one another, uniting researchers from different disciplines and institutions, it can save lives. This awareness has guided my work from the start. Becoming a cancer advocate. I became a cancer advocate for the same reason so many do. The disease struck someone I loved. My mother was diagnosed with ovarian cancer when she was 62. I was 40 years old and not especially familiar with cancer at the time. I loved my mother deeply and believed that she was going to beat the disease. She did not. The helplessness of watching her suffer and the desire to honor her memory motivated me to act. When I lost my mother, I was determined to become a cancer advocate so that no one else would have to suffer as she did. Everything I do is in her honor. That wrenching experience launched my cancer journey. I started working with various organizations, hoping to raise funds for research that would help lead to a cure, or at the very least, make cancer a manageable disease not unlike diabetes. I visited labs to better understand the research into treating this disease. I established several key partnerships that defined those early years. When I met with Dr. Armand Hammer, then head of Occidental Petroleum and a major supporter of cancer research, I volunteered to be his eyes and ears for identifying research projects worthy of funding. With limited background in science, I studied the literature carefully and frequently consulted with experts. They patiently explained their work, and when something piqued my interest, I would share my findings with Dr. Renato Dulbecco, winner of the 1975 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, and Dr. Hammer's scientific advisor. Our efforts helped fund research in a substantial way, leading to meaningful breakthroughs. Through these efforts, I was able to meet and develop partnerships with many scientists in cancer research, including Drive. Judy Gasson and Dr. Stephen Rosenberg, pioneers in the study of granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factor, GM-CSF, and immunotherapy, respectively. Through my work in the film industry, I was able to add visibility to the disease and raise more money. Eventually, when I was running Paramount Pictures, I began holding my own fundraisers for cancer research. These experiences led me to the next, and most meaningful, chapter of my life. The origins of Stand Up to Cancer. I left Paramount Pictures to create my own foundation when I was 60. I had been thinking about this move for years. As I approached my mid-50s, I wanted a new chapter in my life dedicated to giving back. I wanted to start on this path while I was still young enough to have a third chapter in my life, but not so young that I could wait. 60 was the right age. By that point, I had been running Paramount for 12.5 years, capping a career in the movie business that started when I was 26. While I loved being in the industry, eventually the highs are not as high, the lows are not as low, and you find that you are repeating yourself. I realized that I was more interested in speaking with scientists about what they were doing than being in script meetings. I began my new life after leaving Paramount and launching my own foundation with an initial focus on supporting education and funding cancer research. I was named a regent of the University of California and appointed to the recently established California Stem Cell Agency. I immersed myself in learning about all these new projects I was taking on. In 2007, I was fortunate enough to find myself among a group of women who, unbeknownst to us at the time, were all simultaneously working to bring to bear the extensive resources of the entertainment community in the fight against cancer. We all had entertainment-related careers and were all connected by this terrible disease, most of us having lost a loved one to cancer, and several facing their own cancer diagnosis. When the 9 future co-founders of Stand Up to Cancer finally met, it felt like an arranged marriage. We hoped that by pooling our considerable contacts and resources and joining forces, we could make a radical, profound, and life-changing impact on how cancer is treated. These incredible women, including Katie Couric, Lisa Paulson, Rusty Robertson, Sue Schwartz, Ellen Zifrin, and Kathleen Lobb, along with the amazing Laura Ziskin and Noreen Fraser, together formed SU2C with a clear mission: funding scientific breakthroughs that would end this horrible disease. We officially launched SU2C with our first Roadblock telecast in 2008 to raise funds to benefit cancer research. We asked the 3 major networks, beginning with NBC, for airtime. This was bold and unprecedented. Never before had the major networks joined for a simultaneously broadcast fundraising special of this kind. Jeff Zucker, then president of NBC and a cancer survivor himself, immediately agreed to it. ABC and CBS soon followed. While we have experienced many successes since then, we also suffered immeasurable loss along the way. Both Noreen Fraser and Laura Ziskin passed away from cancer. Everything we do at SU2C honors their memories. Pam Williams, Laura's longtime producing partner, joined SU2C's Council of Founders and Advisors. Together, we continue to carry on Laura's vision and work seamlessly as a team to end this terrible disease. Finding our point of view, breaking down silos. To this group, there was no mystery to answering the what of SU2C. We were going to marshal the entertainment community to raise awareness and funds to beat cancer. The more complicated piece was the why. Raising money was not enough. We needed a point of view, a clear message that explained how we were approaching this differently and what we were going to do with the funds. We were knowledgeable about entertainment, media, fundraising, and production, but when it came to cancer research, we needed credibility. To help us chart a path forward, I drew on the advice of 2 very impressive women I had worked with as a cancer advocate. The first was Dr. Ellen Sigel, chairperson and founder of Friends of Cancer Research, who was my guru in this effort. We had first met while I was at Paramount, when we hosted an event involving all the studio heads and then Vice President Al Gore to raise funds for cancer research. In 1998, I was also involved with Ellen in the March, Coming Together to Conquer Cancer, enlisting celebrities to lobby and help in the effort to double federal spending on cancer research. The second was Dr. Margaret Foti, the Chief Executive Officer of the American Association for Cancer Research, AACR. Through their recommendations and guidance, we began meeting with leading researchers, DERs. Andy Conrad, John Glaspie, Patrick Soon-Shiong, Dennis Slayman, and many others. The broad problem they identified was clear: cancer was a siloed disease. If a cancer patient went to a hospital, it was common to find situations where the first floor didn't quite know what the second floor was doing, just as researchers in one hospital or cancer center were rarely collaborating with colleagues elsewhere. There was another silo effect I became aware of during my years of advocacy. It was common to see breast, ovarian, colon, or any number of other disease-specific cancer groups lobbying for funding that targeted the diseases. Our aim was not to prioritize one cancer or one institution over another. We wanted to partner with everyone and to help them all speak with one voice. Based on these conversations, our point of view became clear. We wanted to break down the silos that for decades had defined and impeded progress in cancer research and treatment. We knew the harmful impact of those silos from our experiences with the disease. Two of our founders, Laura and Noreen, were battling advanced breast cancer during those early years. Laura was our conscience. Her daily struggles gave us a sense of urgency. Along with input from our incredible scientists, we developed a collaborative model that has since become the cornerstone of our approach to funding, uniting scientists from different centers for unique collaborative research, and enlisting support from pharmaceutical companies to help advance breakthrough research from laboratory to clinical trials. Developing the Dream Team model. When told that researchers from different, often competing, institutions would not work together, Laura's response was as visionary as it was emphatic. They will collaborate if we give them enough money. She was right. When we began, it was uncommon to find major collaborative grants receiving funding. Now the practice is commonplace, with the National Cancer Institute, NCI, supporting many multi-institutional collaborations. SU2C was a leader in this transformation. Our Dream Team model quickly took shape. It entails grants large enough to incentivize teams to collaborate on major achievements. Initially, we set a goal for each Dream Team to receive a minimum of $10 million in funding, which was unprecedented at the time in cancer research. We select proposals submitted by top researchers from different institutions and disciplines who work together on promising new projects, competing against cancer rather than against one another. The researchers leading the grant must come from at least 3 institutions. The work must be genuinely collaborative. The scientists must share the data and meaningfully work across institutions. We assembled a group of highly respected scientists to advise us on which proposals to fund. This committee also helps to shape each project at the start, promote collaboration within the team, help the investigators meet interim milestones, and assist in rethinking the goals as new scientific evidence comes to light. We also established innovative research grants, which provide $750,000 to early career scientists and clinicians to encourage innovative thinking. This is another of Laura's many vital contributions to our mission. By insisting early on that we support out-of-the-box ideas, Laura led the way in enabling the path-breaking work of young researchers who were often consigned to the garage without adequate funding. Since launching our innovative research grants, SU2C has supported 46 researchers who might otherwise never have had the chance to pursue their ideas. Beyond collaboration, SU2C's Dream Team model prioritizes 2 other core values: accountability and patient care. Our scientific advisory committee carefully reviews grantees' projects at numerous points over their 3-year duration. Every grant includes specific benchmarks to ensure that patients see results as soon as possible. Projects are flexible to allow teams to adapt to evolving science on the cutting edge of discovery. If deadlines slip for a good reason, funding continues. If underlying problems become apparent, resources are redirected. The success of this model hinges on our extraordinary Scientific Advisory Committee, SAC, which augments its deep knowledge of science with great wisdom to inform its decisions. Organizing the SAC was one of our first major accomplishments, and in many ways the one that has made all of the others possible. Patient care, our third core research value, is a common feature of nearly all our major grants. In essence, it is a requirement that the projects we fund have the potential to quickly move from bench to bedside, to translate from laboratory to clinic, where it can benefit actual patients. It is the reason our major grants typically have a 3-year time horizon. It conveys the need for speed and forces the teams to work expeditiously. If a worthy project requires more time, the team can usually find funding from other sources, based on the progress it has already made, from funders who earlier might have found the concept too risky or insufficiently proven to merit investment. In that sense, SU2C de-risks innovative research by enabling 3 years of solid progress on an idea before a more risk-averse funder steps in. Building a scientific advisory committee. Attracting the most talented researchers and innovative proposals requires both credibility and knowledge. For that, Siegel and Foti pointed us to one remarkable individual, Drive. Philip A. Sharp, a Nobel laureate and scientist of the highest integrity, utterly incorruptible, a true genius. With Sharp on board, Siegel and Foti assured us, the world's best advisory committee would soon follow. Our chance to make our case directly came at a meeting of the AACR, where all 9 SU2C co-founders were in attendance to hear Laura speak movingly about her experience battling breast cancer, unforgettably describing herself as an impatient patient. Sharp was also in attendance. After Laura was done speaking, we approached him with our proposal. As anyone who has ever had 9 women descend on him knows, you cannot avoid saying yes. A few days later Sharp agreed to join us, and as soon as he did, I knew we were home free. True to Siegel and Foti's prediction, Sharp assembled a SAC of the highest integrity. Our scientific work has been impeccable because of Sharp and the committee he assembled. America's greatest pastime meets America's worst disease. As we were developing our dream team model and gathering our SAC, we also focused on raising as much money as possible to fund the science itself. Celebrity-packed telethons can raise significant funds, but we knew it would never be enough. We wanted to create a movement with broad appeal that would extend well beyond fans of Hollywood. The question became, whom should we go to? While cancer is America's disease, baseball is America's pastime, so we decided to start there. We first approached Jerry Reinsdorf, owner of the Chicago White Sox. He pointed us to Bud Selig, then the 9th Commissioner of Baseball, the Chief Executive Officer of Major League Baseball, MLB. At 2 p.m. on a weekend afternoon, I got a call from co-founder Rusty Robertson. The commissioner was in Los Angeles for a dinner and could meet with us for 15 minutes, starting at 5:45 p.m. that very day. It was a Sunday afternoon and I had a lovely dinner planned with friends in from Chicago and now faced only a few hours' notice to meet the commissioner. There was no choice, I knew we had to go. Our team settled into a hotel meeting room in Century City and prepared to make our case to Bud Selig. The commissioner walked in accompanied by his extraordinary wife, Sue Lappin, and sat at the head of the table. Each of us knew what we had to say. Laura talked about her ongoing battle with cancer, how we must find a cure and how she did not have time to wait. Lisa and Ellen talked about the upcoming fundraising telecast, what we aim to do, and how supporting this effort would benefit Major League Baseball. My job was easy. All I had to say to the commissioner was, therefore, we would like MLB to give us $10 million. Up until that moment, I had never asked for more than $10,000 for a charity. I was extremely nervous, so I drew on my best acting skills. Cool and calm, with all the casual assurance of someone asking for a cup of tea, I said it, and all eyes turned to Bud. He put his hands under his chin and began, well, ordinarily. It was clear he was about to say no. But then Sue gave him a gentle elbow nudge and said, come on, buddy, what are you waiting for? He adored his wife, and he could sense how moved she was by our story. So, as much out of respect for his wife as for our proposal, he burst into laughter and said, I'm in. Everyone started to cry except for me. After the Seligs left the room, I turned to our group. Don't you ever cry again, I said to them. Never cry. If you cry, it shows we didn't think we were going to get what we asked for, and we will absolutely get it. Selig's support was transformational. It gave us credibility. Without Major League Baseball, Stand Up to Cancer would not exist. The next time we walked into a room looking to fundraise, we could say that MLB had already contributed $10 million. Now we were ready for our first show. The first fundraiser. Having secured our first major funder, we focused on final preparations for the roadblock fundraiser. SU2C had been formally launched on May 28, 2008. To introduce the initiative to the public, the three network evening news anchors, Katie Couric, Charles Gibson, and Brian Williams, appeared as a group for the first time ever on ABC's Good Morning America, CBS's This Morning, and NBC's Today Show to announce the September 5 telecast. The big day finally arrived, and the hour-long show took place across the ABC, CBS, and NBC television networks as planned. We thought this would be a one-off event, but it was so successful, raising over $125 million, that we decided to host one every other year. Our most recent telecast was carried on more than 70 broadcast, cable, streaming, and social platforms. We did not set out thinking we would raise hundreds of millions through these events. Our efforts evolved over time, starting with one show and expanding from there. What was always present, what makes SU2C unique, is passion. All of us have been impacted by cancer. If I go into a room like Laura used to do and say, "Raise your hand if you've been touched by cancer," every hand will go up. We were passionate. We were women who did not understand the word no. 13 years of SU2C. SU2C grew quickly after our initial successes. We have now hosted roadblock telecasts in 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016, and 2018. To date, more than 800 celebrities supporting SU2C's efforts have participated in these telecasts and in additional awareness efforts. With the help of people across the US and Canada as well as corporate, philanthropic, and organizational donors, we have raised over $660 million as of this writing to support SU2C's portfolio of innovative cancer research. Over that time, our funded research has contributed to the development of 9 new cancer therapies approved by the FDA, including treatments for breast, colorectal, ovarian, pancreatic, and prostate cancers, and difficult-to-treat leukemias in children and young adults, actively extending the lives of many cancer patients. Our efforts continue to thrive under the extraordinary leadership of our CEO, Drive. Sung Poblet, who joined us 10 years ago. Under Sung's stewardship, SU2C has continued to fund innovative science and develop cutting-edge approaches to research. Sung's many initiatives include SU2C Convergence, which brings together the medical, physical, and computer sciences to explore how cancers respond to therapies, SU2C Catalyst, which is dedicated to rapidly accelerating clinical trials of combination therapies, and Cancer Interception, which aims to find and treat a cancer at the earliest possible point, perhaps even before a cancer cell has fully formed. Sung also spearheaded the launch of one of our new core initiatives to address the underlying health inequities in cancer research. Health Equity and the Path Forward. As we look to the future of SU2C, we are committed to increasing health equity. Today, certain groups are underserved by the healthcare community, not receiving the same amount or quality of care as others do. Nor have researchers been as inclusive as they should be when developing and testing treatments. In January 2020, we announced the SU2C Health Equity Initiative aimed at reducing racial and ethnic inequities in cancer research as well as improving outcomes for members of underserved populations. This initiative aims to increase minority representation in cancer clinical trials by requiring that future research grant proposals address recruitment and retention of patients from various ethnic groups to bolster diverse patient representation in cancer clinical trials. We have already committed over $15 million to health equity grants, which will fund research on cancers affecting underrepresented populations. Funded proposals may address cancers that have a higher prevalence in a specific racial or ethnic population or those that are more deadly among specific minority populations, or may address the need for more effective treatments for specific cancers for patients of diverse backgrounds. Our continuing efforts will play out against the backdrop of a new administration. President Biden has made it clear that finding a cure for cancer is a top priority. If he sets the agenda by prioritizing several key principles, we can make real progress. Funding for research could be expanded in a way that only the federal government can do. For all our successes, neither we nor any other non-governmental group can match the federal purse. New funding policies could encourage breaking down the various silos that define and, in many cases, limit cancer research and care. Our model offers a path forward. By strongly encouraging multi-institutional collaboration so as to receive grants, for example, the federal government could help accelerate a trend we have encouraged over the past 13 years. Tackling health inequities should animate the federal response to cancer. Until care is more equitably available and research meets the needs of every group, our work will remain unfinished. A sharper focus on translational research should likewise be encouraged, following our mantra, don't just get science to the patient faster. This imperative guides our approach to funding grants. We favor research that is likely to benefit patients sooner rather than later. The Biden administration should also work to expand education about prevention and early detection. Lastly, outreach to such organizations as SU2C that fund cancer research, to create a coalition stretching from the White House across the country, could help coordinate our various efforts in an unprecedented way, potentially transforming the way cancer is treated in America for the next 50 years and beyond. There will be a time when cancer is no longer a killer. That time is not far off. New treatments will emerge, and collaboration will be vital for the discovery. I have decades of experience as a cancer advocate and have seen firsthand both the costs of this disease as well as the promise of efforts to treat it. I believe that in my lifetime, we will transform cancer from a deadly disease into a manageable condition through the work of patients, advocates, and the extraordinary scientists and clinicians leading the way. Sherry Lansing is co-founder, Stand Up to Cancer. Part 3. Science and Treatment Transformed. Chapter 11. The Frontier of Cancer Care. Afrothity J. Hanrahan, Gershon S. Gill, and David B. Sollert. Cancer is a genetic disease resulting from mutations in genes that regulate cell differentiation, growth, survival, and/or immune evasion. For decades, cytotoxic chemotherapies were the mainstay of systemic cancer treatment, Table 11.1. These drugs kill cancer cells, and some normal cells, by damaging DNA or by interfering with the machinery of DNA replication or cell division. Despite their often severe toxicities, which include hair loss, nausea, nerve damage, and an increased risk for serious infection, combinations of cytotoxic chemotherapy drugs can cure some blood cancers and metastatic germ cell tumors and reduce the likelihood of disease recurrence when used as an adjuvant to curative intent surgery or radiation therapy. However, for most metastatic cancer patients, cytotoxic chemotherapy is minimally effective and at best palliative. The past 2 decades have witnessed a paradigm shift in cancer drug development. Cancer treatments are now rationally designed to disrupt the molecular alterations and dysregulated pathways responsible for cancer development and/or immune evasion. As many, targeted, and immune-based therapies are most effective in molecularly defined subsets of patients, therapy selection is increasingly guided by real-time testing for the genetic mutations or other molecular changes responsible for cancer development in individual patients. This approach, referred to as precision oncology, relies on technological innovations in DNA sequencing that have enabled the rapid analysis of hundreds of cancer-associated genes at low cost. Table 11.1. Pillars of systemic cancer therapy. Cytotoxic chemotherapy. Drugs that damage, interfere with, or bind to and disrupt DNA. Antimetabolites. Microtubule inhibitors. Targeted inhibitors. Kinase inhibitors, RTK, non-RTK, mutant or isoform-specific. Lineage-specific dependencies, AR, B-cell machinery. Nonkinase, small molecule oncogene inhibitors, RAS-G12C, BCL2. Immunotherapy, passive immune therapy, monoclonal antibodies, naked, antibody-drug conjugates, bispecific, BiTE. Active immune therapy, personalized cancer vaccines, costimulatory immune agonists. Immune checkpoint inhibitors, anti-CTLA4, PD-1, PDL1, LAG3, TIM3, TIGIT. Inhibitors of immunosuppressive factors in the tumor microenvironment. Innate immune modulators, STING agonists. Oncolytic viruses. Cellular therapy. Tumor-infiltrating lymphocyte therapy, TIL. T-cell receptor therapy, TCR. Chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy, CAR-T. Abbreviation. RTK receptor tyrosine kinase, R-androgen receptor, estrogen receptor, PROTAC proteolysis targeting chimera, bispecific T-cell engager, STING stimulator of interferon genes. Note: some drugs could fit into more than one class, e.g., anti-HER2 monoclonal antibody trastuzumab or VEGF. Angiogenesis inhibitors could be considered both targeted therapy and immunotherapy. In this chapter, we highlight recent innovations in systemic cancer therapy that have resulted in improved clinical outcomes, including increased survival rates. While many newer targeted and immune-based cancer therapies are significantly more effective than the cytotoxic chemotherapies they have replaced, intrinsic and acquired drug resistance are major barriers to disease cure. We therefore predict that future improvements in cancer care will require both the identification of new drug targets as well as laboratory and clinical research designed to elucidate the molecular mechanisms mediating drug resistance. These bench-to-bedside translational research studies will be critical to achieving the promise of precision oncology, as they will form the basis for combinatorial approaches designed to prevent or delay the emergence of drug resistance. Given the heterogeneity of human cancers, progress will also require innovative clinical trial designs and regulatory flexibility to facilitate the testing of more personalized targeted, immune-based, and cellular therapies in the molecularly defined subsets of cancer patients most likely to benefit. Kinase inhibitors and other molecularly targeted therapies. Kinases are enzymes that transmit signals from the cell surface or within cells that influence the rate of cell division or determine whether cancer cells survive, invade surrounding normal tissues, or spread to distant organs, metastasize. Cancer cells are frequently dependent on hyperactivated kinases or other mutated proteins for growth or survival, a phenomenon known as oncogene addiction. Historically, it took decades to translate novel biologic insights from the laboratory into new cancer drugs, but this process is now rapidly accelerating. As an example, in 1960, an abnormally small chromosome, known as the Philadelphia chromosome, was first observed in the cancer cells, but not the normal blood cells, of patients with chronic myelogenous leukemia. Subsequent research revealed that this abnormal chromosome resulted from a type of mutation known as a translocation, an exchange of DNA segments between two regions of the human genome. In chronic myelogenous leukemia, the cancer cells are addicted to the fusion protein, called BCR-ABL1, which is encoded by parts of the BCR and ABL1 genes, which are normally located on different chromosomes. This insight into the molecular cause of chronic myelogenous leukemia prompted the development of drugs that selectively inhibit ABL1 kinase, e.g., imatinib, the enzymatic portion of the fusion protein. This first-in-class molecularly targeted therapy has since supplanted older cytotoxic chemotherapies, transforming a previously life-threatening disease into an often manageable chronic condition with an overall survival rate approaching that of age-matched control patients. While the success of imatinib in patients with chronic myelogenous leukemia led to the hope that most cancer patients would soon be treated with therapies designed to selectively inhibit the mutations responsible for inducing their cancer, 2 decades later, only a minority of cancer patients, less than 30%, benefit from targeted therapies. To hasten the identification and development of additional targeted therapies, comprehensive molecular profiling studies were initiated to catalog the full spectrum of genomic alterations in both common and rare cancers. Lung cancer has been one of the most impacted cancer types with drugs that selectively inhibit several mutated genes, namely EGFR, ALK, ROS1, RET, MET, BRAF, CRAS, and NRTK 1-3, now approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, for the treatment of patients with tumors harboring activating mutations in these oncogenes. However, some patients, including those with mutations in targetable cancer genes, never experience tumor shrinkage following treatment with kinase inhibitors, primary resistance, whereas others develop resistance to therapy after an initial response, acquired resistance. Furthermore, many cancer patients have tumors caused by mutations in genes that have proven to be undruggable to date. With the goal of increasing the fraction of patients who benefit from precision oncology, the following novel approaches are being pursued. Table 11.1. Kinase inhibitors with greater selectivity. Kinase inhibitors are generally viewed as having fewer side effects than cytotoxic chemotherapies because they are designed to inhibit mutated proteins present in cancer, but not normal cells. However, most targeted therapies have adverse effects resulting from off-target toxicities, inhibition of proteins other than the desired target, or on-target, off-tumor effects, inhibition of the intended drug target in normal cells. One way to limit off-target toxicity is through the development of more selective kinase inhibitors. For example, early attempts to develop PI3 kinase inhibitors targeting the commonly mutated kinase, PI3 kinase alpha, were limited by severe toxicities resulting in part from concurrent inhibition of all four structurally related PI3 kinase family members, PI3K alpha, beta, delta, gamma. Thus, alpelisib was designed to have greater selectivity for the PI3K alpha isoform versus the other PI3 kinase family members and has greater efficacy and reduced toxicity as compared to older, less selective PI3 kinase inhibitors. In 2019, alpelisib was FDA approved for the treatment of breast cancers that harbor mutations in the PIK3CA gene, which encodes PI3K alpha. Greater selectivity can also be achieved by designing drugs that are more potent inhibitors of a mutated kinase versus its normal, non-mutant version. For instance, the BRAF inhibitor vemurafenib only inhibits BRAF activation in cancer cells that express a specific mutated version of the BRAF protein. In the past, many pharmaceutical companies were leery of pursuing mutant-selective drugs over concern that the potential market size would be too small to justify the costs of drug development and clinical testing. However, the ubiquity with which patients are now molecularly profiled, advances in structure-based drug design, the development of novel clinical trial designs, and the willingness of regulators to consider tumor-agnostic drug approvals have made the economics of developing mutant-selective drugs more favorable. Cancer researchers are also trying to reduce on-target, off-tumor side effects through targeted delivery of kinase inhibitors or other drugs to tumor cells only, thus avoiding damage to normal cells. One method involves coating or wrapping a cancer drug in tiny particles, e.g., nanocapsules, that shield the drug from degradation while more specifically directing it to the cancer cells. Drugs can also be injected directly into some tumors, or they can piggyback on antibodies or peptides that bind to proteins overexpressed on cancer cells, e.g., antibody-drug conjugates, as will be discussed. Kinase inhibitors that retain potency in the setting of acquired resistance mutations. The paradigm of cataloging the most common mechanisms of drug resistance as a guide to the development of second and third generation kinase inhibitors or combinations of kinase inhibitors that overcome or delay the emergence of drug-resistant tumor cells, is now firmly established. Osimertinib, a third generation EGFR inhibitor, was developed to treat EGFR mutant lung cancers that had acquired a resistance mutation in EGFR that reduces the binding of older EGFR inhibitors, such as erlotinib, to the EGFR protein. Drug treatment may also force cancer cells to undergo other types of adaptations to survive. Targeting these changes, or acquired vulnerabilities, to induce the death of resistant cells is termed collateral sensitivity. As an example, BRAF mutant melanoma cells resistant to BRAF inhibitors were found to have increased reactive oxygen species, natural molecules highly damaging to DNA and RNA. To exploit this observation, drugs are being designed that further induce reactive oxygen species to lethal levels, selectively killing BRAF inhibitor-resistant cells. Combinations of targeted inhibitors. Combining cytotoxic chemotherapies with different mechanisms of action and non-overlapping toxicities was critical to the development of curative regimens for childhood leukemias and germ cell tumors. The hope is that the development of more selective kinase and other targeted inhibitors together with the increasing adoption of tumor genomic profiling will facilitate the development of personalized, combination strategies that engender complete responses or even disease cures. Critical to the testing of drug combinations will be large cooperative studies, such as the National Cancer Institute's Combo Match trial, that seek to overcome many of the logistical challenges of testing drug combinations, e.g., the need to co-administer drugs developed by competing pharmaceutical companies. Identification of lineage-specific targets. An alternative to targeting mutationally activated signaling pathways is the inhibition of signaling pathways critical for the normal development or maintenance of the cell type from which the tumor cells arose, a concept referred to as lineage addiction. An underappreciated example of lineage addiction is the dependence of prostate and breast cancer cells on androgen and estrogen receptor signaling, respectively. Tamoxifen, which blocks the binding of estrogen to its receptor, has been used for decades to treat estrogen receptor-expressing breast cancers. More recent examples include idursulfase, a selective PI3 kinase delta inhibitor, and ibrutinib, an inhibitor of Bruton's tyrosine kinase, BTK. Many B-cell cancers are addicted to these kinases, which are mediators of normal B-cell maturation and proliferation. Drugging the undruggable. Novel approaches are being pursued to target cancer-causing oncogenes and tumor suppressor genes that have proven to be undruggable to date. Several innovative drugs in late-stage clinical testing take advantage of a specific mutation, G12C, in the difficult-to-target KRAS gene, which is mutated in approximately 15% of all human cancers. These novel drugs, including the recently FDA-approved drug sotorasib, lock the mutated RAS protein in its off position by binding to the resultant cysteine C, commonly introduced by DNA mutation. Another novel class of experimental drugs called PROTACs, proteolysis targeting chimera, are engineered to bind a mutated protein of interest and link it to the cell's internal enzymes responsible for destroying unwanted proteins, e.g., the ubiquitin proteasome system. Researchers are also seeking to indirectly exploit the presence of an undruggable mutation through a process called synthetic lethality, which refers to cell death resulting from inactivation of two or more genes, where inactivation of only one of the genes does not compromise cell viability. Notably, tumors with mutations in the DNA repair pathway genes BRCA1 and BRCA2 are frequently sensitive to olaparib, an inhibitor of the DNA damage repair protein PARP. Because BRCA1 and BRCA2 are only fully inactivated in the tumor cells, drug inhibition of a second DNA repair pathway, PARP, creates a double hit to DNA repair that only occurs in the tumor cells. This leads to a buildup of irreparable DNA damage resulting in cancer cell-specific death. The need for better diagnostic tests as a guide to precision oncology. The success of precision oncology rests on the development of diagnostic tests that allow clinicians to identify those patients most likely to benefit from a particular therapy. Cancers, even those arising in the same organ, can result from a diversity of genetic alterations that are impossible to distinguish by morphologic examination under a light microscope. Thus, diagnostic assays that can quickly identify mutations in actionable cancer genes, such as BRAF mutations in melanoma, are needed to guide treatment selection. Over the past decade, diagnostic tests that can detect a single genetic mutation have been replaced by tests that can screen for mutations in hundreds of cancer-associated genes or even the whole genome. It is hoped that future advances in tumor molecular profiling will give rise to diagnostic tests that incorporate measurements of gene expression, protein activation, and immune cell activation that will allow greater personalization of cancer care. Newer diagnostic tests may also be able to detect precancerous cells before they transform into invasive cancers, i.e., cancer interception, allowing for curative treatment before the development of lethal metastatic progression. Novel clinical trial designs to test treatments for rare mutations. Given the low prevalence of some targetable mutations or mutation combinations, novel clinical trial designs are needed to efficiently test new targeted drugs or drug combinations in the small subset of cancer patients most likely to benefit. Traditionally, late-stage clinical trials restricted eligibility to only a single cancer subtype, e.g., lung or breast cancer. Eligibility for basket studies, on the other hand, is based on the presence of a specific targetable mutation in the patient's tumor or normal cells, e.g., BRAF or HER2 mutation, irrespective of cancer subtype. Basket studies of BRAF, HER2, and NTRK inhibitors have established that both mutation type and cancer subtype can influence drug response. For example, response rates to the BRAF inhibitor vemurafenib differ widely as a function of cancer type, ranging from greater than 80% in BRAF mutant histiocytosis to 50 to 60% in BRAF mutant melanoma and less than 5% in BRAF mutant colorectal cancer. In contrast, larotrectinib, a selective inhibitor of the three related NTRK genes, was shown to be effective in patients with NTRK fusion tumors, irrespective of cancer type, and was granted the first tumor-agnostic approval by the FDA. The cancer immunotherapy revolution. Attempts to harness the immune system for therapeutic benefit date to the late 19th century when treatments with heat-killed bacteria, called Coley's toxin, and later with live-attenuated bacteria, Bacillus calmette-guerin, BCG, were shown to have anti-tumor effects. A century of scientific advances has clarified the critical role played by the immune system in cancer suppression. In response to bacteria, viruses, or other entities deemed foreign, the body initiates an innate immune response, which involves the rapid mobilization of immune cells to prevent the foreign entity from damaging normal cells or spreading within the body. This is followed by a slower, adaptive, immune response, which results in the expansion of specific white blood cells called T cells and B cells, which can recognize and attack specific foreign invaders. In the 1950s, Nobel laureate F. Macfarlane Burnett and noted immunologist Lewis Thomas reasoned that the immune system is able to identify cancerous cells as foreign based on differences in cell surface protein fragments called antigens, and eliminate them before lethal tumors become apparent. The critical role played by immune surveillance in suppressing cancer development is highlighted by the cancer predisposition of patients with immune deficiencies, such as acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS. Laboratory and clinical research studies have established that a dynamic interaction exists between cancer cells and the immune system, known as immunoediting, which drives the selection for tumor cells that have acquired the ability to evade natural immune defenses. Modulating immune function to block this tumor escape is a cornerstone of modern cancer immunotherapy. T. A. B. L. E. 1. 1. 1. Closing parenthesis dot. Antibodies as cancer drugs. Acquired immunity gives rise to antibodies, which are Y-shaped proteins that bind to distinct antigens on the surface of a foreign entity and serve to flag the foreign invader for destruction by the immune system. A critical step in the use of antibodies as therapeutics was the development of laboratory methods to produce, at scale, antibodies capable of binding with high affinity to a single antigen, called monoclonal antibodies. In 1997, rituximab became the first monoclonal antibody to be FDA approved as an anti-cancer drug. Rituximab binds to the CD20 protein present on the surface of B-cell lymphomas, triggering the body's immune system to kill CD20-expressing cancer cells. Antibodies can also disrupt the activation of kinases or other cell surface proteins. For example, trastuzumab binds to the cell surface protein HER2 and kills cancer cells by both inhibiting HER2-mediated survival signaling as well as by enhancing immune-mediated cell death. While most monoclonal antibodies have modest activity when used alone, their anti-tumor effects can be significantly enhanced when they are co-administered with chemotherapy. Another strategy to increase the anti-tumor effects of antibodies is the chemical linkage of a toxin to a therapeutic antibody, antibody-drug conjugates, ADCs, which enables the selective delivery of a lethal payload to the cancer cells. As a further enhancement, antibodies have been engineered to co-target two antigens, bispecific antibodies, which can boost efficacy by simultaneously inhibiting two pathways critical for tumor growth and survival. Amivantamab, an EGFR/MET bispecific antibody, was recently FDA approved to treat lung cancer patients whose tumors express EGFR mutations resistant to older EGFR inhibitors, and is being further tested in lung cancers with EGFR inhibitor resistance caused by MET tyrosine kinase pathway activation. A related strategy called bispecific T-cell engager, BiTE, co-targets a protein expressed on tumor cells and a second expressed on immune cells, which facilitates the physical interaction of cytotoxic T cells with tumor cells. Some researchers believe that BiTEs will prove to be a cost-efficient alternative to cellular therapies. Discussion follows. Immune checkpoint inhibitors, anti-CTLA-4 and anti-PD-1, PD-L1 therapy. To say that immune checkpoint inhibitors have revolutionized cancer treatment over the past decade is not an overstatement. In the context of cancer, T cells use surface proteins, called T cell receptors, TCRs, to recognize and bind protein fragments, called tumor antigens, expressed on the surface of cancer cells. However, T cells will only kill a target cell if antigen engagement is accompanied by a co-stimulatory signal. T cells also express inhibitory proteins, or checkpoint proteins, such as CTLA-4 and PD-1, which function to limit immune cell activation and thereby minimize non-selective attack of nearby normal tissues. Tumor cells can hijack CTLA-4 and PD-1 inhibitory signaling to trigger T cell exhaustion or death, so as to avoid immune surveillance. Pioneering work by James Allison and colleagues revealed that inhibiting these immune checkpoint proteins can release the brakes on the immune system, resulting in immune-mediated killing of cancer cells. The anti-CTLA-4 antibody ipilimumab was first shown to prolong the survival of patients with metastatic melanoma, leading to its FDA approval in 2011. Several years later, anti-PD-1 antibodies were demonstrated to have anti-tumor activity, but with a toxicity profile more favorable than that of anti-CTLA-4 antibodies. Antibodies that bind to PD-1, nivolumab, pembrolizumab, and cemiplimab, or its ligand PD-L1, atezolizumab, avelumab, and durvalumab, are now FDA approved for a variety of cancer types. Despite sometimes severe immune-mediated side effects, immune checkpoint inhibitors targeting CTLA-4, PD-1, and PD-L1 can cure a subset of patients with metastatic melanoma, renal cancer, and lung cancer, which were historically among the cancer subtypes most refractory to cytotoxic chemotherapies. As with other therapies, the response of cancer patients to immune checkpoint inhibitors is highly variable. Three classes of immunotherapy resistance have been identified. 1. Primary resistance, defined as a lack of a host immune response. 2. Adaptive resistance, defined as an ineffectual host immune response due to rapid evasion of the immune response by the tumor. And 3. Acquired resistance, secondary escape, defined as an initial effective immune response followed by cancer progression. Novel immunotherapy combinations seek to overcome immune checkpoint inhibitor resistance by targeting the cancer cell and host adaptations that allow tumor cells to evade immune surveillance at different points within the cancer immunity cycle. Enhancing immune checkpoint inhibitor response. Tumors that have a scarcity of T cells within the tumor microenvironment are called cold tumors, non-inflamed tumors, or immune deserts, and often exhibit primary resistance to immunotherapy. These cold tumors foster invisibility because they lack potent tumor antigens, have suppressed antigen expression, or because they actively produce factors that block antigen presentation. Concurrent or sequential administration of cytotoxic chemotherapies, radiation therapy, or targeted therapies is being studied for their ability to turn cold tumors hot through the release of tumor antigens or pro-inflammatory molecules following induction of cancer cell death. Another approach to enhance immune checkpoint blockade is the use of engineered oncolytic virotherapies that selectively infect and kill tumor cells, thereby enhancing antigen release and presentation. Lastly, it is hoped that advances in tumor genomics and RNA vaccine technology will allow for a priming of the immune system via administration of personalized cancer vaccines directed toward neoepitopes, mutant antigens expressed exclusively on the patient's tumor but not on normal cells. Colorectal, ovarian, and pancreatic cancers are often referred to as immune-excluded or immune-privileged tumors, as T cells are trapped just outside the tumor. This phenomenon is believed to be mediated, at least in part, by the tumor stroma, a specialized matrix of secreted proteins and supportive cells derived from normal tissue, which surround and permeate the tumor and evolve to promote tumor growth, altered metabolism, invasion, metastasis, and immune suppression. For example, fibroblasts, cells that make up normal connective tissue, in the stroma can differentiate into cancer-associated fibroblasts, CAFs, that express an enzyme called indole 2,3-dioxygenase, IDO, which breaks down an amino acid essential for T cell viability. Strategies are being developed to block immunosuppressive factors enriched in the tumor microenvironment, such as IDO, with the goal of enhancing immune checkpoint inhibitor response. Inflamed, or hot, tumors are those with activated T cells and pro-immune factors robustly infiltrating the tumor. While this phenotype is predictive of immune checkpoint inhibitor response, many patients with inflamed tumors still fail to respond, or eventually relapse following treatment with immune checkpoint inhibitors. To address this unmet clinical need, the combination of anti-CTLA-4 and anti-PD-1 antibodies was tested, resulting in a modest improvement in survival versus single-agent therapy in melanoma, albeit with greater toxicity. Alternative approaches to enhancing immune checkpoint inhibitor response include modulation of gut bacteria, a healthy diversity of which is predictive of immunotherapy response, and concurrent inhibition of additional immune checkpoints, including LAG3, TIM3, and TIGIT. Another strategy entails the co-inhibition of oncogenes that promote not only tumor growth and survival but also immune evasion. When mutated, RAS or BRAF can impair antigen presentation, and alterations in the PTEN or CTNNB1 genes can impair T cell infiltration into tumors. Certain cancer mutations also cause increased PD-L1 expression on the cancer cell surface, which can then bind PD-1 on T cells and turn them off. Studies combining targeted inhibitors and checkpoint inhibitors are thus underway and represent a convergence of two pillars of cancer treatment. Additional approaches to enhancing immune checkpoint inhibitor response include boosting T cell stimulation and trafficking to the tumor. Tumors actively release immunosuppressive factors that reduce costimulatory signals, resulting in only partial T cell activation, induction of an anergic state, alive, but functionally unresponsive, or T cell death. Drugs designed to mimic and enhance costimulatory signals, such as agonists, activators, for the costimulatory receptors ICOS and 4-1BB, are being tested both as single agents and in combination with anti-PD-1, PD-L1 antibodies. Further, the journey of an activated T cell from a lymph node into the blood circulation and then through the blood vessel wall at the site of a tumor is a choreographed sequence controlled by proteins that stimulate cell movement and adhesion. To avoid being identified by T cells, tumors can release proteins, e.g., VEGF and ANG2, that make it harder for T cells to exit the bloodstream. These factors also promote the formation of new blood vessels, which can increase intratumoral oxygen and nutrient sources and provide new avenues for tumors to escape and invade tissues. Antibodies and kinase inhibitors that target VEGF, its receptor VEGFR, and ANG2 are being tested in combination with anti-PD-1 therapy, with recent success in kidney cancer. Harnessing the innate immune response. Immune mediator proteins, such as the toll-like receptors and stimulator of interferon genes, STING, can sense foreign or mutant DNA or RNA particles released from tumors or infectious pathogens, and trigger an innate immune response to contain the foreign entity. To leverage this innate immune response, synthetic DNA analogues that mimic the types of aberrant DNA or RNA released from tumors are being developed to bind to and agonize toll-like receptors and STING. Cellular immunotherapy. Adoptive cell transfer. Adoptive cell transfer is an umbrella term for cell-based immunotherapies that utilize a patient's own T cells for therapeutic use, Table 11.1. All three approaches developed to date extract T cells from the patient, and then grow, expand, activate, and/or genetically modify the T cells in a laboratory, followed by reinfusion. Current cellular therapies differ in the degree to which the patient's T cells are genetically altered. TIL therapy expands tumor-infiltrating lymphocytes, TILs, extracted from a tumor biopsy or resection, without any engineered changes. TIL therapy has been shown to induce durable complete responses in melanoma and cervical squamous cell carcinoma patients, among other tumor types. A major limitation to the broader adoption of TIL therapy is the difficulty of extracting adequate tumor-infiltrating T cells for expansion in the laboratory. As an alternative, T cell receptor (TCR) therapy involves isolation of T cells from the patient's blood, followed by introduction of a T cell receptor into the patient's T cells that recognizes an antigen expressed by the patient's tumor. As an example, TCR therapy targeting Wilms tumor antigen 1, a protein often expressed by acute myeloid leukemias, has shown promise. Chimeric antigen receptor (CAR) T cells, which are T cells derived from a patient's blood and then engineered to express a synthetic receptor, is the cell-based immunotherapy that has had the greatest impact to date. CARs designed to target the CD19 antigen, Kymria, Yescarta, Tecartus, and Breyanzi, or the B-cell maturation antigen, BCMA, Abecma, are now FDA approved. Induction of cell death can be so rapid following CAR T-cell infusion that it can result in a severe, but usually treatable, excessive immune reaction referred to as cytokine storm. CD19-directed CAR T-cell therapy can also significantly increase the risk of infection due to the clearance and long-term suppression of normal CD19-expressing B cells. It has also proven challenging to develop cellular therapies for solid cancers. The major difficulty lies in identifying tumor antigens expressed by common solid tumors that are also not expressed by critical normal tissues. Thus, the following strategies are being pursued to enhance the safety and efficacy of cellular therapies. Innovations in cell therapy. Similar to kinase inhibitors, CAR T cells can have on-target, off-tumor toxicities, as exemplified by the death of a colon cancer patient who received a HER2-directed CAR T-cell therapy that resulted in lethal damage to HER2-expressing normal lung tissue. Therefore, several CAR modifications are being tested that seek to limit toxicity. First, CARs have been designed to allow clinicians to rapidly induce CAR self-destruction via administration of a second drug, e.g., SMASH or suicide CARs. Gene editing technologies are also being used to delete cytokine genes in T cells or to engineer the release of anti-inflammatory proteins to prevent cytokine storm. Another strategy to reduce on-target, off-tumor toxicities is to design CARs that require the binding of two tumor antigens to initiate T cell activation, e.g., split or synOch CARs, or CARs that disengage if an antigen on a normal cell is bound, ICAR. Alternatively, researchers are trying to couple CAR activation with microenvironmental conditions more frequently observed in tumors, such as hypoxia, lack of oxygen. leveraging their ability to selectively home to antigen-expressing tumor cells. Armored cars are designed to carry cargo, such as bispecific antibodies, immune checkpoint inhibitors, or pro-immune factors that are released at the tumor site and aid in immune activation and tumor attack. Supra cars can be reprogrammed during the treatment course to address tumor adaptations that cause acquired drug resistance. Finally, there would be significant logistical and cost benefits to the development of universal or off-the-shelf cell therapies in which T cells could be collected from donors, akin to donating blood, and engineered to bypass immune rejection, as it would be a non-self therapy. Scientists are also looking to engineer other types of immune cells to express CARs. Advantages of using alternate cell types, such as natural killer NK cells, which are the cytotoxic cells of the innate immune response, include easier sourcing, e.g., umbilical cord blood, and decreased toxicity profiles, due to shorter half-life and less cytokine release. Future directions. In the closing remarks of his 1957 publication on the biology of cancer, F. Macfarlane Burnet, a Nobel laureate for his theories on acquired immune tolerance, wrote, "There is little optimism about cancer. A final solution will probably never be possible. Although we continue to struggle to fully decipher the biologic complexity and heterogeneity of human cancer, we are confident that ongoing laboratory and translational research will identify new drug targets and therapeutic approaches that will increase the likelihood of cancer cure with less acute and long-term toxicity." Critical to recent progress has been the recognition that cancer is not a single entity, rather, a collection of diseases characterized by dysregulated growth, cell survival, and immune evasion. As such, we cannot reasonably expect a single solution or magic bullet to be effective in all cancer patients. As cancers, even those arising in the same organ, are both genetically and biologically heterogeneous, it is not surprising that progress toward cure has been uneven. In the past several decades, targeted and immune-based therapies have dramatically improved cure rates and/or survival in some cancers, such as chronic myelogenous leukemia and melanoma, whereas progress has been minimal for others, such as pancreatic cancer. We predict that future improvements in cancer care will result from greater personalization of treatment. Progress will require the identification of new therapeutic vulnerabilities and the development of more selective and less toxic targeted, immune, and cellular therapies. This would allow for concurrent or sequential administration of combinations of therapies with different mechanisms of action and non-overlapping toxicities, a strategy key to the development of curative cytotoxic combinations for leukemias and germ cell tumors. Recent advances in RNA vaccine technology and genetic sequencing methods may also allow for the development of precision immunotherapies, such as personalized cancer vaccines and cellular therapies that target mutated antigens expressed exclusively on an individual patient's cancer cells. As more personalized therapies will, by definition, be effective in only small subsets of cancer patients or even in a single individual, it will not be feasible to evaluate such treatments using traditional randomized clinical trial designs. Therefore, regulatory flexibility will be needed to fully realize the potential of precision oncology. Finally, given the need for combinatorial approaches, collaboration between academia and multiple pharmaceutical companies will be necessary, as will pricing structures that reduce the financial toxicity that currently restricts access to expensive cancer therapies. In sum, continued progress in the war on cancer will require both scientific discovery as well as regulatory and structural changes to our healthcare system to facilitate the rapid testing of innovative ideas and access for all patients to the most promising diagnostic technologies and local and systemic treatments. Afrothiti J. Hanrahan is Assistant Lab Member, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Gershon S. Gill is Research Assistant, David Solid Lab. David B. Solit is Jeffrey Bean Chair in Cancer Research, Director, Marie-José and Henry R. Kravis Center for Molecular Oncology at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Notes. 1. A. Hockhorse et al. Long-term outcomes of imatinib treatment for chronic myeloid leukemia, New England Journal of Medicine 376, No. 10, 2017, 917 to 927. 2. F. Andre et al. Alpelisib for PIK3CA mutated, hormone receptor positive advanced breast cancer, New England Journal of Medicine 380, No. 20, 2019, 1929-1940. 3. P. Leto, N. Rosen, and D. B. Solet, Tumor Adaptation and Resistance to RAF Inhibitors, Nature Medicine 19, No. 11, 2013, 1401-1409. 4. S. Ramelingham et al. Overall survival with osimertinib in untreated, EGFR mutated advanced NSCLC, New England Journal of Medicine 382, No. 1. 2020, 41-50. 5. L. Wang et al. An acquired vulnerability of drug-resistant melanoma with therapeutic potential, Cell 173, No. 6. 2018, 1413-1425 E14. 6. A. K. Gopal et al. Pi3K delta inhibition by idlasib in patients with relapsed indolent lymphoma, New England Journal of Medicine 370, No. 11, 2014, 1008-1018. 7. B. S. Hong et al. CRAS G12C inhibition with sotorasib in advanced solid tumors, New England Journal of Medicine 383, No. 13, 2020, 1207-1217. 8. G. M. Burslam and C. M. Cruz, Proteolysis Targeting Chimeras as Therapeutics and Tools for Biological Discovery, Cell 181, No. 1. 2020, 102-114. 9. M. Robson et al. Olaparib for metastatic breast cancer in patients with a germline BRCA mutation, New England Journal of Medicine 377, No. 6. 2017, 523-533. 10. B. Chakravarti and D. B. Solet, Clinical Cancer Genomic Profiling, Nature Reviews Genetics 22, No. 8. August 2021, 483-501. doi. 10.1038 per second 41576 021 003388. APUB 2021 March 24. PMID 33,762,738. 11. A. Drilon, et al. Efficacy of larotrectinib in TRK fusion-positive cancers in adults and children, New England Journal of Medicine 378, No. 8. 2018, 731-739. 12. J. S. O'Donnell, M. W. L. Teng, and M. J. Smith, Cancer Immunoediting and Resistance to T-Cell-Based Immunotherapy, Nature Reviews Clinical Oncology 16, No. 3. 2019, 151-167. 13. J. Yoon et al. Antitumor activity of amivantamab, JNJ61186372, an EGFR MET bispecific antibody, in diverse models of EGFR exon 20 insertion-driven NSCLC. Cancer Discovery 10, No. 8. 2020, 1194-1209. 14. B. R. Leach, M. F. Crummell, and J. P. Allison, Enhancement of Anti-Tumor Immunity by CTLA-4 Blockade, Science 271, No. 5256, 1996, 1734-1736, A. Rebers and J. B. Woolcock, Cancer Immunotherapy Using Checkpoint Blockade, Science 359, No. 6382, 2018, 1350-1355. 15. F. S. Hoddy et al. Improved survival with ipilimumab in patients with metastatic melanoma. New England Journal of Medicine 363, No. 8. 2010, 711 to 723. 16. J. B. Woolcock et al. Nivolumab plus ipilimumab in advanced melanoma. New England Journal of Medicine 369, No. 2. 2013, 122 to 33. 17. B. S. Chen and I. Melman, Oncology Meets Immunology. The Cancer Immunity Cycle, Immunity 39, No. 1. 2013, 1 to 10. 18. P. A. Ott et al. An immunogenic personal neoantigen vaccine for patients with melanoma. Nature 547, No. 7662, 2017, 217 to 221. 19. J. Larkin et al. 5-year survival with combined nivolumab and ipilimumab in advanced melanoma. New England Journal of Medicine 381, No. 16, 2019, 1535-1546. 20. R. E. O'Neill and X. Cow, Co-stimulatory and co-inhibitory pathways in cancer immunotherapy. Advanced Cancer Research 143, No. 2019. 145 to 194. 21. P. Sharma et al. Primary, adaptive, and acquired resistance to cancer immunotherapy. Cell 168, No. 4. 2017, 707 to 723. 22. A. G. Chapuis et al. T-cell receptor gene therapy targeting WT1 prevents acute myeloid leukemia relapse post-transplant. Nature Medicine 25, No. 7. 2019, 1064-1072. 23. N. C. Munshi et al. Idecabtagen Vicalusal in relapsed and refractory multiple myeloma. New England Journal of Medicine 384, No. 8. 2021, 705 to 716. 24. R. A. Morgan et al. Case report of a serious adverse event following the administration of T cells transduced with a chimeric antigen receptor recognizing ERBB2, molecular therapy 18, No. 4. 2010, 843 to 851. 25. S. Rafiq, C. S. Hackett and R. J. Brenchens, Engineering Strategies to Overcome the Current Roadblocks in CAR T-Cell Therapy. Nature Reviews Clinical Oncology 17, No. 3. 2020, 147 to 167. 26. J. H. Cho, J. J. Collins, and W. W. Wong. Universal Chimeric Antigen Receptors for Multiplexed and Logical Control of T-Cell Responses. Cell 173, No. 6. 2018, 1426-1438-E11. 27. S. Deppel et al. Off-the-shelf, allogeneic CAR T-cells. Development and Challenges. Nature Reviews Drug Discovery 19, No. 3. 2020, 185 to 199. 28. M. Burnett, Cancer, A Biological Approach, 3. Viruses Associated with Neoplastic Conditions, IV. Practical Applications. British Medical Journal 1, No. 5023, 1957, 841 to 847. Chapter 12. Oncologist Perspectives on the Evolution of Clinical Care Since the National Cancer Act of 1971. Neil J. Meropol and Eric P. Weiner. Since the passage of the National Cancer Act of 1971, the practice of oncology has undergone a revolutionary transformation. As we look back over our careers as medical oncologists, we have observed a multitude of changes. Many were incremental, but taken as a whole, there has been a fundamental shift in our approach to the patient with cancer. These collective advances have altered what it means for patients to have a cancer diagnosis, including expectations regarding possible outcomes, the application of science and technology to clinical practice, and how and where care is delivered. We began our careers in the late 1980s as two oncologists working at major academic hospitals, one of us at Duke and the other at the University of Pennsylvania. At that time, no matter what hospital you went to for treatment, a cancer diagnosis was still commonly viewed as a death sentence. We can recall some patients insisting on secrecy, which led to isolation. Cancer was more likely to be diagnosed at a late stage, and highly effective treatments were restricted to a few types of cancer. Disfiguring surgery was often the only hope for a curative approach. In other cases, only highly toxic drugs or radiation could prove life-saving. The tools available to oncologists were limited, crude, and mostly focused on short-term palliation of symptoms or modest extension of survival. Fast forward to 2021, and approximately 17 million cancer survivors in the US testify to advances in screening, early detection, and treatment. Multimodality treatment, including combinations of surgery, radiation, and systemic approaches, is now common. Scientific and technological advances have led to the development of highly targeted therapies, so-called precision oncology, with greater effectiveness and fewer side effects. Immunotherapy and cellular therapies, only experimental or wholly theoretical early in our careers, are now standard practice. Most cancer care today is delivered in the outpatient setting by teams of clinicians and support personnel. A cancer diagnosis, while still traumatic and dreaded, is no longer commonly expected to be a terminal event by patients and their loved ones. Cancer is now often curable, and when it is not, treatment may result in long-term survival with remarkably good quality of life. In the next 50 years, we expect science and technology to continue driving reductions in cancer mortality through improvements in prevention, early detection, treatment, and surveillance, each enhanced by greater personalization. Approaches to behavior and biology will be refined, reducing the incidence of cancer and improving survival. Future diagnostics and therapeutics will be less invasive and toxic. Our growing understanding of the social determinants of health will hopefully address existing disparities in care and outcomes. The practice of oncology will evolve as team-based care expands. The development of new evidence will be enhanced by information technologies, as will its accessibility at the point of care. Future advances will build on the transformative changes of the past 30 years, including our revolutionized understanding of the genetic basis for cancer risk. Genetic risk assessments have expanded the meaning of a cancer diagnosis for patients. Certain types of cancer have long been recognized as possibly running in families. The precise definition of that risk and the ability to identify its genetic underpinnings with simple blood tests has only become available in recent decades. Cancer patients now routinely receive genetic testing based on personal or family history or young age of diagnosis, among other factors. Common cancers, such as breast and colorectal, may be associated with hereditary conditions, and genetic testing is now available for risk stratification. Identifying an altered gene that predisposes a patient or their family member to certain cancers may now impact cancer follow-up, surveillance, screening, prevention strategies, prophylactic surgical decisions, reproductive decision-making, and, at times, identify unique cancer therapeutic options. This information may also impact insurability and have significant psychosocial effects on individuals and families, including anxiety and guilt. Recent decades have seen the emergence of so-called targeted therapies. These are more directed to cancer tissues, often less toxic, and frequently administered over an extended time. Certain cancers have been converted into chronic conditions as a result, creating a large survivorship population. Cancer survivors may have medical and psychological sequelae, aftereffects, related to the long-term effects of treatment, including risk for other cancers, cardiac or other organ damage, psychosocial challenges, sexual health problems, and employment or insurance dilemmas. Cancer survivors also serve as prominent advocates for advances in cancer research. In this context of dramatic changes in our field, there has been one constant: the privilege of the doctor-patient relationship. As oncologists, we are entrusted with helping our patients navigate a threat to their mortality in a setting filled with ever-increasing complexity and uncertainty. As our profession looks ahead, we can and must adapt to the breakneck speed of scientific advancements, dramatic shifts in social norms around doctor-patient relationships and patient advocacy, and a healthcare ecosystem that threatens to bankrupt our patients while overloading physicians with administrative, rather than medical, work. The doctor-patient relationship. A cancer diagnosis raises existential questions. The importance of the doctor-patient relationship and the effective communication between oncologists and their patients in oncology is magnified as patients ask themselves and their physicians, "Am I going to die? What are the possible outcomes of treatment, both good and bad? And, will I suffer?" They are often making treatment decisions for themselves, their families, and their caregivers in a context characterized by a high level of uncertainty. In this setting, the relationship between an oncologist and their patient can be both intense and rewarding. In the past decades, social and ethical norms around treatment have shifted firmly to what is known as shared decision-making. Within the medical model, there is a spectrum of patient engagement that ranges from pure paternalism, "Doctor, just tell me what to do," to independent patient decision-making, "Give me the facts and I'll decide." In the center of this continuum is the concept of shared decision-making, where the physician conveys medical information, the patient expresses their values and goals, and together they arrive at a preference-sensitive treatment decision. Over the past half-century, the benefits of shared decision-making have been increasingly recognized. This is especially true where treatment may not be curative, multiple options exist, quality of life may be impacted, and the probability of various outcomes, e.g., cure, length of survival, side effects, is uncertain. Given the multiple outcomes of relevance to both quality and length of life in oncology, patient preferences take on added importance. Different patients may have varied goals, leading to different treatment decisions. For example, some patients may prioritize surgery avoidance, staying close to home for treatment, or out-of-pocket expense minimization, whereas others may prioritize the possibility of a cure, however unlikely, at all costs. Some patients may value maintaining quality of life and freedom from discomfort, or perhaps the ability to attend an important event, such as a family wedding. In our own work, we have found that the vast majority of cancer patients prefer a shared decision-making model. Shared decision-making requires a set of communication tools that were historically not taught in medical school when we were students. The elicitation of patient values and goals takes patience and skills that may not be intuitive for medical students. This is especially challenging given our societal norms where the war or battle metaphor may make it difficult for patients to feel comfortable expressing their personal preferences, especially when family members are encouraging a "never give up at any cost" mentality. Likewise, medical information is often technical, requiring extensive experience to explain to patients and their families in lay terms. Statistical or probabilistic information can be especially challenging. As an example, in our own research we found that the statement, "This new treatment controls cancer in 40% of cases like yours," was not understood by 28% of cancer patients. Further, even patients likely to be cured may overestimate their risk of recurrence and death, which may adversely affect decision-making and psychological health. Conversely, studies have documented that patients approaching the end of their life may vastly overestimate their prognosis. Research over the past several decades has also highlighted that attention to end-of-life care in oncology is an important measure of high-quality care, as aggressive intervention in terminal phases of disease has been demonstrated to result in impaired quality of life and dehumanizing and painful intensive care unit (ICU) utilization without reversal of the underlying medical condition or prolongation of survival. These data have led to expert guideline recommendations that promote early goals of care discussions, including ascertainment of preferences regarding aggressive life-extending but uncomfortable interventions, e.g., mechanical ventilation or ICU admission, for which the potential for recovery is low. For example, patients who have had goals of care discussions with their physicians receive less aggressive medical care at the end of life and earlier hospice referrals, which are both associated with better quality of life near death. These conversations are now routine during the care of oncology patients. In fact, between 2003 and 2012, the proportion of cancer patients enrolling in hospice programs before death increased from 54.6% to 63.4%. A strong doctor-patient relationship facilitates these difficult conversations consistent with patient-centered care. Yet, current trends in care have made maintaining a quality doctor-patient relationship challenging. While the influence of technology, such as electronic health records, EHRs, has streamlined certain aspects of care and improved access to, and legibility of, clinical documentation, an increase in documentation requirements for administrative and reimbursement purposes has in some cases interfered with the direct interactions between patients and their oncologists. For example, clinical documentation required for billing purposes, but not essential for provider communication or care coordination, is commonly cited as interfering with face-to-face time between a patient and the oncologist. The rapid adoption of EHRs may be viewed as a legislative accomplishment, with both the Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health Act of 2009 and the 21st Century Cures Act of 2016, Cures Act, incentivizing the use of AIR technology. In addition to improving communication between care team members and also between the care teams and patients, EHRs are now recognized as a rich source of real-world data that can be used to derive new evidence about the impact of cancer treatments. In fact, the Cures Act required the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, to address the potential use of real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making. Finally, the accelerating cost of oncology care, related to new innovations, has burdened patients and added a new complexity to the doctor-patient relationship. Out-of-pocket costs now require patients to integrate considerations of financial toxicity into their treatment decisions. Even cancer patients with good health insurance report making trade-offs between medical care and other expenditures, and many report borrowing money and using savings to pay for cancer care. Bankruptcies among cancer patients are higher than among patients with other chronic conditions. Furthermore, an evolving payment landscape is altering how practices provide care, with increased patient volumes and team-based approaches to care delivery. Recognition of these emerging influences is essential as we seek to optimize the patient experience and the quality of their care. The impact of science and technology on the practice of oncology. Since the war on cancer began 50 years ago, scientists have made huge strides in our knowledge of cancer biology. The Human Genome Project, which was completed in 2003, led the way to a full-scale interrogation of the genetic drivers of cancer and potential targets for new treatments. This research demonstrated the remarkable genomic heterogeneity of individual cancers, e.g., all colorectal cancers are not alike, and across different malignancies. It also resulted in the realization that certain malignancies shared a number of basic genetic changes. In laboratory systems, we have an understanding of the molecular changes that lead to the development of cancer, its growth, and its ability to metastasize. We have also learned much about host factors that can fuel or inhibit cancer growth. These advances informed new therapies targeting specific molecular drivers of cancer growth. Whereas in 1990 we treated most patients with a certain type of cancer simply based on the organ of origin, we now treat patients with lung, colon, breast, and many other types of cancer based upon the specific genomic changes in their tumors. In essence, what we used to think of as lung cancer is now more than 10 different diseases, each with a different recommended treatment approach. The revolution in cancer immunology and immunotherapy in the past decade has leveraged an individual's innate immune system to control and even eradicate cancer. Immunotherapy and other highly targeted approaches are contributing to a meaningful decrease in cancer death rates in the US. In certain circumstances, these treatment advances have resulted in cures for previously fatal cancers, such as advanced melanoma. Even when a cure is not possible, many common cancers such as colon, lung, and breast cancer are now manageable even in advanced stages. This has furthered the view of cancer as a chronic disease. While advances are not evenly distributed across cancer types, the pace of discovery, especially in the past 2 decades, has increased in what often seems to be an exponential fashion, leading all of us to anticipate where we will be in another decade. Today's treatment landscape would not be possible without novel technologies that have given rise to new diagnostics, drugs, and cellular therapies with specific cancer targeting. Genomic sequencing, once restricted to the research setting, is now a routine component of cancer care. Sequencing genes in tumors to identify targetable alterations initially took days. Now, it can be completed in hours. Not surprisingly, associated costs have also plummeted. Expert clinical guidelines now recommend genomic testing, the sequencing of hundreds of relevant cancer genes, in most patients with advanced cancers, identifying targetable mutations for which effective therapies exist. Within the past 5 years, the FDA rendered its first, tumor-agnostic, drug approvals for treatments based upon genomic changes, rather than the organ of origin. Whereas genomic testing was initially restricted to tumor-based testing, the recent ability to identify minute fragments of tumor DNA in blood has opened the door to non-invasive serial blood monitoring for cancer patients, as well as future potential for cancer screening. Monoclonal antibody therapies have also revolutionized care. Antibodies were long recognized by researchers for their target specificity in the innate response to infectious diseases. A natural question arose as to whether this specificity could be leveraged against cancers. Nearly 50 years ago, the ability to produce high quantities of a uniform population of antibodies, so-called monoclonal antibodies, in the laboratory was described. It was not until 1997 that the first monoclonal antibody treatment for cancer, rituximab, was FDA approved for patients with non-Hodgkin's lymphomas that had the relevant target on their surface. Since that time, more than 35 monoclonal antibodies for cancer treatment have entered routine clinical practice. Whereas monoclonal antibodies are proteins that mimic an immune response, more recently cellular therapies have been introduced that employ a patient's own T cells, a type of white blood cell, to target cancers. This technologic feat requires removal of a patient's T cells with a filtration process called pheresis, growing and processing these T cells in the laboratory to engineer them to recognize the target cancer, and then reinfusing them back into the patient. This chimeric antigen receptor T cell, CAR-T, therapy is now available in specialized centers for the treatment of certain leukemias and lymphomas. This remarkable advance represents the first cell-based therapy, rather than drugs to kill cancer cells, to prove curative and garner FDA approval. It is a treatment approach that can result in serious toxicities, however, and efforts in the coming years will focus on both expanding the use of CAR-T therapy and making it safer. When we were oncology trainees, patients who were cured of Hodgkin's disease with radiation had a 1% chance per year of developing a second malignancy, a very high rate over the course of one's lifetime. In addition, chest radiation increased the risk of cardiac disease. Fast forward to 2020, and radiation oncologists have the ability to treat cancers with high doses of precisely targeted radiation based on 3-dimensional imaging and computer-modulated delivery that minimizes effects on normal tissues. Radiation therapy may now be delivered as photons or protons, each with characteristics that can guide appropriate selection. During our careers, we have also witnessed an evolution in surgical techniques, with the introduction of less invasive procedures with lower morbidity. Robotic approaches that permit augmented dexterity and laparoscopic surgeries that do not require large excisions have both been shown to maintain tumor control with faster patient recovery from abdominal surgery. The field of cancer diagnostic imaging is another area replete with examples of technologic progress since the 1980s. Computed tomography, CT, scanning was already well established early in our careers. This represented an incremental extension of X-ray radiology that provided cross-sectional anatomic information. Now, the selection of an imaging modality is more complex, with the availability of magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, that utilizes magnets and radio waves to generate images, and positron emission tomography, PET, that measures tumor metabolism. Additional diagnostic modalities, often with an enhanced ability to track changes in the cancer over time, are in development. These assorted methods are complementary and their selection is based on the specific clinical context. This cascade of life-extending developments, however, has dramatically increased the complexity of cancer care, its cost, and the decision-making processes for oncologists and patients. To partially address this issue, professional organizations and commercial entities have begun to develop clinical practice guidelines for oncology, including automated applications within physician workflow. Moreover, these advances have been accompanied by escalating drug, diagnostic, and other medical costs. New genetic discoveries may affect patient insurability, or even the insurability of their families, in future medico-legal environments. In addition, the costs associated with conducting clinical trials has skyrocketed. While the financial challenges, both societal and personal, are beyond the scope of this chapter, it is critical to underscore that the high price of cancer treatment represents a major challenge and compounds existing health care disparities. Autonomy, burnout, and professionalism. The oncologist of the 21st century is facing an emerging threat to our profession: physician burnout. Burnout is a constellation of symptoms that include emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and reduced sense of personal accomplishment. The National Cancer Policy Forum of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine convened a workshop in 2019 to consider CAREFIS resilience. As summarized by Samuel Takvorian and colleagues, a variety of factors that bear on today's practice of oncology create a setting conducive to burnout. The aging U.S. population is resulting in growth in cancer diagnoses that outstrips CAREFIS growth, challenging practices to provide high-quality care to more patients. As noted earlier, the complexity of care has increased, and this requires new approaches to care coordination and navigation, as well as decision support. In addition, the administrative burden for oncologists has increased dramatically over the past several decades. A substantial portion of the oncologist's time is devoted to documentation that will support billing requirements and payment pre-authorization. Cost and administrative burdens have led many oncologists to sacrifice their practice autonomy. The proportion of physicians in an employment model setting rather than independent practice has increased dramatically since the 1980s, and continues to increase. Each of these influences represents a threat to our profession in terms of both the personalized care we deliver to our patients and maintenance of an adequate workforce. Addressing the threat of burnout in an evolving cancer care landscape requires rethinking the ways in which we provide care to patients and to ourselves. Meeting the needs of increased patient volume and complex care is now more commonly accomplished with integrated teams involving oncologists, advanced practice clinicians, e.g., nurse practitioners, physician assistants, social and mental health services, palliative care experts, and so on. Oncologists now require new leadership skills to ensure the commitment to high-quality patient care and research. There is a need to work closely with varied stakeholders including hospital or practice administrators, purchasing groups, vendors, payers, and representatives of pharmaceutical companies. Protecting our profession also mandates an appreciation of policies and regulations that impact our practice and patients, and active involvement in advocacy beyond our local environment. Working through our professional organizations is an essential and powerful tool to ensure that the current challenges are opportunities to influence our future state. The impact of patient advocacy on research and patient care. For much of the 20th century, a diagnosis of breast cancer was hidden in the closet. Few women revealed their struggles with breast cancer publicly, as this disease was associated with fear and shame. Surgery, such as the radical mastectomy, was disfiguring. Systemic therapy was barely in its infancy. Most women suffered in silence and often lost their lives to the disease. Pioneers, such as Rose Kushner, spoke out in the mid-1970s about mutilating surgical procedures and the need for research. A group of like-minded individuals gathered around her, and the modern breast cancer advocacy movement was born. In the early 1980s, others in the vanguard, such as Nancy Brinker, spoke about the pain that breast cancer inflicted on her sister. She went on to establish the Susan G. Komen Foundation, with a focus on awareness, early detection, advocacy, support for women living with breast cancer, and research. Fran Visco founded the National Breast Cancer Coalition in 1991 with an eye towards scientific investigation, policy, and the role of advocates as equal partners in the research enterprise. Since 1995, the coalition has been training research advocates in its highly respected program, project-led leadership, education, and advocacy development. Finally, in the mid-1990s, Evelyn Lauder, a staunch supporter of breast cancer research, founded the Breast Cancer Research Foundation with the goal of raising funds solely for breast cancer research. Breast cancer advocacy, as well as highly visible AIDS advocacy organizations, led to the development of similar groups that have focused on virtually all types of cancer. Cancer advocates are key members of the National Cancer Institute-sponsored cancer clinical research cooperative groups, government grant review panels, and research programs around the country. They attend scientific meetings, serve on program planning committees, and participate in scientific programs. Many granting agencies require the inclusion of advocates on the research team. As team members, advocates provide the patient voice in research deliberations and also serve as the honest broker. Over the past 2 decades, cancer researchers have come to appreciate the value that cancer advocates bring to the table and welcome them enthusiastically. It is widely accepted that advocates improve the overall quality of research. Advocates have also played a role in the clinical setting, accelerating the development of patient-centered care. In the clinical arena, advocates have also promoted access to clinical trials and changes in trial eligibility to make them more available to the majority of patients who are recently diagnosed or living with cancer. Finally, cancer patient advocates are an important voice in national policy discussions regarding all cancer-relevant deliberations, providing a key perspective in decisions regarding new drug approvals, regulations, payment, access, and research funding. The future of oncology practice. The National Cancer Act and associated marketing of the War on Cancer have transformed the meaning of a cancer diagnosis and the care of cancer patients. We now understand that cancer is not a single disease, but rather hundreds of different conditions driven by specific molecular alterations in normal genes. Cancer is often curable, and when not, it may sometimes be rendered a chronic condition. The era of precision oncology has arrived. As of 2017, the death rate from cancer had decreased by 31% since 1991. But we still have a long way to go. Advances in science and technology have driven an explosion in new evidence to support regulatory approval of 238 new drug treatments for patients with cancer over the past quarter century. Today's oncologist faces an onslaught of clinical and molecular information related to their individual patients, as well as daily publications of new research results that must be incorporated into our decision-making and recommendations. In our view, the pace of innovation distinguishes oncology from other fields in medicine, and this rapid evolution leads to unique challenges. When we entered the field in the 1980s, a day in the clinic focused on face-to-face interactions with patients and their families, review of diagnostic information, discussion with colleagues, and written clinical documentation. We would go to the library searching for journal articles or book chapters, and would consult with colleagues to inform our recommendations. Treatment options were often limited. It was uncommon to speak with payers, and the cost of care rarely entered into consideration. It felt easy to keep up with the latest information relevant to clinical care. In the 2000s, there is a greater sense of optimism when we meet with patients and their families. Nonetheless, there is less time for face-to-face patient interaction, as patient volumes have increased, and more time-consuming documentation is required at point of care, largely driven by payer mandates. While many aspects of care are unchanged, the complexity of treatment decision-making has increased, as the flow of new evidence has accelerated. We are able to manage this onslaught thanks to the Internet and the development of clinical practice guidelines. As treatment options have expanded, our personal connections with our patients and our ability to communicate clearly are more important than ever. While these connections can be satisfying, they are threatened by administrative burdens, burnout, and the huge challenge of remaining knowledgeable about the latest advances. With increased recognition of the link between practice variation, more costly care, and inferior clinical outcomes has come more research into measures of care quality, with practices and institutions eager to reduce variation in clinical care. Metrics about one's clinical practice abound, including clinical volume and patterns of practice. It is critical that oncologists participate in the development and selection of these metrics to ensure that they serve practice efficiency and patient care. The business of oncology now affects all oncologists, regardless of their practice setting. This constant culture of surveillance and documentation threatens clinician autonomy, increases burnout, and can only be addressed by a commitment of physician leaders to gain the requisite skills to share in business leadership. In spite of the challenges we have described, we remain optimistic about the future. In the next 50 years, we believe that cancer will no longer be feared. The survivor population will continue to grow, and their medical and psychosocial needs will require a new skill set for primary care clinicians who may ultimately provide the bulk of their care. In the past 5 years alone, dozens of new treatments for cancer have been approved by the FDA. Many of these treatments not only control cancer, but prolong survival. The development of new treatments requires a robust clinical trials infrastructure and is dependent upon patients who agree to participate in research studies. Unfortunately, only a small percentage of cancer patients currently take part in clinical trials, which reflects both logistical challenges and societal attitudes. We are hopeful that these challenges may be overcome, and we can achieve a future state where clinical research opportunities are available wherever cancer care is delivered, and care and research are seamlessly integrated for the benefit of cancer patients, now and in the future. We believe that technology will transform clinical practice. Emerging evidence will be rapidly incorporated into clinical guidelines, and computer applications will make these readily accessible at the point of care. These applications driven by artificial intelligence will also seamlessly integrate with clinical systems, pulling relevant clinical information and applying this to expert-developed algorithms. EHRs will increasingly fulfill the promise of improving efficiency as the pendulum swings toward aligning documentation requirements with high-quality care. The EHR will become more of a digital assistant, organizing information in a manner that is consistent with clinical decision-making and efficient workflow. We also anticipate that patients and healthcare organizations will increasingly see the value in data sharing to enable a learning healthcare system that provides feedback and is able to continuously generate new knowledge to inform clinical care. Although cancer patient participation in research has not met the demands for the testing of all the important questions that can be answered through clinical trials, emerging solutions to enable research wherever care is provided, with technology supporting data capture and oversight, promise to close the divide between research and practice. Within 10 to 15 years, we should certainly be learning from the experience of every cancer patient. The practice of oncology is driven by science and filled with humanity, optimism, hope, and realism. Cancer research and cancer care are team activities. Cancer researchers need to collaborate on complex scientific problems. Clinical cancer care involves diverse specialties in medicine as well as many other disciplines. By working closely together, we can accelerate progress in research for the future and deliver the very best cancer care that is available today. While so much about the delivery of cancer care has changed during our careers, it remains a privilege and an honor to care for patients with cancer and share their journeys, while striving for improvements in cancer care. Neil J. Meripal is Vice President, Head of Medical and Scientific Affairs, Flatiron Health. Eric P. Weiner is Chief Clinical Strategy Officer, Chief of the Division of Women's Cancers, and Director of the Breast Oncology Program in the Susan F. Smith Center for Women's Cancers at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Notes. 1. Cancer Treatment and Survivorship Facts and Figures 2019-2021, Atlanta, Georgia, American Cancer Society, 2019. Cancer.org. 2. Leslie F. Degner, Jeff A. Sloan, and Perry Venkatesh, The Control Preferences Scale, Canadian Journal of Nursing Research 29, No. 3. Fall 1997, 21-43. NIE.gov. 3. Kevin P. Weinfurt et al. Understanding of an aggregate probability statement by patients who are offered participation in Phase 1 clinical trials, Cancer 103, No. 1. 2005, 140-147. doi.org. 4. Ann Partridge et al. Risk Perceptions and Psychosocial Outcomes of Women with Ductal Carcinoma in Situ, Longitudinal Results from a Cohort Study, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 100, No. 4. 2008, 243-251. doi.org. 5. J. C. Weeks et al. Relationship between cancer patients' predictions of prognosis and their treatment preferences, JAMA 279, No. 21, 1998, 1709-1741. doi.org. 6. Timothy Gilligan et al. Patient-Clinician Communication, American Society of Clinical Oncology Consensus Guideline, Journal of Clinical Oncology 35, No. 31, 2017, 3618-3632. doi.org. 7. Alexi A. Wright et al. Associations between end-of-life discussions, patient mental health, medical care near death, and caregiver bereavement adjustment, JAMA 300, No. 14, 2008, 1665-1673. doi.org. 8. Care for Chronically Ill, Last 2 Years, Dartmouth Atlas of Healthcare. Access December 14, 2020. Dartmouth.edu. 9. Scott Ramsey et al. Washington State cancer patients found to be at greater risk for bankruptcy than people without a cancer diagnosis, Health Affairs 32, No. 6. 2013, 1143-1152. doi.org. 10. The Human Genome Project, National Human Genome Research Institute. Access December 14, 2020. Genome.gov. 11. Rebecca L. Siegel et al. Cancer Statistics, 2021, CA, A Cancer Journal for Clinicians 71, No. 1. 2021, 7-33. doi.org. 12. David Zahavi and Louis Wiener, Monoclonal Antibodies in Cancer Therapy, Antibodies, Basel, 9, Number 3. 2020, 34. doi.org. 13. Robin T. Zon et al. American Society of Clinical Oncology Criteria for High-Quality Clinical Pathways in Oncology, Journal of Oncology Practice 13, No. 3. 2017, 207-210. doi.org. Barbara McAneny et al. Supporting Optimal, Value-Based, and Sustainable Cancer Care Delivery, Journal of Clinical Pathways 6, No. 8. 2020, 58-61. doi.org. 14. Junaid Nabi and Kwok Dean Trin. New cancer therapies are great, but are they helping everyone? Health Affairs blog, April 12, 2019. doi.org. 15. Christina Maslik, Susan E. Jackson, and Michael P. Letter, Maslik Burnout Inventory, 3rd ed. Palo Alto, California. Consulting Psychologists Press, 1996. 16. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, Developing and Sustaining an Effective and Resilient Oncology Careforce. Proceedings of a Workshop, Washington, D.C., The National Academies Press, 2019. 17. Samuel U. Takvorian et al. Developing and Sustaining an Effective and Resilient Oncology Careforce. Opportunities for Action, Journal of the National Cancer Institute 112, No. 7. 2020, 663-670. doi.org. 18. Tanya Albert Henry, Employed Physicians Now Exceed Those Who Own Their Practices, American Medical Association, May 10, 2019. armor-asan.org. 19. Susan G. Komen Foundation, accessed April 14, 2021. Komen.org. 20. National Breast Cancer Coalition, accessed April 14, 2021. StopBreastCancer.org. 21. Breast Cancer Research Foundation, accessed April 14, 2021. BCRF.org. 22. Siegel et al. Cancer Statistics, 2021. 23. Julia A. Beaver et al. A 25-year experience of U.S. Food and Drug Administration accelerated approval of malignant hematology and oncology drugs and biologics. A review, JAMA Oncology 4, No. 6. 2018, 849-856. doi.org. 24. Hematology, Oncology, Cancer, Approvals and Safety Notifications, FDA.gov, accessed January 21, 2021. FDA.gov. Chapter 13. Responsible Open Source Data Sharing for Precision Oncology.